The life of every airbender. Avatar. Airbending, one of the 4 elemental bending arts, is the aerokinetic ability to control and manipulate air. The peaceful air nomads utilize this type of bending in their everyday lives. Air is the element of freedom. The air nomads detached themselves from worldly problems and concerns. Finding peace and freedom was the key to solving their difficulties in life. They continually sought spiritual enlightenment, and as a result, all children born into the air nomads were benders. The first airbenders learned their art from the flying bison. Welcome to the Amagi. In today's video, we're going over the life of every known airbender. Before we begin, we publish a new video every day, so be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos. History. Now, before we dive into the life of every known airbender, let's have a quick overview of what it means to be an airbender. During the era of Rava, the power of air was temporarily bestowed on the inhabitants who lived on a giant lion turtle when they left the village to stock up on food. After permanently leaving the care of the lion turtle, the former inhabitants eventually learned airbending from the flying bison, a sacred creature in the air nomad culture. The bison typically use their massive beaver-like tail to create gusts of wind, and as the name suggests, can fly without any visible means of propulsion. It's also said that the airbenders borrowed the arrow mark from the flying bison for the design of their traditional tattoos. These markings symbolize one's mastery of the airbending art and are given to a practitioner once their training is complete. Unlike other nations, all air nomads were born as airbenders due to the culture's strong ties to spirituality. The only known exception were those born in another nation and later adopted into air nomad culture. Laghima, 3829 BG. Laghima was an air nomad guru and renowned poet who lived at the northern air temple around 3829 BG. He discovered the secret to weightlessness, which allowed him to unlock the airbending ability of flight. This essentially allowed him to become untethered from the earth and live the last 40 years of his life without ever touching the ground. His writings and philosophy were very influential and continued to be studied for thousands of years, including by Zahir, the leader of the anarchical group known as the Red Lotus. He was regarded as one of the most influential philosophers in world history. Avatar Yangchen called Laghima the air nomad's most legendary guru, and according to Zahir, he was the wisest airbender who ever lived. Guru Laghima grew up at the Northern Air Temple at a time when the 4 nations had not yet been formed. He began writing poetry about subjects such as instinct and illusion, and had at least one contemporary philosophical rival, Guru Shokan. He eventually relocated to live alone on a mountain near the Northern Air Temple. At some point, he discovered the secret to weightlessness by relinquishing his earthly attachments. Having already become famous by this point, Laghima was visited by a young airbender who wanted to ask him about the quest for wisdom. The guru answered the visitor's questions while they wrote down all he said. The master ultimately argued that wisdom is formless. Having concluded their exchange, Laghima began to slowly levitate upward, much to the pilgrim's amazement. Although the details of Laghima's life have become unclear in the face of the disappearance of air nomad culture from public knowledge, it was later said that having discovered flight, Laghima lived the last 40 years of his life untethered from the earth. It's thus possible that the meeting with the young pilgrim was the last moment in his life when he stood on the ground. The guru's poetry and writing were extremely influential and were later grouped together in at least one collection known as the Poems of Laghima. This book also included a retelling of Laghima's exchange with the young pilgrim about wisdom. He remained well known not just among the air nomads but also in the Earth Kingdom, and his philosophy remained much more popular and well known than that of his rival Shokan. The Pearls of Laghima was a collection of essays written over the generations to interpret his teachings. Avatar Yangchen was among those who studied Guru Laghima's writings, in addition to the works of Shokan, and she thought highly of his philosophy. The mountaintop where he had lived was named Laghima's Peak in his honor, and several caves located miles from the Northern Air Temple are adorned with statues of him, along with other influential monks. Laghima's poetry survived the 100-Year War, which ended nearly 4,000 years after his death. Over time, however, the truth about his achievements was lost, and the abilities were dismissed as children's stories and legends. Even Tenzin, himself a renowned airbending master, did not believe in Laghima's ability to fly. Nevertheless, Laghima's literature profoundly impacted Zahir, who used his poem about the false nature of instinct to realize that basing expectations of reality on what was immediately observable blinded oneself from the possibilities of something new coming to light. Consequently, he believed that the guru had truly discovered the ability of flight, and after gaining airbending, Zahir attempted to obtain the ability himself. Zahir also recited excerpts from Laghima's poems several times, such as to several White Lotus sentries outside his cell prior to his escape, and to Iki while on Air Temple Island after finding a locket bearing Laghima's image. While presenting the mission of the Red Lotus to Avatar Korra in Shai Bao's Grove, Zahir quoted Guru Laghima and stated that new growth cannot exist without the destruction of the old. Following Pali's death, Zahir was able to let go of his final earthly tether, unlocking the ability of flight on top of Laghima's peak. As a result, the Guru's abilities were no longer dismissed as legend. Unnamed Air Nomad Pilgrim, 3829 BG. This Air Nomad Pilgrim was an author who sought out Guru Laghima. The Pilgrim's account of the meeting with the philosopher was later included in a famous book titled Poems of Laghima. In their youth, the Pilgrim ventured to the Northern Air Temple with the intention of meeting Laghima, who had already become famous as a philosopher and poet. From the Air Temple, an Air Nomad used their glider to fly to a nearby mountain where the Guru had opted to live alone. As the Pilgrim touched down near the mountain's peak, their papers and writing utensils were scattered by wind. The traveler panicked for a moment, but after collecting everything, they walked up the remaining way. There, the Airbender met Laghima, who agreed to entertain their questions regarding wisdom as the Pilgrim sat down nearby, writing down his words. Eventually, the Air Nomad Pilgrim paused writing, noticing that the Guru was doing something. To their amazement, the Pilgrim saw Laghima slowly levitate upward. As the Guru told the visitor that wisdom is formless, for only the wind remains when all else is gone, he flew into the sky. The resulting wind scattered their papers once more, yet this time the Pilgrim remained fixated on the Guru's achievement of having discovered the secret to weightlessness. The story of how the Pilgrim met Laghima and the answers that he gave them were recorded in at least one edition of a book, Poems of Laghima, which remained widely read across the four nations for thousands of years. Tang Xu. Monk Tang Xu was an Air Nomad monk who completed a historic fast on Whaletail Island. One summer, Monk Tang Xu decided to partake in a fast on Whaletail Island that eventually lasted for over 98 days. Despite urgings from his concerned pupils, Tang Xu refused to eat any food and chose instead to gain nourishment from the universe through meditation. Monk Tang Xu's achievements were highly regarded to the point where stories of his fast were passed down through generations of Air Nomads. Records of his accomplishments survived the 100-Year War and became part of the curriculum with which Air acolytes familiarized themselves during training. In 171 AG, Tenzin lectured a group of new airbenders about Monk Tang Xu's historic fast, but was dismayed by the general lack of interest among the group. Sometime after, Kaya referenced the monk in passing when she remarked that she could never memorize all the different gurus in Air Nomad culture, as there were too many to remember. Yangchen. Technically, every avatar is an airbender, but for the sake of keeping this video relatively brief, we're only going to include air avatars. Yangchen was the Air Nomad avatar succeeding Avatar Sito and preceding Avatar Kuruk. She grew up in a time favoring isolationism in the aftermath of the Platinum Affair. After mastering all the elements in her youth, she was eager to make a difference in the world despite her inexperience. Yangchen was born and raised by the Air Nuns in the Western Air Temple. She always loved animals and they were drawn to her. On bonding day, most of the bison calves flocked to Yangchen, but she picked one who she named Nujian. She also was plagued by the voices of avatars before her for as long as she could remember. At some point before she was 8, Yangchen began to periodically fall into extremely painful phases of fever and almost epileptic fits, initially rambling incoherently. The Air Nomad healers tried her best to help her but found no cause to her suffering. Over time, however, her screaming became recognizable as names and even sentences. Abbess Dagmola began to document the child's words, hoping that they might find some meaning in them. Occasionally, the young avatar also reenacted scenes from her past lives. One day, Yangchen began talking to Earth King Zulai, who had been dead for 3 centuries, but who was recognized by her caretakers. Taken together with the notes of the abbess, it became clear that all the individuals Yangchen had talked about were companions of past avatars. Her caretakers, most importantly Jetsun, realized that reading out texts written by these individuals would ease the girl's pain. This was especially important to calm Yangchen down when she relived the personal losses and betrayals of ancient avatars, suffering even more than usual. As the result of constantly reliving her experiences, Yangchen realized her avatarhood by the time she was 11. Though her fits of possession became less painful as time went on, the Air Nomad elders were troubled by the fact that these incidents kept happening. Jetsun, whom Yangchen regarded as an older sister, tried to figure out new ways to help her. Eventually, she acted as the young avatar's guide so that Yangchen could meditate into the spirit world. With the assistance of Abbess Dagmola and librarian Tsering, the two made their first attempt at a meadow above the Western Air Temple. temple. Using her latent avatarhood, Yangchen managed to do it on her first try. She was thrilled at the beauty of the spirit world at first until they came across a group of Shishi. While Yangchen did not fear the spirits, one of her past lives did, and she was overcome by a powerful memory while still in the spirit world. The Shishi turned dark and Yangchen regressed in age, with Jetsun trying to save her and shouting at her to wake up. While Yangchen made it back to the physical world, her sister did not. Yangchen was by her sister's side when she passed away, and she was honored as a temple elder and companion of the avatar who had given her life to defend the bridge between humans and spirits. After the funeral, she spent time researching which of her past lives had triggered the memory, but found nothing and started to wonder if it had been her fault. Yangchen managed to start to control the memories of her past lives by practicing mental exercises, creating a sturdy bridge between the banks of her memories. She performed her first act of waterbending on a small island in Mose Sea, and like all avatars, mastered the elements in the avatar state in order to maintain world peace. Before she started traveling, her elder caretakers made Master Boma promise to watch the young avatar until she could be on her own. A week after Yangchen had mastered the 4 elements, she set out with Boma and her 2 winged lemurs, Pick and Pack, on her Sky Bison, on her first official mission as the Avatar to Tianhaishi, a shoreside city whose king had sent for her help. Upon her arrival, she was told by the king that the local fortune tellers had predicted a tragedy coming from the sea to befall the city that evening. Believing the fortune, Yangchen waited on a cliff overlooking the water. Past midnight, an enormous spirit emerged from the water, and she felt overwhelming grief emanating from it, and tried to make contact with him. He knocked her down, however, and the two engaged in battle, which would last through the night and leave the city in ruins. As dawn broke, Yangchen finally managed to convince the spirit to tell her who he was and what he wanted. She could not let him exact his revenge on the citizens for killing Lady Tianhai, however, so she struck a deal with the General Old Iron Spirit, one she promised to maintain for eternity in exchange for a truce with the humans. General Old Iron promised to never take up his armor against humanity so long as the land remained free of human civilization. In return, Yangchen constructed a statue in Tianhai's memory, and established a ritual among her people to visit the site once a year to prove that humankind could preserve and protect nature. So long as the land remained sacred to the Air Nomads, no one would dare develop the area and risk Old Iron's wrath. After the battle, Yangchen helped the people of Tianhaishi find new places to live, but doors kept slamming in their faces and men told them to keep walking. They slept in field and lived on alms and started losing people to illness. She made a promise to use anything at her disposal to save the people under her protection and began to play the game of politics properly, learning to manipulate others. She forged letters to fabricate rumors that 2 competing nobles both wanted the craftsman of Tianhaishi and scared the spiritually inclined husband of a governor into getting her to open their territories. Eventually, the people were absorbed by the continent. Another one of Yangchen's earliest missions as a fully realized avatar was on Ma'inka Island, where unseen forces were causing damage along the edges of the villages of the Sawan clan. She worked with Duke Zolian and his heir Lohi, informing them that the spiritual activity would stop if the inhabitants of the island kept more than 3 li away from the cenotes and caverns of the island that were home to the phoenix eel spirits. Yangchen's attention began to turn to the Shang merchants, as they had grown extremely wealthy and powerful since the major diplomatic blunder known as the Platinum Affair that had occurred in her childhood, limiting a controlled amount of international trade between the Earth Kingdom, Fire Nation, and Water Tribes to only 4 cities controlled by the Shangs. Yangchen took it upon herself to negotiate amnesty for Tayagum and Akudan, 2 of Chief Oyoluk's once trusted warriors who had been imprisoned in the Earth Kingdom since the Platinum Affair occurred, left to rot by the chief himself. Yangchen and Boma began an official tour of the Shang cities, starting at Bin-Er and taking up residence in the Blue Manse. Before she started the tour, she left Pick and Pack in the care of the Northern Air Temple. They were joined by Sidao, an Earth Sage and the Minister of Special Territory Relations, who became an ever-growing presence of retinue. She was assigned many personal guards, though she did not trust many who joined her party in the City of Spies. For nearly a month, Yangchen scouted the docks of Bin-Er from above on Nujian, and noted how the Shangs were violating the terms of their charter with the Earth Kingdom by failing to control the flow of traffic within proper limits. Just before Yangchen was due to meet with the Shangs, the manse was raided by an errant runner named Kavik. After spotting him, she screamed for her guards, though they started violently beating him even though she told them to leave him unarmed. This gave her the reason she needed to fire all her guards for refusing to follow orders. With Kavik telling her that he was living in poverty and his parents were dead, Yangchen let him go, giving him a large number of coins. However, she followed Kavik on her glider to see what he was up to, reaching his house and smiling as she met Kavik's mother and father. The married couple showered the avatar with respect, and she claimed to be there to listen to the problems of the ordinary residents. Claiming that Kavik had saved a piece of her information from a thief, she asked to speak with him in private, pointing out that he was better off than he had claimed and that she had been completely fooled by his act. She then offered him a recruitment pitch, noting that she needed a personal informant in the city and he was the perfect candidate, not beholden to anyone by money or debt, but low level enough to remain beneath notice, as well as being an excellent waterbender and informant. Deciding not to blackmail him into acceptance, she went to his parents and proudly announced that Kavik would become her official companion. Yangchen's retinue relocated to an ancient inn for security reasons after the break-in at the Blue Manse. She was due for her first official meeting with the Shangs and paraded through the streets of the city on Nujian with Boma next to her. There were several troublemakers in the crowd, throwing rotten fruit at first, which then turned out to be an elderly man striking Boma with a clay jug. She was furious that her friend had been hit and threw the fruit into the crowd. After formally introducing herself to the Shangs and Zongdu Henshi, she received a lecture on the history of their system. While Sidao praised the marvel of human accord, Yangchen stated that no system was perfect, and pointed out the suffering and misery in the city could not be overlooked. Asking for workers to be fairly paid and for alms to be given out, Sidao stated that there were no formalities in place for what she was asking, and Shang Noehi stated that she had no power after the Avatar asked them to implement charitable reforms once more. Knowing that she would fail to appeal to any sense of generosity they had, she spoke about the Earth King caring about treason, and revealed that she had records of the Shang failing to keep traffic within city limits, speculating that there was a large unofficial economy that had gone unaccounted for. Privately meeting with Henshi, she stated that she regretted the delivery of her message, but not the contents. She then asked Boma to take on a task for her and got her guardian to disguise himself as the Avatar and leave on Nujian, giving her an opportunity to spy on the Shangs from underground flues. Struggling to maintain balance, she was overcome by the memories of her claustrophobic past life, but got herself to snap out of it and spied in on the Shangs, hearing them speak of the mysterious UnNamed project. She arrived at the inn covered in soot and began to make plans to travel to Jonduri so she could investigate what unanimity was. Yangchen came to meet Kavik in the golden cloudberry tea house, disguised by wearing Earth Kingdom winter clothing with a wig styled in a fashionable Fire Nation hairstyle. They discussed a letter that Yangchen had told Kavik to give his brother, Q, revealing that there was garbage that could be used to track a chain of leaks. While charming the owner of the tea house, she explained to Kavik that the Shangs were planning to get their hands on an asset that would give them unlimited leverage on the people of their cities and the Four Nations. Kavik agreed to take on the mission on the condition that she could get exit passes for his family, which she wished to, but explained that it would tip people off that Kavik's family was up to something. Yangchen and Kavik agreed to partner for the mission, although only after the Avatar was absolutely sure that Kavik was not a planned attempt by Henshi or the Shangs of Bin-Er. After leaving the city, Yangchen returned to the Northern Air Temple, meeting up with Kavik at the large village hospital at the base of the temple that cared for the wounded who made their trek from Bin-Er. While Yangchen deflected Abbot Sonam's protest to her bringing her spy into the temple, she worked to stabilize a woman suffering from a raging fever, refusing to give up on her healing attempt. With Kavik helping her with his waterbending, she managed to break her patient's fever, though she learned that the woman's son had not been found with her and saw the woman extremely worried for her child. Yangchen and Kavik went on to the temple grounds and saw her new companion bond with Nujian as they went flying together for the first time. Once they reached the top of a turret, Kavik asked Yangchen about how much more heroic and inspiring she seemed around the Air Nomads. Yangchen reminisced about her actions about Tianhai-Shi and explained how seeing people suffering made her determined to learn the arts of politics and intrigue so she could use such tactics to help others. She also saw Kavik try to fight off Pick and Pack when they arrived, mad at her for leaving them in the care of the temple for so long. That night, Yangchen practiced her bending with frustration on the airball court, unwilling to let go of her defeats. Making her way to Jonduri, Yangchen dropped off Kavik to be picked up by Taiyagum so he could enter the city undiscovered. She continued into the city with a formal delegation from the Northern Air Temple, leaving her animal companions with Bunk Samten. When Yangchen met with Zongdu Chai-Si, she was introduced to the works of Guru Shoken among the opening pleasantries. The Avatar was told that the Zongdu would commit to implementing charitable policies in Jonduri, though after she failed to answer how long it would take, Yangchen realized that she would not stay true to her word. Disgusted by Chai-Si's allusions to making her rivals disappear, Yangchen was next alerted to an urgent situation with the Sawan on Mainka Island. The Avatar had no choice but to make a diversion from her investigations, flying to Mainka and expressing her fury to the Sawan for having broken their agreement with the spirits. After learning that their children had been cursed to never wake from their sleep, she ventured toward a cavern on the island, noting the damage the branch houses had been doing to the environment. When she met the dark phoenix eel spirits, a tendril approached her during a struggle, giving her a vision of Jetsun trapped in a howling mist. Desperate to resolve the situation, she begged the spirits to renegotiate by claiming she could exact a more lasting toll on the Sawan than a loss that would burn out in a generation. She returned to the Sawan Manor, learning that 3 days had passed in the physical world. She then delivered the new agreement where Sawan would not regrow their hair for 50 years and take on many taboos and quirks that would ruin their reputation and incomes. While the Sawan heir Lohi was furious, Yangchen encouraged him to look to the future where the Sawan could prosper again one day. She returned to Junduri as soon as possible after reading a letter from Chai Si, learning that the Zongdu had supposedly caught the Avatar's spy. Yangchen returned to the city to meet up with Kavik at Taeyagam and Akudan's inn. After she learned that Sidao and Q had been killed by Chai Si's association, she was frozen in shock to learn that she had indirectly caused their deaths, running off in a panic. Kavik found her by the loudest beach in Junduri, and she considered pulling out of the mission, but Kavik encouraged her to press on. She performed a morning lament for Sidao and said words of remembrance for Q before they left. Kavik then prepared to take on a job raiding a key warehouse in Junduri, and Yangchen helped him prepare, as they believed that a logbook was there that held details on UnNamed. She helped brief him on the situation in the city and his plan inside the warehouse, and gave him Nujian's bison whistle so she could extract him from the mission if needed. When Kavik returned, he told Yangchen that they had been wrong about the warehouse, and that UnNamed was still on a ship called the Sunbeam, due to take the project from Port Tugak to Junduri. Leaving Akudan and Taeyagam to look out for warehouse workers under threat from Chai Si, and leaving Kavik to stay with his cover at the association, she left for Port Tugak, ready to put an end to UnNamed. She made her way to Shimsam Big Island without sleeping after she had a nightmare about Jetsun. Although she was very hungry and desperate for food and rest, she got Nujian to land further away from the city before using earthbending and airbending to create enough of a distraction that she could slip by the gate into the Port Tugak. As she tried to get to the docks, she realized she was being tailed and was being sent east, but she used earthbending to defeat 2 of them and then took down a third with airbending, exposing to him that she was the Avatar. As she now had captives, she realized that she had to get them somewhere secure and decided to appeal to the Order of the White Lotus, sledging the bodies with earthbending to a place she knew the order would be. She repeated the recognition codes she had learned from a past life to a confused man who said that he would find a higher ranking Lotus. After taking a nap and having some stew, she was introduced to Mama, who knew she did not personally know the codes. When Mama began to criticize Yangchen for being too proactive, Yangchen deduced that the White Lotus must have been investigating something important and offered an information trade. Mama told her to stop and think about what avatar she should be, pointing out that she could illuminate people with the truth rather than deceiving them, but accidentally revealed that she knew about Yangchen's strong connections to her past lives. Yangchen was deeply upset when she realized that the White Lotus must have had a contact in the Western Air Temple, her own home. After she calmed down, she told Mama that she had tried to seek out the advice of her past lives and that none of them wished that they had been any more passive in trying to solve problems. She then managed to learn that Mama was investigating bright lights and noise, and hoping that she would not regret it, told her everything she knew about UnNamed. Mama was surprised, but told her that she had not seen any records of a sunbeam docking in the city within the past 2 months. Energized by having eaten, Yangchen asked to be taken to the site of a supposed spiritual activity, landing on a large hill inland. Yangchen sensed no spirits, but Mama noted that there were uneven depressions in the environment. Yangchen entered the Avatar state to clear a large amount of snow from the area so they could investigate. Mama noted that the depressions were evenly spaced out like a grid for a target range, though Yangchen knew of no machine or regular bending that could cause such damage. Yangchen concluded that she and Kavik had simply been wrong about the sunbeam and sped back to Junduri. As she approached, Nujian beelined to a meadow where Kavik's partner, Jujinta, was meditating and blowing on the whistle that Kavik had given him. Though Kavik was gone, she took Taeyagam, Akudan, and Jujinta along with her to Bin Er for their protection and the extra help. Conferring with Kavik in Boma's inn, the rest of Yangchen's allies learned that UnNamed was actually a trio of 3 firebenders with an extraordinary ability, later called combustion bending, that were being used as human weapons and as leverage against the Earth King. They were able to tail the 3 combustion benders just before their display of power began, with Thapa firing a warning shot toward the Earth Kingdom army, and Xiaoyun and Yingsu intimidating the residents of the city. They first executed a smooth raid of Xiaoyun's position, with Yangchen using her airbending to remove the air from the room and render him unconscious. After Taeyagam and Akudan dragged him away, they repeated the process for Thapa just before he was about to shoot a devastating explosion toward the Water Tribe quarter, and were able to apprehend both the combustion combustion bender and Zongdu Henshe himself. The raid on Yingsu, however, was more challenging, as she realized that something had happened to her fellow benders and fell back to the gathering hall as a fallback location. Kavik was forced to follow her, but he entered Yingsu's line of sight. Yangchen thought Kavik was going to die, and Jujinta said that he could shoot an arrow at her, but there were too many places she could be. Yangchen took the risk of launching herself at Yingsu and bellowing at her, commanding her to stand down, staying out of the avatar state in case she died. While Yingsu fired an explosion in the avatar's direction, she was able to save herself with her airbender-powered speed, and ran to the gathering hall. Instead of removing the air from the room, she realized she had a choice to not act with full force, and instead began to heal Yingsu with waterbending, realizing that she would have died otherwise. By accepting the avatar's mercy, her opponent had surrendered, and the last member of Unanimity was apprehended. After the incident, the Shang stayed out of sight, and monks from the Northern Air Temple arrived to provide alms and blessings. However, she received and read a letter that Kavik had sent while believing she was still in Port Tugok, confessing that he had betrayed her on behalf of his brother, Kalyan, by lying to her about the location of the sunbeam. When she met with Kavik, she told him that a part of her truly believed his confession, but that she could no longer trust him. She deemed that he was no longer her companion, though stated that he could still be an asset with all the ways he was connected and everything he knew. Yangchen soon left Bin-Er for Ba Sing Se, where she met with Earth King Feishan, with both disguised while meeting in a wine shop in the Middle Ring. With the Earth King having heard reports of fireballs in the sky, she told him that the city had fallen out of balance due to its greed. Taking a risk, she blamed the Earth King for his mismanagement of the situation after he complained about losing face and revenue, and then asked to take on the administration of the city to ease the burden of its residents while increasing the king's revenue. This was granted after she lied that Avatar Sito would be able to make all the calls, and that her own involvement would be minimal. The Earth King did raise that he had received cryptic messages from Henshe before the incident, and threatened that he may do something terrible if he learned that it was a man who caused what had happened, but still toasted to a brighter future with Yangchen. Following the meeting with Feishan, Yangchen returned to the Northern Air Temple, where the combustion benders had been confined to hamlets that were inaccessible without a flying mount, and Henshe confined to a room in the temple. Thapa refused to give up any more information, and Henshe only offered a lead which she already knew about, the role of Kalyan as his plant within Chaisi's organization. After talking with Thapa, Yangchen was met by Abbot Sonam, who expressed disappointment in her for having made jailers of the monks, warning her that they would no longer be air nomads if they got a taste for holding domination over other human beings. Retreating to the Avatar's quarters, Yangchen pondered what it would be like to retreat from the world and become a figurehead, giving her enough time to find Jetsun. However, Sonam arrived and told her that the woman she had healed had found her son, which reminded Yangchen of her duty to save others and how she never gave up on people. She promised to visit the woman and her son the following day. Sometime after her conversation with Sonam, Yangchen was forced to hide Taeyagam, Akudan, and Jujinta by setting them up with new lives within the village near the Northern Air Temple. Several months following the battle with the combustion benders, Yangchen fell asleep within a room of Bin-Er's gathering hall that she had commandeered for her office. While asleep, she had a dream in which she and Jetsun were playing keep away with an airball. Aware of her sister's ability to read her tells, Yangchen closed her eyes and swung blindly, making it impossible for Jetsun to anticipate her motions. She felt herself grab something, but instead of the airball, she found herself holding a pulsing light, which she judged to be her sister's spirit. Attempting to return it, Yangchen approached Jetsun, but the older nun drifted away before being ensnared by tendrils of mist, at which point Yangchen woke up. After being told by Boma that she was late for a planned meeting with both the Shangs and Inspector Gu, an official from Ba Sing Se assigned to the city following the supposed spiritual disturbance, Yangchen met the two parties within the main room of the building. Beginning the meeting, Yangchen detailed the need for 4 new wells to be built in the city, only for Tein and Nohe to reply that the Shang's finances were currently too stretched to justify the expense, owing largely to a large amount of funds being tied up in arrangements and loans made with the absent Henshe. In response, Yangchen ordered Tein to give her his hat, before ordering Nohe to hand over her earrings, with Tein quickly deducing that Yangchen intended to have the Shangs sell their possessions to pay for the wells. To keep Gu from catching on to the agreement she had made with the Shangs, who were playing along with her ruse of a spiritual disturbance in order to avoid the Earth King's wrath, Yangchen agreed to sell off her glider staff, with the city's merchants quickly rushing forward to make their own contributions. Yangchen talked with Gu following the meeting's conclusion. The inspector remarked that she would likely have her glider staff purchased and returned to her by someone seeking the Avatar's favor, but Yangchen insisted that she would do without it, not wanting to undermine her message that the powerful could make do with less. She then left the meeting hall to be greeted by a massive crowd of people, all of them grateful for everything she had done for the city. The sight made her feel trapped, knowing as she did that her accomplishments were built on lies that could be found out any day now, and that Bin-Er was growing too fast for her to manage. Following the meeting in Bin-Er, Yangchen traveled to Agna-Kela, the capital city of the Northern Water Tribe, to meet with Chief Oyaluk. Once they were alone, Oyaluk commented on her apparent favoritism towards the Earth King, claiming that her focus on Bin-Er was generating money for a man wholly unsuited to be head of a state. Yangchen replied that she was merely trying to contain the damage Oyaluk and Fire Lord Ganryu had done with the Platinum Affair, to which Oyaluk assured her that he still regretted his role in, and that he had only funded General Nong because he thought he would have made for a better Earth King than Fei Shan. He also revealed that his most senior advisors had inspired him to do so over a game of Pai Shou, having told him that Ganryu was doing the same and that Nong would have more success if backed by both heads of state. Noticing the involvement of Pai Shou, and having previously heard a similar story from Ganryu, Yangchen concluded that the White Lotus was ultimately responsible for the Platinum Affair, further increasing her enmity towards the organization. Putting her feelings toward the White Lotus aside for the moment, Yangchen told Oyaluk that he could make amends for his mistakes at the upcoming convention in Taku, one of the regular yearly conferences between the Zongdus of the Shang cities. Since the Earth King, Fire Lord, and Chief of the Water Tribes would be in Taku to formally renew the terms by which the Zongdus and Shangs operated, the only time they could interact face to face following the Platinum Affair, Oyaluk would have an opportunity to formally reconcile with the Earth King, and Yangchen hoped that such a thing would end the Platinum Affair, and thus the need for Shang, Zongdus, and the ills associated with them. Oyaluk replied that the convocations were merely formalities, and that the Earth King had no respect for him during the last one, but Yangchen reminded him that she was making Fei Shan richer and thus happier. Nevertheless, Oyaluk warned her that her plan would not work, as Fei Shan had come to suspect that his fellow world leaders were responsible for the events in Bin-Er, a revelation that left Yangchen reeling. As Yangchen struggled to maintain her composure, having deduced that Fei Shan had learned about unanimity through the White Lotus, she insisted that the incident in Bin-Er was the Earth King's doing. Oyaluk replied that regardless of whether or not his suspicions were correct, Fei Shan was readying his troops to go to war, and the Water Tribe would have to do the same. Yangchen claimed he would be dragging his people into a senseless conflict, but Oyaluk snapped that unlike the Air Nomads, his people could not simply fly away to avoid trouble. He assured her that he would attend the upcoming convocation in peace, but only to avoid alerting Fei Shan to his intentions, insisting that preparing for war was his only rational option, and that Ganryu would no doubt do the same. Sensing that she'd be unable to persuade Oyaluk, Yangchen made to depart, but before she could leave, the chief asked after Akudan, the man being his cousin. Yangchen assured him that Akudan was well, and Oyaluk insisted that he could not have gotten involved following his capture, since it could have led to Akudan being revealed to be a relation of Oyaluk's, thus making him far more vulnerable as a hostage. Aware that Oyaluk wanted to know if his cousin had forgiven him, but unable to speak for her friend, Yangchen replied that he did the rational thing. Following the meeting with Oyaluk, Yangchen traveled to the Spirit Oasis in order to try and find Jetsun. Attempting not to dwell on her thoughts, she began meditation in order to enter the spirit world, but was unable to shake her frustrations on how badly things had gone, on top of the fact that the four nations were once again racing toward war in spite of everything the past avatars had done for them. As she stewed on the idea that the world should be allowed to suffer for its mistakes, Yangchen ended up casting her physical body into the spirit world, finding herself close to a canyon filled with fog. Entering into the canyon, she soon found herself surrounded and accosted by the maddened victims of the fog of lost souls, all trapped in the worst moments of their lives. She identified the scene as the same one the Phoenix Eels had shown her on Ma'inka Island, and the fog as a malevolent spirit, before the fog attempted to consume her, forcing her to try and run. With her last thoughts prior to blacking out, she begged for help from her past lives and woke up to find herself back in the Spirit Oasis with Kavik and Ayunarak nearby. After the scene at the Oasis, Yangchen, Kavik, and Ayunarak gathered in a safe house near one of the branch canals of Agna-Kela. Yangchen explained to Kavik about the fog, guessing that it had spat her out after finding the regrets of all past avatars far too much to consume. She told him that she'd been looking for someone trapped within, but did not mention her sister's identity, causing Ayunarak to ask whether her mission had been worth the risk to her life. Biting down on her retort, Yangchen commented on Kavik's involvement with Ayunarak, correctly deducing that he had joined the White Lotus. Kavik replied that he had no choice. Oyaluk's thin claws had been hunting for him following the unanimity incident, and he had still needed help getting his family out of Bin-Er. He also admitted that he had passed along his information about unanimity to the White Lotus in exchange for them agreeing to protect his family, with Yangchen admitting that she could not blame him for doing so, as she too had once thought the White Lotus could be trusted with her secrets. She brought up her deduction that the White Lotus had deliberately arranged for Fei Shan to learn about unanimity, but Ayunarak denied such a thing, insisting that the Avatar had no proof to support this claim, and the White Lotus was a neutral party in regard to the four nations. Yangchen retorted that this meant the White Lotus was either corrupt or incompetent, to which Ayunarak assured her that the matter would be investigated. With matters apparently concluded, Yangchen coldly thanked the other two for saving her life before announcing her intention to leave in order to try and find a solution to the problems caused by unanimity, insinuating that Kavik was responsible for most of them. Kavik urged her to let them speak to her further, with Ayunarak telling her to take him back as an Avatar's companion. She claimed to be offering a trade. In return for one of their own being allowed to travel alongside Yangchen, the White Lotus would help fulfill her goal of bringing an end to the Platinum Affair and the strife it had caused across the 4 nations. Yangchen retorted that ending the Platinum Affair was no longer her goal, and that right now she would be lucky to have a collection of ruined and divided cities left over once things came to an end. Ayunarak insisted that their 2 factions could still work together to ensure peace, but Yangchen was skeptical of the White Lotus's ability to influence the world, recalling how it had caused the Platinum Affair in the first place. Sensing that Ayunarak's methods were not working, Kavik convinced her and Yangchen to let him speak with the Avatar in private, claiming that he just wanted to catch up with her. Once Ayunarak had left the room, leaving Kavik and Yangchen alone for the first time in 6 months, Kavik apologized for allowing the combustion benders to escape before, as well as sneaking up on her in the oasis, before admitting that the White Lotus intended to have him spy on her for them, a fact Yangchen had already deduced for herself. Kavik questioned whether it was really so bad to have someone helping her, citing the incident at the Spirit Oasis, but Yangchen, in a mockery of Kavik, replied that she valued her freedom. Deciding to drop the matter, Kavik asked about Taeyagam, Akudan, and Chujinta, with Yangchen assuring him that the 3 of them were okay, but that they were all having to lie low thanks to Kavik's betrayal, with Taeyagam and Akudan in particular being forced to abandon the lives they had built in Jonduri. Kavik argued that Taeyagam, Akudan, and Chujinta deserved a chance to call him out on what he had done, dismissing Yangchen's offer to give him a blessing of forgiveness on their behalf. Before Yangchen could reply, Ayunarak re-entered the hideout, having narrowly avoided a guard patrol. She insisted that Yangchen needed the influence of the White Lotus to mediate the brewing conflict, before revealing that she did not have a means of extracting Kavik from Agnakella, forcing the Avatar to smuggle him out herself in order to keep him and his knowledge about unanimity away from Oyoluk's grasp. Yangchen realized that Ayunarak had deliberately arranged things this way to make sure that she and Kavik would leave Agnakella together, after listening to Kavik react with indignation at being smuggled into a hostile location without an escape route. Yangchen angrily remarked on a saying in Pai Shou and generalship that encouraged a side to make a deliberate bad move in order to force the hands of enemies and allies. With little other choice, she silently accepted Ayunarak's terms. Yangchen smuggled Kavik out of the city by rolling him up in a carpet gifted to her by Oyoluk, alongside several other items. Once they had flown out, Kavik attempted to engage Yangchen and banter about being able to meet famous people, but the Avatar made it clear that she was only tolerating his presence, and he could not simply go back to how things had once been. She then asked about Kalyan, reminding Kavik of his betrayal in the process, but Kavik admitted that he did not know his brother's status or location. He then told her that Ayunarak had agreed to help search for Kalyan, to which Yangchen warned him that he would likely not receive that help until the next era, claiming that if nothing else, the White Lotus was good at waiting. Yangchen flew toward the Northern Air Temple to drop off Oyoluk's gifts, which would be sold to support the village and hospital. As night fell and she became increasingly tired, Kavik convinced her to land Nujian and rest. Shortly after they set up camp and ate, Yangchen slipped into the life of Avatar Gun, and lamented to Misose how humanity had always squandered her help while resenting her for not doing more, before questioning why they'd been blessed with an avatar. Misose, or rather Kavik, posing as Misose to try and keep her calm, admitted he could not answer her question before urging her to believe humanity was nevertheless worthy of a protector. This answer failed to satisfy Yangchen's past life, who went into mad laughter over the notion that she was expected to have blind faith in humanity being able to change, prompting a fearful Kavik to bend a mass of water onto the camp stove, shocking the Avatar out of her trance with the sound of hissing steam. Upon confirming he'd been told about her condition, Yangchen asked Kavik what she had done in her trance, with Kavik claiming that she had been complaining to a judge about a competition she'd taken part in. He then helped her into her tent, whereupon she fell asleep. The pair resumed their travels the next morning. As they approached the Northern Air Temple, Kavik spotted the village he and Yangchen had traveled to on their last visit. He commented on how it had expanded since they were last there, but Yangchen revealed that it was gradually becoming too overpopulated to sustain itself on the surrounding land. She then used airbending to launch him out of Nujian's saddle and into some bushes, not wanting him to be seen by the villagers who had assembled to greet her as she landed, before being joined in the air by Mingyur and his flying bison Feng Bao. After Mingyur noticed her missing glider, Yangchen lied and claimed it was buried under Oyoluk's gifts, prompting Mingyur to advise her to keep it close at all times, as he did for the monks standing guard over the 3 combustion benders. This caused Yangchen to feel a fresh wave of guilt as she thought about how her role in bringing the combustion benders to the temple had allowed such a way of thinking to take root among her people. Pulling Nujian away from Feng Bao, Yangchen landed and dismounted upon a small grassy slope where the village's people were gathered. She began to make a speech, before being interrupted by a pair of explosions that made her realize that at least one of the combustion benders had gotten loose, with the second blast causing a rock slide that threatened to wipe out the village. Acting on instinct, Yangchen used her earthbending to hold the rock slide back, but soon realized that she would need the power of the Avatar state to stop it completely, or the weight of it would kill her. However, she was unable to access the Avatar state in her current position since the release of explosive energy that came with it would cause damage of its own. She was saved from the dilemma by the appearance of Nujian and other Air Nomads, who lent their efforts to keeping back the rock slide and allowing her to break away to access her complete power. Entering the Avatar state and flying with the aid of a sphere of air, Yangchen effortlessly forced the rock slide back and compressed it into a solid part of the mountain. Afterward, she considered how powerless other humans were compared to her and contemplated remaining in the Avatar state indefinitely, before another explosion caused her to panic and lose control of it as she considered the danger to nearby people. With the air sphere disappearing, she landed upon Nujian's saddle and ordered Mingyur to gather all of the other Air Nomads to evacuate the townspeople while she dealt with the combustion benders. Once Mingyur had left to carry out her orders, she gathered up Taeyagam, Akudan, Jujinta, and Kavik, and tasked the former two with informing Sonam of what was happening and setting up a perimeter, before sending Jujinta and Kavik to check the room in which she had imprisoned Henshe. With her allies dispatched, Yangchen flew Nujian towards the hut where she'd been keeping Yingsu, only to see the combustion bender hiding behind a large outcrop while keeping one of the guards in a chokehold, with the other guards laying nearby on the ground. Enraged by the sight, Yangchen vaulted off Nujian's saddle and charged through the sky at the combustion bender, but halted her attack when she saw Yingsu gesture for quiet from the prone guards, slamming into the mountainside nearby. An explosion went off close by moments later, but Yangchen was able to hold it back with her airbending, and Yingsu revealed that Thapa was trying to kill her from the other side of the valley. Deciding not to question how such a situation had come about, Yangchen attempted to whistle for Nujian in order to evacuate the group, but Yingsu stopped her, warning her that she'd only be providing Thapa with a big target. Instead, Yangchen earthbent 2 large stone discs from the mountain and sent them rolling in different directions, as a mean of forcing Thapa to let one of them go unharmed, with the monks taking cover behind one of them and she and Yingsu using the other. Thapa chose to destroy the stone being used by Yangchen and Yingsu, but the 2 women managed to hide within a shallow ditch, while Yingsu's guards were able to escape on Nujian. Having been foiled, Thapa began blasting at the part of the mountain where Yangchen had put a halt to the rock slide, seemingly assuming his targets were hidden there before eventually halting his attack. With things going silent, Yangchen and Yingsu, unable to move from the ditch without being seen, talked about how the latter had previously attempted to kill the former, before Yangchen asked Yingsu why she believed it was that Thapa was trying to kill them. Yingsu cited the blast pattern as well as Thapa's own duplicitous nature, prompting Yangchen to laugh at the irony of how UnName's members had turned on each other. As the conversation continued, Yingsu, no longer so concerned with safeguarding the honor of her masters, admitted that before Kalyan had them shipped to Henshe in Bin-Er, the plan had always been to deploy UnNamity within Taku during the date of the convocation. This caused Yangchen to realize that Chaisi was planning to use the 3 combustion benders to assassinate the rulers of the 4 nations. Thapa then fired off another blast nearby, causing Yingsu to ask Yangchen which of the 2 would deal with him. Yangchen guessed that Yingsu wanted her to use the same means she had used to subdue Thapa back in Bin-Er, unaware of its limits due to not experiencing it herself. In lieu of explaining this to the combustion bender, Yangchen claimed she needed to take Thapa alive, but Yingsu replied that she only needed to be able to question one of them, and that other prisoners would only be complications, as demonstrated by the situation. She offered to kill Thapa if Yangchen elevated her to a position in which she could get a clear shot, but Yangchen hesitated, causing Yingsu to warn her that hesitation got people killed. Yangchen made no response, and the 2 women saw Mingyur flying toward them to aid his sister. As Yangchen tried to get him to turn back, Yingsu urged her to let the monks serve as a decoy for Thapa and buy them a chance to survive, or else the combustion bender would kill all 3 of them. Instead, Yangchen launched herself into the air and toward Mingyur, quickly concluding that she'd be unable to reach him in time, and would also allow Thapa to pinpoint where Yingsu was hidden. Indeed, Thapa fired off a blast that would have killed all 3 of his targets, but Yangchen was able to use her airbending to create an airless void around the explosion and suppress it. Mingyur was caught in the void, causing him to suffocate and then get battered by the sudden rush of air filling the empty space, but in any event, he was still alive. Yangchen brought Mingyur to the hospital, where she and Kavik were able to save his life, while the bodies of Xiaoyun and Yingsu were taken to the hospital's morgue. While treating Mingyur, Kavik told her that Henshe had been found murdered by Kalyan, causing Yangchen to remark that she should have recruited him instead of his younger brother. Moments later, the village captain and a group of other locals came up to Yangchen and demanded to know what had happened to the gifts Oyaluk had given her, having intended to use them to fund the village's expansion. As Kavik tried to keep the captain away from her, Yangchen replied that she had been forced to cut the gifts loose while continuing to treat her patient. The captain continued to protest, to which Yangchen responded by using airbending to launch him out of the hospital, forcing Kavik to catch him using his own bending and a refuse pile. Yangchen later confirmed that Thapa had escaped the temple by getting a coded letter delivered to Jonduri, which she suspected suspected had enabled Chai-Si to deliver his location and arrange his rescue. At some point soon after, she gathered her team in a ceremonial chamber of the temple to be debriefed, where she assured them that Mingyur would survive, though he would likely remain permanently deaf as a result of his injuries, and that they could continue to conceal the truth about unanimity from the villagers. She then told them about Thappa's escape and betrayal of his fellow combustion benders, deducing that he had done the latter to make himself the last of their kind and thus drive up his own value, before having Kavik explain his theory that Kalyan had murdered Henshe, guessing that he had switched his loyalty to Chai-Si and thus silenced a figure who could have testified about her involvement with unanimity. Yangchen then told her team about Chai-Si's plan to use unanimity within Taku, and how she'd be able to enact that plan now that Thappa was free. She stated that the 5 of them, being the only ones she could trust who knew what he looked like, would have to go to Taku themselves and deal with Thappa. Jinpa asked about having the Air Nomads who had guarded Thappa accompany them, since Taku was much larger than Bin-Er, and they had only been able to find the combustion benders in the first place because of Kavik's help. But Yangchen only responded that they were unlikely to get any further aid from the Northern Air Temple. Yangchen then dismissed everyone except Kavik from the chamber before asking him if he'd had enough failures on her part to report to the White Lotus and vindicate Ayunarak's opinion on her. Kavik replied that Ayunarak should look at her own work before grading Yangchen's, and that his own opinion was of no worth under the current circumstances, before reminding Yangchen that the White Lotus had also tasked him with helping her, momentarily surprising her. Before she could reply, Sonam entered the room and requested that Yangchen gather 4 non-existent objects after leaving, thereby signifying that she was banished from the Northern Air Temple. Accepting her punishment, Yangchen swore not to return until she had the objects in question. Kavik became outraged and urged her to defy the order once Sonam had left, but Yangchen refused, not wanting to undermine the abbot's authority, and also wanting to be held accountable for her actions. She claimed that if she could not be an airbender when it came to her actions, she could at least be one when it came to the consequences of them. Following the scene at the temple, Yangchen met with Yingsu in a nearby mountain cave. They briefly discussed Mingyur's health and Thappa's betrayal before Yangchen told Yingsu that the world now thought her dead, and that she would not correct them as long as the combustion bender avoided causing any further trouble with her ability, reminding her that many dangerous people would try to hunt her down over it. She also offered to set up Yingsu with a new life as she had done for her own friends, but in exchange Yingsu would have to tell her how many other combustion benders there were in the world. Yingsu replied that she did not know for certain, as while she, Thappa, and Xiaoyun had trained with other firebenders on an island, the 3 of them were the first to complete their training and leave, though she offered to pinpoint the location of the island so that Yangchen could search it herself. Yingsu then expressed concern that if Yangchen went to the island, it could serve as an indication that one of the supposedly dead combustion benders was still alive. Silently remarking on Chai-Si's failure to take advantage of Yingsu's smarts, Yangchen considered tricking her team into taking part in a fake mission that she could use as her source of information on the island, which would also have the advantage of misleading Chai-Si and Zongdu Iwashi, the ruler of Taku. She noted that this would mean her lying to her companions and putting them at risk despite all the loyalty they had shown her, but Yingsu reminded her that those same companions had beaten her and the combustion benders, and that they could handle themselves. Deciding not to dwell on the matter for the moment, Yangchen then ordered Yingsu to stand up and attack her with her combustion bending, intending to master the technique she had used against Thappa's blast for when they next encountered each other. At the same time, she also wanted to make sure that her decision to let the 3 combustion benders live would be worth the problems she had to deal with since the events in Bin-Er. Yingsu initially refused, but Yangchen reminded the combustion bender that she had now saved her life twice, and had the power to decide whether or not she could live in peace. Yingsu then pointed out that she could simply kill Yangchen with her ability, but Yangchen replied that if she did, Nujian would flee with all her supplies, leaving Yingsu stranded in the mountains with no hope of survival. With that, the combustion bender capitulated, and the 2 women headed to a flatter part of the mountain to begin training. Yangchen spent 4 days training with Yingsu, keeping the rest of her team in the dark about her activities. Near the end of this period, she asked Kavik to get the White Lotus's help in keeping the world leaders away from Taku, but the White Lotus were hesitant to lend such aid, wanting to see Thappa deployed in the city so they could acquire him and his power for themselves. Jinpa observed Kavik sneaking away to relay Yangchen's request, but did not understand what he was doing, and Yangchen told him to drop the matter once he reported it to her. Once Yangchen and her team were ready, they flew on Nujian to Taku, where Yangchen would be representing Bin-Er at the convocation. Though provided with a mansion at which to stay, the team instead secretly took up residence in a safe house, with monks who had traveled with them from the Northern Air Temple screening them from observers as a last favor from Sonam. Shortly after arriving in the safe house, the 5 of them heard the Great Gong of Taku, and Yangchen explained to the others that it was the city's means of indicating the time. The night before the start of the convocation, Yangchen gathered her team within the safe house to work out their plan. She had determined that there was no way for the 5 of them to find Thappa before the world leaders arrived, since not only was Taku larger than Bin-Er and unfamiliar to them, but the convocation meant that there was now a high number of fighters in the city due to the merchants' needs for additional security, meaning a man of Thappa's size would no longer stand out from the crowd. With world leaders unable to be swayed from coming to Taku, Jujinta correctly guessed that Yangchen therefore intended to go on the offensive against Chai-Si, with the Avatar explaining that she needed to steal records from Iwashi in order to narrow down the area they would need to search. Drinking a highly energizing tea used by visitors to the Spirit Oasis, she told her team that she expected Chai-Si to use Iwashi as an unwitting intermediary for her preparations, since his influence as Zongdu meant that he could make any arrangement she might need. At the same time, he would also be a much easier target for them to rob than the Zongdu of Jonduri. Continuing her explanation, Yangchen, who had been planning to target all the Shang cities and their Zongdus prior to getting help in Bin-Er, informed the others that sailing was one of Iwashi's passions, with the Zongdu preferring to sleep and handle his business affairs on board his pleasure ship, the Bliss Eternal. She planned to distract Iwashi with a game of Sparrow Bones, another of his passions, after the convocation adjourned for the day tomorrow, during which time the rest of her team would raid the Bliss Eternal for information. As the best Sparrowbones player of the team, Kavik would participate in the game with her, leaving Taeyagum, Akudan, and Jujinta to hit the ship. With the team's plan worked out, Yangchen and Kavik stealthily returned to Yangchen's official residence for the night, the two of them posing as lovers as they did so. Once back at the mansion, she asked him if he was certain that Chai-Si would not recognize him tomorrow, but Kavik guessed that she wanted to know whether or not Kalyan might have betrayed him by now. He expressed doubt in this, claiming that Kalyan would have nothing to gain from it, and that his older brother would not risk his life the way she would. Yangchen recalled how she had originally coerced Kavik into aiding her before agreeing to get his family out of Bin-Er, and silently regretted disavowing him as an official companion, believing that the two of them would have had an easier time risking his life if he was more than just one of her assets. Kavik then advised her to go to sleep first so that he could talk to her if she slipped into one of her past lives, with Yangchen listening to him work as she fell asleep. The next morning, a maid discovered both Yangchen and Kavik asleep in the same room, though only Yangchen had been using the room's bed. The sight nevertheless reinforced their cover story of being lovers. Once they had eaten, the two of them headed to the council hall of Taku for the convocation, Kavik attending as Master Liu, a fictional grandson of Boma. Yangchen took notice of his discomfort when he saw Chai-Si, figuring that he was not sure about Kalyan keeping his silence as he had been earlier, but Chai-Si showed no sign of recognizing him. As part of her plan, Yangchen and Kavik sought to entice Iwashi into a game of Sparrow Bones while the convocation was in session. Not wanting to be uncertain about whether or not they had succeeded at the end of the day, Yangchen told Kavik to be more aggressive in doing so while making it look natural. Kavik argued that these were completely opposite cues, but Yangchen demonstrated otherwise by blowing into his ear, seemingly flirting with him and embarrassing him in front of the other attendants. Kavik then spoke up a few moments later to remind Zongdu Ashuna of some calculations he had lost track of during the discussions, having kept track of them in his head, while also using a Sparrow Bones term to draw Iwashi's attention. Just as they had hoped, Iwashi invited the two of them to a private Sparrow Bones game after the convocation finished for the day, with Chai-Si selected as the fourth player. Prior to the game, Iwashi led Yangchen, Kavik, and Chai-Si through an art gallery he had set up within the hall. As they walked together, Chai-Si congratulated Yangchen on bringing the Bin-Er Shangs under her control, remarking that they now seemed to fear her, with Yangchen replying that people were capable of great change, and that the common good rewarded those who tended to it properly. Chai-Si prepared to give a rebuttal, but was distracted when she saw that one of the gallery's paintings was a forgery, engaging with banter with Iwashi over it as Yangchen observed the two Zongdus with distaste. Iwashi led the group to a private parlor, where Yangchen was disgusted to see that the room's pie show table had been carved from the heart of an ancient purple rosewood tree from the foggy swamp. Seeing the results of such destruction done for vanity's sake nearly sent her into a rage, but Kavik chose that moment to bump into her, allowing her to pull herself back and calm down. The four players took their seats around the table. As Iwashi proposed setting the stakes at 1 ingot of silver per point, Yangchen became hesitant to continue the game due to how she would be gambling with Bin-Er's funds, but Iwashi argued that it would be no different than what they'd been doing during the convocation, risking public funds on ventures that they hoped to profit from. As an extra incentive, he offered up the greatest treasure of his collection as a bonus prize, with the treasure in question turning out to be Yangchen's glider staff. Despite the sentimental value it held for her, Yangchen remained reluctant to participate, until Kavik indicated that the Bliss Eternal was docked within view of the parlor. With this reminder that Iwashi's attention had to be kept away from his beloved ship for her plan to work, Yangchen agreed to play, confident that she and Kavik could work together to keep the game even. As the game got underway, Chai-Si revealed that she had heard that the Sawan clan was getting ready for war in the far future, with Iwashi able to confirm as such due to selling them stone for their Ma-Inca fortresses. Yangchen became incensed that the Sawan were continuing to scheme for power and influence in spite of everything she had done to save them from the consequences of their past attempts to do so, and so Chai-Si apologized for not advising her to leave the clan to its fate back in Jonduri, claiming that lessons could only truly be learned through pain. Iwashi remarked that it was typical of new leaders to place too much faith in humanity, telling the group how he had once been as idealistic as Yangchen until he learned firsthand that however much good he did for people, he would be judged and then denigrated by those eager to cozy up to his successor. Yangchen claimed Iwashi had simply feared future criticism, but the Zongdu remained unswayed, arguing that the source of all the world's problems lay deep within humanity itself. Yangchen stated that he would always be wrong, but Iwashi noticed one of her little fingers twitching as she spoke, claiming it to mean that part of her agreed with him. Inexplicably, Iwashi cleaned out the entire table on his first turn with the highest scoring hand the game allowed, depriving Yangchen and Kavik of any opportunity to draw out the proceedings. The Zongdu of Taku offered to continue the game, however, but with no limits on stakes, with Yangchen and Kavik having little choice but to agree in order to continue drawing his focus. The pair soon found themselves losing large amounts of money that could have been invested in Bin-Er and the lives of its people to Iwashi, and at one point Yangchen wanted to give up the mission but hesitated, and Kavik took advantage of her silence to agree to continue playing, causing Yangchen to consider how well Yingsu's warning that hesitation would get people killed applied to her current situation. Iwashi continued to rack up winning combinations, particularly against Kavik, until the young man asked for a break and let Yangchen follow him back into the art gallery. Once they were alone, Kavik revealed that Iwashi was cheating to get his winning combinations, with Yangchen realizing that she had failed to see it herself due to being distracted by the table, the glider, and Chaisi's presence. She argued that they should catch Iwashi in the act of cheating in order to force him to annul their losses, but Kavik claimed that they should raise the stakes as high as they could since getting caught would not bother the Zongdu. After confirming that he was not lying about his belief that he could outplay Iwashi, Yangchen agreed to his plan, and the two of them returned to the table, where Yangchen feigned reluctance to play further until Iwashi, eager to continue tormenting them, offered to pay out gold to their silver. The game resumed, with Kavik using his waterbending to deftly shut down Iwashi's attempts at cheating and carry out his own, unnerving Iwashi as he found himself no longer able to dominate play, with Yangchen also doing her part to irritate him. As the game continued, Yangchen aided Kavik by using her waterbending to heat up the room and facilitate his waterbending, as well as passing tiles to him under the table when necessary, with the pair proceeding to not only recoup their losses, but make a large profit from the game thanks to Iwashi's lopsided bet. The game ultimately ended when Yangchen and Kavik noted that the Bliss Eternal had been set ablaze, the signal that Taegam, Akudan, and Jujinta had completed their part of the mission, causing Iwashi to let out a scream that was almost on par with one of Yangchen's. Once they had returned to the safe house, Yangchen relishing the recovery of her glider, the Avatar and Kavik jubilantly celebrated their victory, with the rest of the team joining them shortly afterwards with ledgers taken from the Bliss Eternal. After Jujinta took issue with the jovial mood, Yangchen grabbed his and Kavik's hands and claimed that they were all a team, but struggled to come up with a reason to why they should work together since she felt that Kavik was acting out of self-interest. She knew Akudan and Taegam would have preferred to stay retired in Jonduri, and she also knew that Jujinta often struggled to keep his emotions in check. In the end, she stated that she should not have to babysit the team on top of everything else, but this only caused her to have to keep Kavik and Jujinta from fighting with each other after the former provoked the latter with a jibe about her words. As Akudan and Taegam egged the two boys on, Yangchen silently prayed that the next avatars would not keep such company. As the pair returned to their official lodgings afterward, Yangchen told Kavik that he needed to get along with Jujinta, but Kavik curtly reminded her that he was not part of the team, causing Yangchen to get angry as she recalled how much she had put this aside during the Sparrowbones game. Driven by her anger at Kavik for not making such a lapse, she coldly told him to give her endorsement of his abilities to Yunarak, to which Kavik retorted that he was always happy to help the next time she nearly ruined a city with her plans. The two of them continued the rest of their journey in a bitter silence until they came to Yangchen's room in the mansion, where she offered to talk things out with him only for the pair to discover Kalian waiting for them in the room. After assuring them that he only wanted to talk to Yangchen and that he had not said anything to Chaisi, Kalian congratulated the pair on bankrupting Iwashi before warning that such tactics would not work on the Zongdu of Jonduri. Citing the deceased Hensha as an example of what happened to people who interfered in Chaisi's business, Kalian advised Yangchen to withdraw from the conflict to let Chaisi win. Yangchen refused and then claimed that Kalian was bluffing when he warned them that Chaisi could have other combustion benders at hand. She then moved forward in preparation to attack Kalian, only for him to reveal that he currently had an agent watching over Feishan, who had personally come to Taku undercover ahead of the convocation's end to investigate the supposed plots against him. If Kalian was not able to watch the mansion, his agent would kill Feishan, with Yangchen realizing that such a thing would provoke the war she had hoped to prevent. Kalian proposed a truce with Yangchen, claiming he could root out her Taku's safe house along with her team if he chose to try and do so. Yangchen asked what he wanted in return, and Kalian replied that she was to stop manipulating his brother for the sake of her schemes, accusing her of taking advantage of Kavik's feelings. Yangchen was silent as she considered this, having refused to consider that Kavik might have been aiding her out of guilt for his previous betrayal until now, and Kalyan claimed that if she was worth anything, her companions would be following her entirely of their own free will. He then left after taunting Kavik, effortlessly slipping past the mansion's servants and then passing by Feishan unseen. Yangchen wanted to go after him with Kavik once he passed Feishan, but a despondent Kavik replied that his brother was too good to be caught without his consent. He then punched at the wall out of frustration, forcing Yangchen to intervene in order to stop him from permanently damaging his hands, while also allowing Kalyan to disappear. As she healed Kavik, she considered whether his actions could be part of a plan to keep her from pursuing Kalyan. Following Kalyan's visit, Yangchen spent the night looking over the materials taken from the Bliss Eternal. At dawn, she learned that Iwashi, still reeling from the events of yesterday, had called for a temporary adjournment of the convocation, and saw it as an opportunity for her to search the island where UnNamed had been created. Calling her team together shortly afterward, she claimed to have discovered that Chaisi had been using Iwashi's ships to ferry essential supplies to a secret location, and this was likely the place where UnNamed had been developed. Taeyagum replied that he had not been able to deduce such a thing from his own look at the notes, but Yangchen put this down to him not being as familiar with Iwashi's use of codenames as she was. She argued that the location was somewhere in Chaisi's territory, and was likely an uncharted island located away from shipping lanes and air nomad flight routes. Kavik expressed skepticism, claiming that even if such a location existed, they would have to leave Taku and search for it manually, but Yangchen replied that she needed to confirm whether or not there were other combustion benders within the world. She proposed to take Kavik and Jujinta with her to look for the island on Nujian, while Taeyagum and Akudan remained in Taku to search for Thapa. The trio began making plans to leave soon after the meeting, Yangchen not wanting to give Kavik an opportunity to pass on information to the White Lotus. Kavik tried to encourage her to take some time to rest, but Yangchen, who by this point was using stimulants to push herself at an unhealthy pace, retorted that enemies in real life did not take turns with each other, and that others had already suffered due to her not taking action. She later watched Jujinta attempt to compete with Kavik for Nujian's affection, and reminded the pair that she could turn the bison against them both with ease to get them to behave. As the trio began their search of the ocean, Yangchen overheard Kavik taunting Jujinta for his lack of wit, and glared at him for it. Kavik then brought up how Jujinta had never spoken to any of them about his home prior to Chanduri, and he and Yangchen encouraged the knife expert to open up about it, Yangchen equating it to dropping a heavy stone into the sea. Jujinta replied that there was no point in talking about his home since he could not return there, a claim which the other two were skeptical about. Yangchen pointed out that time could heal all wounds, but Jujinta, raising his voice at her, retorted that responsibility for past mistakes never faded, and claimed that as the Avatar she had no idea what it was like to be unwelcome anywhere, unaware that she'd been banished from the Northern Air Temple. The trio subsequently continued their search in silence until Nujian noticed a flock of seabirds, indicating the island was nearby. After finding and landing upon the island, Yangchen instructed Nujian to stay on the beach, not wanting to risk exposing him to an attack from a combustion bender. She, Kavik, and Jujinta then headed to a forest upon the island, where they eventually came to a clearing housing an abandoned compound. Investigating the buildings, they discovered the compound to have been capable of housing 100 people. After Kavik balked at the possibility of that many combustion benders existing in the world, Yangchen suggested that they keep searching before coming to such a conclusion. The trio then investigated a larger building that had been dedicated to martial arts training, where they found an old Air Nomad acupuncture map. Yangchen claimed Chaisi should never have been able to obtain such a thing, even when Kavik pointed out the Zongdu's hobby of collecting rare books. The trio then left the building, whereupon Yangchen discovered a footpath that led to a large temple made from cooled lava. Finding an entrance and crawling inside, she and the others discovered a heap of different sized iron rings, as well as a chair in which occupants had been forcefully held. As Kavik retched at the implications of what he was seeing, Yangchen ordered him and Jujinta to leave, before following them out a short time later and using her earthbending to bury the temple. She then uttered a prayer urging the spirits to leave the place alone. With the temple gone, Yangchen and her team followed another trail to a seemingly undisturbed cove. As Jujinta questioned what role such a place could play in UnNamede's development, Yangchen noticed a boy and girl observing them from nearby and called out to them. The boy and girl stepped out of hiding, and Kavik attempted to approach them, but the girl struck him with a blow that disabled his bending before she and the boy ran. Yangchen examined Kavik for injury but failed to find anything, and Kavik told her that he would walk off whatever harm had been done. The trio then followed the pair of children to a grotto where they had evidently resided for a while, discovering them in the process of climbing a rock face in order to escape. Yangchen and Kavik attempted to talk the pair down but were unsuccessful, and Yangchen prepared to reveal herself as the Avatar in order to try and gain their trust. Before she could do so though, Jujinta, who had identified the children as rejects of the island's harsh training program, intimidated them into compliance. The boy and girl, who gave their names as Raite and Hsien, respectively, explained that they and many others had come to the island's compound from the Natsuo Island chain, having joined up with UnNamed due to a lack of available work. Raite remarked that they were likely coming off as rubes, but Yangchen assured them that they had not been any other options when they made their choice. They revealed that the non-benders had been trained to use the technique Hsien had performed on Kavik, while the earthbenders had been grouped and taken somewhere else to the island's volcanic interior, and a randomly selected group had been taken to the island's leeward side to learn herbalism. In both cases, no one from the latter two groups was seen again, and those among the non-benders who failed to keep up with the others disappeared in a similar manner, ostensibly being sent home with less pay. Raite then revealed that several months ago, around the time Henshe had deployed unanimity within Bin-Er, the people in charge of the compound had abandoned it, with the shipping of recruits and supplies to the island coming to an end. By that point, there were only 24 trainees still alive, including Raite and Hsien, and when they realized the island had been abandoned, the other survivors scavenged longboats in an attempt to escape, abandoning the 2 children due to a lack of space, only to be hit by a storm and killed. After hearing the story, Yangchen asked Raite what group he was in and how he'd been trained. Raite told her that he was one of the firebenders, and he led the group to the beach where Yangchen, Kavik, and Jujinta had first landed, where he revealed to Yangchen that he and the others had been chained underwater. Yangchen turned pale at this and used her waterbending to investigate the seabed and confirm the story for herself, retrieving a night abalone as she did so. Raite explained that the goal had been for the firebenders to use the force of their bending to push back against the water that would have otherwise drowned them, with the chains intended to serve as additional motivation. Enraged by what she had learned, Yangchen stormed back onto the beach, prompting Raite to panic and reveal that 3 of the firebenders, Thapa, Xiaoyun, and Yingsu, had departed the island on a ship prior to the compound being abandoned, the only members of the group to do so. With the number of surviving combustion benders confirmed, Yangchen announced her intention to leave the island, before tossing the night abalone to Kavik. Yangchen and the others departed the island on Nujian. After Raite and Hsien fell asleep, Yangchen remarked to Kavik and Jujinta that unanimity had merely been Chaise's biggest success in her goal to create and mass-produce weapons through the sacrifice of others, and resolved to make the Zongdu pay for all she had done. She also expressed a desire to try and return them to her families, before noting that Chaise could potentially attempt to retrieve them, particularly since Raite would be her best shot at attaining another combustion bender if she lost Thapa. She remarked that hiding them until the heat died down would likely be the best move. The group landed on the outskirts of Taku and disembarked from Nujian, whereupon Yangchen assured Hsien that her and her companions would help the 2 children. Raite then asked if she intended to take down Chaise and the people who ran the compounds, with Yangchen confirming this and promising to leave the Zongdu with nothing. In response, Raite attempted to attack her with combustion bending. Having feigned sleep during the journey, he had overheard Yangchen speak of his value to Chaise, and intended to try and integrate himself into the Zongdu's ranks, with Yangchen subsequently becoming an obstacle to his plan. Realizing the danger Yangchen was in, Kavik attempted to tackle her and Hsien to the ground in order to protect them, inadvertently drawing Yangchen's focus away from Raite, while Jujinta drew a knife in a futile attempt to stop the combustion bender. Before Raite could attack, however, Nujian flew in and rammed him, having put himself between the combustion bender and Yangchen and taking the intended blast. Having never mastered the combustion bending technique, Raite died from his attempt to use it, but not before inflicting fatal internal damage to Nujian. When she realized what had happened, Yangchen attempted to use her healing on the bison, but was unable to save him, and was reduced to weeping into his lifeless fur. By now, the end of the convocation was drawing near, at which point Ganryu and Oyoluk would arrive in Taku. A short while after Nujian's death, Yangchen, half-dressed and unkempt in her grief, gathered her team within her sleeping quarters of the safe house, with Kavik the last to arrive. Recalling how Kalyan had advised her to let Chaise win during his visit to her mansion, Yangchen asked Kavik if his brother had convinced him to betray her with these same words back in Janduri, with Kavik unable to answer. Yangchen then stated that Chaise had already won, and that their goal was to now keep Ganryu and Oyoluk from entering the city while the Zongdu of Janduri had control of Thapa. Akudan suggested that they simply warn Ganryu and Oyoluk not to come to Taku, but Yangchen remarked that this would likely cause the world's rulers to return to their home nations and declare war on each other. Taeyagum proposed that Yangchen claim that there was a spiritual disturbance that necessitated the convocation's cancellation, but Yangchen expressed doubt that such a story would stick. With no further ideas forthcoming, she assured her team that none of their suggestions would be rejected, at which point Kavik urged her not to give up, claiming that they so far had only tried to stop Chaise's plans, and suggested that they instead look to attack her. He proposed that he be used to lure Kalyan out of hiding, his older brother being Chaise's top henchman in Taku, at which point he would blackmail the older waterbender into defecting to Yangchen's side by threatening to reveal his past as Henshe's plant to Chaise, a move that would effectively condemn Kalyan to a torturous death. Dismissing everybody except Kavik from the room, Yangchen asked if his plan was intended to aid the White Lotus, but Kavik replied that he intended to keep them uninvolved, claiming that they were more interested in taking control of Thapa than stopping him, and they would likely use Kalyan to train more combustion benders for their own use if they captured him. Yangchen angrily questioned why he was willing to help her now following his previous betrayal, to which Kavik urged her to trust him just like she had when they went up against Iwashi. Yangchen laughed and retorted that they had competed with Iwashi over money, but now they were doing so over the world, while also letting slip that she considered her own mental state at risk, a reveal that mortified her. Kavik replied that Jujinta had told him to balance the books, i.e. atone for his past betrayal, and that doing so was all that mattered. Her resolve broken, Yangchen admitted that she was unable to tell when Kavik was lying, and that she had already made a grave mistake trusting him once before. Nevertheless, she silently agreed to his plan, having no other options available. Yangchen then questioned what they would do if Kalyan refused to cooperate with them in response to their threat. Kavik proposed that Akudan and Taeyagam pretend to torture him in front of Kalyan in order to force his cooperation, reasoning that he was Kalyan's only weakness. Yangchen balked at the idea, claiming that it would be no better than actual torture, to which Kavik replied that she should atone for her involvement in it by spending the rest of her life working to bring balance to the world, and continue to do so after her death. As Yangchen reacted with disbelief, Kavik taunted her by asking if she had other plans for her next life, prompting her to throw her blankets at him and storm out to organize the rest of the team. The morning after she and her team had made their plan, Yangchen returned to the Taku Convocation Hall for the final stage of the discussions, still grieving the loss of her bison. Noticing the absence of Kavik, who had left to locate Kalyan, Ashuna asked what had happened to him, and Yangchen almost forgot to use his alias before claiming he was busy looking over discrepancies in Bin-Er's logbooks. She thought to herself how the moment perfectly encapsulated the lack of mercy the Avatar could expect from others. After Yangchen took her seat at the table with the three Zongdus, Ashuna stated that the day's business would be light as Taku prepared for the arrival of the world leaders. Despite having studied the process herself, Yangchen allowed Chaisi to explain how the security details of the world leaders would enter the city first in order to secure it for their charges, at which point the Avatar knew it would become impossible to run any clandestine operations there. Thus, Chaisi's explanation was essentially a claim that Yangchen had run out of time in which to stop her, and that Nujian's death had ultimately been meaningless. Her mind dulled from all that had happened over the last few days. Yangchen asked if she should walk out the gate and then back through, causing those in the hall to burst out laughing. The sound of the laughter almost caused her to lash out with her bending, before one of Iwashi's attendants alerted her to the presence of Jujinta, who had come to the hall to deliver a message. Reading the message, Yangchen learned that the rest of her team had captured Kalyan and gotten him to reveal that Thapa was to attack the convocation call if he heard the great gong of Taku sound 3 times at an incorrect hour. Once she had read the message, Yangchen incinerated it with her firebending before slumping back into her seat. Taking note of her distressed state, Chaisi claimed that she and the others in the hall had been working themselves too hard and called for a recess, causing Yangchen to think of how her enemy was now her only source of mercy right now. The others in the hall departed, leaving Yangchen and Chaisi alone, at which point the Zongdu asked the Avatar to join her upstairs. The two women returned to the room where they had previously played Sparrow Bones with Kavik and Iwashi, whereupon Chaisi revealed that she had taken some of Iwashi's debts following the game, effectively giving herself control over the Zongdu of Taku. Remembering that Chaisi had officially finished the game without winning or losing anything, Yangchen commented on how she always seemed to come out on top, before claiming the Zongdu was better than her. Chaisi asked her what she was better at, claiming that she and Yangchen were business partners, friends, and equals, to which Yangchen, now frustrated at being unable to speak plainly, asked if the two of them could drop the act. Chaisi, however, simply questioned Yangchen's belief that the two of them were foes, before chiding her for letting herself be convinced that her pride was at stake, claiming that such a thing should never be brought to the table. Yangchen responded by using her airbending to blow open the doors to the balcony. Chaisi was unfazed by this and headed outside, with Yangchen soon following her. Upon the balcony, she observed the city of Taku, taking note of the many places Thapa could be hiding, before Chaisi claimed that she did not think Avatarhood fair. Yangchen initially assumed that Chaisi was referring to the Avatar's ability to bend all 4 elements, but Chaisi explained that she was referring to how people would constantly blame the Avatar for matters like the Platinum Affair, as if they were responsible for every single event in history. Yangchen recognized the seemingly sympathetic remark as an indirect threat of what could happen if Chaisi was defied, and realized the Zongdu was trying to turn her into one of her assets. Continuing the conversation, Chaisi suggested that people would act with more wisdom if the Avatar did not exist to watch over them, but Yangchen replied that she did indeed exist, with Chaisi conceding the point and stating that she therefore had to be accounted for. With that, Chaisi revealed her intent to have Yangchen help her make the office of Zongdu a lifelong and hereditary post, thereby granting her control over Junduri and its trade until her death, while also allowing her son to inherit both afterward. Yangchen asked about the other Shang cities, but Chai-Si replied that she had no interest in ruling them as well, with Yangchen guessing that she intended to control them from behind the scenes, just as she had unofficially taken control of Henshi and Iwashi. She justified her ambition on the basis that she was the Shang system's most competent official, and she would raise her son to be equally capable, and she would be able to provide stability in uncertain times. Considering the proposal, Yangchen conceded that Chai-Si's scheme would allow her to carve out her own domain alongside the existing nations. Chai-Si assured Yangchen that allowing her to ascend in such a matter would not lead to another crisis for the world, and that the both of them could benefit with her as a lifelong Zongdu, rather than have to contend with the uncertainty generated by the current system of rotating Zongdus. Yangchen figured that Chai-Si would use unanimity to further extort her after the convocation, before the Zongdu asked the Avatar to help secure her legacy, suggesting they could work on Yangchen's afterward. Yangchen remarked that providing the requested aid would require her to ignore all of Chai-Si's past crimes, but Chai-Si replied that the past could not be changed, and it was better to focus on the future. After thinking that no one but her and her successors would ever know if she accepted Chai-Si's deal, and that doing so would likely save the most lives, Yangchen told the Zongdu that she thought they could come to a solution. Yangchen went on to face great dangers together with her team of companions. Another of Yangchen's bending masters and friends died while defending her from enemies. Over time, she also became well learned, and studied many different philosophies, including the writings of Gurus Laghima and Shoken. At some point, Yangchen met the leader of the 5th Nation pirate fleet and signed a treaty with him, according to which the corsairs would leave the Earth Kingdom's southern coast in peace. She also made further pacts between humans and spirits, such as in the case of the Heartwalker of Yaoping Mountain. Avatar Yangchen died in 345 BG and was reincarnated as Kuruk of the Northern Water Tribe in accordance with the Avatar cycle. Even though Yangchen had strongly disliked the idea of being treated as some kind of idolized figurehead, she became revered as a holy figure in the Earth Kingdom and among the Air Nomads after her death. People in the Earth Kingdom would even pray to her for protection and luck. Wayside shrines were dedicated to her throughout the Earth Kingdom. The devotion to Yangchen was such that people even prayed to her when facing another avatar, such as Kyoshi. Her compassion toward others became a legend, and she was remembered for this characteristic of hers. In remembrance of her intervention with General Old Iron, the Air Nomads continued to make yearly pilgrimages to the statue of Lady Tianhai, renaming the ritual Yangchen's Festival. The island on which Yangchen had first used waterbending became a holy site to the Air Nomads until it was accidentally destroyed by Avatar Kuruk. Over time, the Air Nomads made at least 2 giant statues of Yangchen, one in the Eastern Air Temple and one in the Western Air Temple. Yangchen's political decisions also had a long-lasting impact. Her devotion to her duty as the Avatar ushered in a prolonged period of peace, as no threats of war occurred for an entire generation after her death. Communication between the nations was also a lot more open and calm after her death than it had been during her youth. The 5th Nation pirates honored her treaty for 3 generations until it was broken by their commander, Tulak, shortly after Kuruk's death. Her political decisions were often analyzed by scholars, who would write treatises on the subject. These were read by Yun, who was initially presumed to be Kuruk's successor. Contrary to popular belief, however, her effect on the world was not wholly positive. When humans and spirits came into conflict with each other, she often sided with the humans, trusting they would respect their end of the bargain to take care of the physical world. While some humans did respect the new treaties, as in the case of Tianhai's city, many others did not. When humans violated the new promises, many spirits turned dark. This led to an abundance of dark spirits in the lifetime of Kuruk. After her death, she regretted that she gave the 4 nations everything they wanted. She acknowledged that no one was entitled to their every desire, and in order to live in true balance, humans must know when not to take everything from the world and from each other. The ramification of her choices in favoring humans over the spirits led to her reincarnation suffering, which weighed heavily on Yangchen in her afterlife. Kyoshi wished to contact Yangchen many times in her early life, though was not able to until she came to terms with her immediate predecessor, Kuruk. Yangchen first appeared to Kyoshi in a spring located in the forests near Yokoya. Initially, the Earth Avatar thought she was speaking to Kuruk and then gasped in shock, believing she was seeing the ghost of her Air Nomad mother, Jesa. After she realized who Yangchen was, she explained the confusion, causing the compassionate Airbender to meet a tearful Kyoshi with a gentle embrace, and she told Kyoshi that all would be right. Kyoshi raised that she had many questions, as Yangchen was the first avatar who could properly guide her. When Kyoshi explained her doubts about Kuruk hunting the dark spirits, Yangchen explained that he was forced to take on the responsibility as a direct result of Yangchen's policies relating to spirits, and that every avatar makes mistakes. She sensed Kyoshi's disappointment, but her successors simply responded that she was confused. She advised Kyoshi that she must give up looking for an easy answer, as even if she spent 1,000 years talking to past avatars, she would not know how to best guide the world. Before she dissipated, she asked Kyoshi to replace a clay turtle that she had broken, a traditional relic that identified the air avatars. In 100 AG, Yangchen was sought out by Aang in the spirit world, who was in a coma at the time. During their brief meeting, she discussed Aang's failure at protecting Ba Sing Se from Azula. Amid the young avatar's embarrassment, Yangchen convinced him not to feel guilty for his shortcomings, as previous avatars had also made mistakes and struggled to successfully perform their duties. Although she told Aang little about her personal experiences, she was empathetic towards his shame and sadness. Yangchen also imparted to Aang the reason that the avatar takes human rebirth each time. In order to have a desire to protect humanity, the avatar must feel compassion toward humans, and the only way of doing so was living among them. If the avatar was instead an all-powerful immortal spirit living atop a mountain, he or she would not have anything in common with ordinary people. She acknowledged that the avatar must experience human life and emotions, such as sadness, anger, joy, and happiness, in order to learn how precious human life is, and therefore understand the need to protect it. Thus, with every reincarnation, the spirit of the avatar comes closer to fully comprehending what it truly means to be human. At the end of the meeting, Yangchen told Aang that the spirit of the avatar had been healed, though his ability to use the avatar state was disrupted, and he would therefore need to rely on his friends, not past lives, for guidance. As Aang departed, Yangchen told the young avatar that the memory of his journey in the spirit world would be erased once he awoke from his coma. While on the lion turtle, Yangchen was the last of his past lives Aang summoned for advice on how to defeat Ozai without killing him, thinking a fellow air nomad would easily sympathize with his views and support a bloodless victory. Although Yangchen remarked the air nomad belief was that all life was sacred, she reminded Aang that the avatar could never detach themselves and achieve spiritual enlightenment, as their sole duty was to the world. As such, she imparted to him the wisdom that selfless duty required him to sacrifice his own spiritual needs and do whatever it takes to protect the world, which left Aang deeply discouraged. In 102 AG, the day before Yangchen's festival was to be celebrated, Yangchen appeared as a mysterious hooded figure to Aang in Yu Dao and led him to a balcony. She tried to speak to him, though Aang could not hear her voice. After she disappeared, he eventually concluded that she came to remind him to revive the celebration. When Team Avatar subsequently made their way into a town that was built upon a meadow sacred to the Air Nomads, she appeared to Aang once more, leading him to investigate the grounds of the Earth and Fire refinery and discover a polluted river. Sometime later, she appeared a third time and imparted a vision upon him of a monster destroying a settlement, leaving him to wonder whether it was a vision of the past or the future. Later that day, when Aang was saying a blessing before having the ceremonial meal of Yangchen's festival with the air acolytes, she crossed over to the spirit world, where he was able to fully connect with Yangchen. She explained to him that all the avatars were connected to one another like a chain, so when he broke off his relationship with Roku, he also damaged his connection to all other avatars that preceded him. However, traditions like a ceremonial meal served as a temporary conduit for them to connect. Yangchen told him of her past dealings with General Old Iron, though before she could complete her story and tell Aang the specifics of the deal she struck with the spirit, Aang's meditation was interrupted by another earthquake. Aang later repaired the connection with his past lives by recrafting the fire medallion on his meditation beads. After reconciling with Roku, Aang made his way down to Yangchen, whom he urged to finish her story. After she did, she confirmed that the metal that had been dug up was Old Iron's armor, and warned Aang that his return was pending. As Yangchen lamented that her promise had been broken, Aang suggested that he could bury the armor once again and return the land to its natural state. She did not answer, instead telling Aang to return to his friends. Yangchen was among all the other avatars when Aang passed on the knowledge of energy bending to Korra and restored her bending, representing the newly established connection she made to her spiritual self. While Unalaq was attacking Rava, Korra envisioned Yangchen among the avatar lineup she had seen prior to regaining her bending. However, her connection to Korra was severed due to Unalaq's assault on and subsequent destruction of the light spirit. Dagmola, Yangchen's lifetime. Dagmola was the abbess of the Western Air Temple during the childhood of Avatar Yangchen. Sometime after the death of Avatar Sito, Dagmola and the senior nuns of the Western Air Temple discovered that a girl named Yangchen was the next avatar. While traditionally this would not have been revealed until Yangchen was 16, the nuns discovered that Yangchen had a very strong connection to her past lives, and had visions of people from the past that sometimes turned into waking nightmares of traumatic experiences. Dagmola made notes of these visions and wrote down such names as Angrelurk, Preu, and Yotagawa, and she and the nuns found the pattern. These names were those of past avatar companions. One time, Dagmola and the other nuns were with Yangchen in the infirmary when she started speaking about Misose, which was initially unknown to librarian Tsering at first glance. When Jetsun arrived with a book written by the scholar Misose of the Ruming era, Dagmola excused herself so that the spiritual guide could attempt to soothe the young avatar. When Jetsun helped Yangchen cross over into the spirit world for the first time, Dagmola and Tsering acted as assistants. Both nuns helped set up incense, and the abbess rang the meditation bell as Jetsun and Yangchen began the process, easily crossing over. When Yangchen woke up, Jetsun did not, and Dagmola started cradling the older airbender's slumped-over body, trying to rouse her. As she was still trapped in the spirit world, her body could not survive for long, and Jetsun passed away. Dagmola developed mental exercises for Yangchen to help her control her past lives slipping through, such as visualizing a sturdy bank between her memories. Yangchen eventually left the Western Air Temple to master the element, with Boma swearing an oath to the Western elders to keep her safe. Tsering, Yangchen's lifetime. Tsering was the librarian of the Western Air Temple during the childhood of Avatar Yangchen. As a librarian of the Western Air Temple, Tsering was informed that Yangchen was the Avatar before the child had been informed. When Yangchen began experiencing strong visions of people she had known in her past lives, the temple relied on Tsering's knowledge to understand what Yangchen was talking about, if the knowledge had become partially obscured. Tsering worked closely with Jetsun, a young nun and spiritual guide who Yangchen viewed as an older sister. When Jetsun informed her that Yangchen was in the infirmary and babbling about Misose, Tsering theorized that it was either the scholar from the Ruming era, a village in the Hushin provinces, or someone she had no idea about. Deciding that the first was most likely, Jetsun and Tsering scoured the different sections of the ancient vault, and while Tsering could not find any leads, Jetsun was able to find a relevant book. As the younger nun dashed to the infirmary with speed enhanced by her airbending, Tsering told Jetsun to use her glider next time. Tsering entered the infirmary later after Jetsun had been able to soothe Yangchen, arriving without a glider. When prompted by Jetsun, Tsering explained that Misose was a companion of Avatar Gun and a skilled poet and engineer who died in Ha'an when Gun failed to hold back a tsunami. Realizing Yangchen had been struggling with the grief of many past lives, Jetsun noticed that Yangchen would likely figure out who she was before she was 16. Tsering stroked Yangchen's hair as she slept, wondering what the temple was going to do with her. Tsering and Abbess Dagmola acted as assistants when Jetsun guided Yangchen into the spirit world for the first time, deferring to Jetsun as a guide in spite of her age. The two assistants set up incense, with the abbess ringing the meditation bell as the avatar and her spirit guide crossed over. When Yangchen woke up, Jetsun did not, as she was trapped in the spirit world. As Dagmola cradled Jetsun's body, Tsering stared at Yangchen, begging to know what had happened. Since Jetsun's body was empty of its spirit, she soon passed away. Sonam, Yangchen's lifetime. Sonam was an air nomad and the abbot of the Northern Air Temple during the adolescence of Avatar Yangchen. As the Northern Air Temple was located close to the Shang city of Bin-Er, Sonam and the monks started to provide aid to the suffering citizens who left the city without having obtained proper exit passes from the corrupt control office. The villages under the protection of the Northern Air Temple became a refuge for the people of Bin-Er, and the hospital of the main village was twice as big as it should have been, as it had to treat the injuries of people who made the dangerous trek. Sonam met with Avatar Yangchen in the temple before she was due to make an official visit to Bin-Er, warning her about the City of Spies. When the Avatar returned from her first meeting with the Shangs, she met Sonam in the large village hospital just as Kavik arrived. While hovering above a woman whose stubborn fever would not break, he observed Yangchen starting to heal the woman. The abbot voiced his disapproval of Yangchen having Kavik around, as it would mean bringing her spies into the temple. Yangchen told him that they were not officially on temple grounds and that Kavik had not started spying for her and was therefore simply her guest. Sonam was not convinced that this was any better and warned her how the leaders of the other nations may react if they knew that she was launching operations from the temples. As Yangchen's healing efforts continued, Sonam warned her that she might not wake easily and suggested she move on. Yangchen refused as she was so close to being healed, and Kavik helped cover the body with water, Sonam dabbing away his sweat from the strenuous effort. Her fever broke, and Yangchen informed the woman that she'd been found on the trails to Bin-Er and taken close to the temple, but his face turned pale when she asked about her son, telling Yangchen that she was alone when she'd been found. Afterwards, Sonam sent another team to search for the woman's child. After Yangchen dealt with the Unanimity Project, she had the Northern Air Temple provide aid in Bin-Er, while combustion benders Yingsu, Xiaoyun, and Thapa were confined to hamlets around the temple that could only be reached with a flying mount. Zongdu Hensha confined to a room in the temple. Sonam voiced his strong disappointment and resentment to Yangchen for having made jailers of the monks. While at the hamlet that Thapa was confined to, the abbot was appalled when he heard Yangchen suggest that they may be kept at the temple for several seasons, informing Yangchen that it was not only an abhorrent task, but that the monks may be corrupted by the experience of holding dominion over another human being. He handed her Nujian's reins and told her to leave. He later came to the Avatar's quarters and remembered to inform Yangchen that the search party had found the son of the woman she healed in the hospital, and that he was alive and well. Sonam beamed brightly as the Avatar had never given up on the woman and offered to take her to see her mother and child in the village. Yangchen agreed, but said that she would do so the following day as she needed to sleep and find her strength. Mingyur, Yangchen's lifetime. Mingyur was an Air Nomad monk from the Northern Air Temple who was chosen as leader of a squad who guarded members of UnNamed during the early era of Yangchen. Mingyur was acquainted with Avatar Yangchen as his flying bison Fengbao was the older sister of the Avatar's own animal companion. When Yangchen returned to the temple from her first visit to Bin-Er, Mingyur led a blessing for Kavik's table before they ate a simple toast of toasted barley and butter tea. As Thapa, Yingsu, and Xiaoyun were imprisoned at the Northern Air Temple sometime later, Mingyur was chosen to lead the squad of the Northern monks who guarded the 3 combustion benders. Mingyur greeted Yangchen when she returned to the Northern Air Temple from Agnikela on her way to the Taku convocation. He asked if she wished to check on the temple's guests, but Yangchen instead lifted a hand, insisting they would talk about the matter later in private. As they flew alongside each other on their bison, Mingyur glanced at the gifts the Avatar had brought from the Northern Water Tribe, remarking on Chief Oyoluk's generosity. He also noticed that Yangchen's glider was missing, though the Avatar claimed that it was simply located somewhere back at the saddle. The monk advised her to keep it closer for her own safety, as he made sure his men always had their staves with them when they were on duty. As Yangchen reached a grassy slope that served as a touchdown point, she pulled Nujian away from Fengbao. Mingyur flew back to Yangchen as she left the Avatar state in order to prevent a rock slide from reaching the temple's village, with explosions having been heard in the mountains. He asked the Avatar about the guests, but Yangchen stated that she would deal with them. The monk asked the Avatar if she meant to do so alone, but she simply ordered him to go, with Mingyur rolling Fengbao away to organize the rescue effort before more of the mountaintops shook loose. Mingyur later left Fengbao behind and flew toward Yangchen on his glider to help out the Avatar. However, his position was extremely vulnerable, as he was between Thapa and Yangchen, the latter of whom was also with Yingsu. Yingsu told Yangchen to sacrifice Mingyur to provide a distraction so the pair could get away from Thapa. However, Yangchen refused to let her countrymen be killed by Thapa and launched herself in the air toward Mingyur. In order to save the monk, Yangchen used a forbidden airbending technique to create a vacuum, centering it on the pinpoint terminus of Thapa's shot. However, Mingyur was caught in the radius of the bubble and was subject to an instantaneous lack of air and the sudden turbulence of the winds rushing back to fill the void. Mingyur's lungs and eardrums were ruptured, but Yangchen got him to the ground and covered him for long enough for Thapa to give up and retreat. Yangchen quickly took Mingyur to the temple village's hospital and set him down on a bed inside with gentle, deliberate steps. The Avatar told Chujinta to join a cordon, where she instructed Kavik to fully cover Mingyur's body in water with liquid, lifting him up so that Yangchen could inspect the damage in preparation to perform complex healing. The Avatar partially explained what had happened to Mingyur and had him keep the monk elevated and steady. Yangchen stabbed Mingyur with 2 sharp points of water, with blood and bubbles of air floating from his puncture wounds. Kavik initially almost dropped the patient out of surprise and struggled to maintain the water for a while. Yangchen spread her arms and expanded the water before contracting it with a wheezing sigh coming from an unconscious Mingyur. The monk's breathing began to return, weak but steady. After this, the Avatar circled her hands with 2 dots dancing over the incisions before sealing them, with the typical healing glow spreading from there. The most dangerous phase of the healing process was complete for Mingyur, with Kavik proceeding to keep Mingyur encased while she ran her hands across the monk's energy pathways. She continued to apply the healing glow to the whole of the water, and could start to converse with Kavik more about the issues at hand. As the healing continued, the village captain skipped the line to the hospital and asked Yangchen about Chief Oyoluk's gift, causing the Avatar to throw him out of the hospital and hurl him into the sky as he made her lose count with her healing. Kavik ran outside and took the water meant for Mingyur to cushion the captain's fall. Yangchen later told Kavik that Mingyur was going to make it, though she was unsure if he'd ever be able to hear again. Abbot Sonam came to tell them that the monk was awake and doing well. Yangchen wanted to go see him, but the abbot prevented her from doing so, as he proceeded to exile the Avatar from the Northern Air Temple in light of the repeated troubles the temple had experienced under her direction. Jetsun, Yangchen's lifetime. Jetsun was an air nun and spiritual guide from the Western Air Temple who was seen as an older sister by Avatar Yangchen. While Jetsun and Yangchen were not related by blood, at least any closer than 4th or 5th cousins, Jetsun was like an older sister to her, cutting up fruit in a stupid way and giving her the symmetrical pieces, and showing her no mercy on the airball court. Jetsun had strong spiritual abilities, and had been able to cross over into the spirit world. Jetsun bore witness to Yangchen's strong connection to her past lives as she grew up, and how she would start having visions of people that the past avatars had met. She also saw Yangchen's waking nightmares when recalling a particularly painful experience of a past avatar. Once, Jetsun witnessed her having an episode where she recalled Misose from her past lives. Not being able to stand the screams, she sped through the temple to help out and navigated her way around without using her glider. Jetsun helped librarian Tsering to search the Great Library for the name, even though they were not fully aware who or what Misose was. She found the book she was looking for and took it to Yangchen in the infirmary and began to read aloud the scholarly works of Misose and Kabelu, a companion to Avatar Gun. Jetsun eventually guided Yangchen into the spirit world for the first time and went to a meditation circle in the meadows above the temple cliffs for their attempt. Abbess Dagmola and librarian Tsering came along but deferred to Jetsun as a guide. As soon as they began meditating, Yangchen quickly crossed over into the spirit world with Jetsun, the latter of whom praised Yangchen for being able to pull it off on her first try. While Jetsun at first explained that mere existence was the great lesson of the spirit world, she enthusiastically agreed to explore her surroundings with Yangchen. Jetsun explained that the spirit world was safe as long as visitors kept respect in their heart, and that it was always better to ask, listen, and give thanks to their surroundings. She also explained that they could not bend as their bodies were still in the physical world. Jetsun and Yangchen walked together into a lonesome forest and came across a group of shishi. Yangchen had frozen in place, which puzzled Jetsun as her sister had always loved animals. However, the shishi were actually sensing the fear of another past avatar and began to turn dark. Jetsun told Yangchen that she could wake up as the shishi began to gather in a hunting formation. Jetsun grabbed Yangchen, tossed her over her shoulder, and ran as her sister regressed to a younger version of herself. She ran to a brook which soon turned into a raging river. She told Yangchen that she would not wake up before the avatar and ripped her orange shawl and wrapped it around Yangchen, throwing her into the air and shouting at her to wake up. While Yangchen was able to make it back to the physical world, Jetsun could not. Her body was empty of its spirit, and even with the best of healing, she could not survive for long. Yangchen was by her side in the physical world the moment her heart stopped. When she passed away, Jetsun was honored as a temple elder and a companion of the avatar who had laid down her life to protect the bridge between humans and spirits. However, many years later, Yangchen was sent a vision by the phoenix eel spirits of Jetsun's soul imprisoned in a howling mist. In truth, Jetsun's spirit had ended up within the fog of lost souls, where the nun would prove herself immune to its madness-inducing effects. She became a source of comfort to her fellow victims, using her spirit to ease their pain and feelings of regret. However, she was only able to do this for the small percentage of the fog's victims she could reach, and the effects were never permanent. Later on, she remarked that it was like people had a small part of them which sought out punishment and suffering. Jetsun was eventually reunited with her sister when Yangchen entered the fog of lost souls to search for her following the resolution of events in Taku. As the avatar started to apologize for what had happened to her, Jetsun assured her that she had nothing to be sorry about, before demonstrating her ability to calm the other prisoners, allowing Yangchen to realize that her sister was not suffering as she had feared. The older nun compared what she had done to Yangchen's role in the physical world, but a distraught Yangchen claimed that she was failing as the avatar, that she was losing parts of herself like Jetsun and Nujia and her flying bison having been killed not long ago, all while the world refused to learn from its mistakes. Allowing Yangchen to rest her head on her lap, Jetsun admitted that she had once hated her sister due to the stress of the work necessary to manage her spiritual outbursts, but she also loved her far more than she ever hated her. She then had Yangchen stand up and encouraged her not to fear the consequences of every possible failure. When Yangchen started to protest, Jetsun pointed out that she herself could not help everyone trapped in the fog of lost souls, but she would nevertheless aid those that she could. Expressing her belief that she and her sister were both where they needed to be, she then urged Yangchen to wake up as the fog had ensnared her ally Kavik within the physical world. Dorje, Kuruk's lifetime. Dorje was the abbot of the Southern Air Temple and leader of the Air Nomads that resided during the era of Kuruk and early into the era of Kyoshi. Dorje managed the Southern Air Temple at least as early as 316 BG, at which point he was allowing Kelsang, one of Avatar Kuruk's companions and also a resident of the temple, to be groomed to eventually take over his duties. However, Dorje later changed his mind after a series of events caused Kelsang to fall out of his good graces. These events included the time when Kelsang took the the Avatar relics without his permission in 305 BG in order to identify the next Avatar, as well as the consequences of Kelsang destroying a splinter fleet of 5th Nation pirates. Kelsang, Kuruk and Kyoshi's lifetime. Kelsang was an air nomad monk hailing from the Southern Air Temple who served as a later airbending teacher of Avatar Kuruk and became one of his best friends. After Kuruk's death, Kelsang tried to keep the peace in the world while searching for the next Avatar. Kelsang grew up in the Southern Air Temple, where his reputation quickly preceded him to the point where he became the designated successor for Abbot Dorje. He once visited the spirit world unintentionally and described the beauty of the other realm to the temple's monks. This upset many of his elders, who imagined the spirit world as a plane of blackness, mirroring the detachment of the visitor. One day, Kelsang caught Kuruk and Jianzhu sneaking into the bison pens for a joyride, and pinned them to a wall with blasts of airbending. The abbot reprimanded Kuruk, and assigned Kelsang as a companion to him despite the airbender's protest that he wished to have nothing to do with the two bison thieves. Though Kuruk initially considered Kelsang to be a grump, the airbender soon became close friends with the Avatar and Jianzhu. When Heiran coldly denied Kuruk's advances in First Lord's Harbor, Jianzhu and Kelsang laughed to each other about Kuruk's brutal rejection. Despite Kuruk already having mastered the 4 elements, he asked his companions for further instruction, believing that the greatest Pai Sho players never stopped learning. Kuruk's companions kept correcting each other's mistakes and bad habits, and worked to improve their bending. After Kelsang admitted his journey to the spirit world, Kuruk was determined that Kelsang would guide him there. Kuruk's companions traveled to a meadow near Yaoping where Yangchen liked using the Avatar state to practice their bending, and the pair crossed over to the spirit world. After Kelsang returned to the physical world, the Avatar was nowhere to be seen. Kuruk's friends found the waterbender crawling through the streets of Yaoping, foaming from the mouth. Some days later, Kelsang and his friends walked into Kuruk's room at the town's inn and found him surrounded by broken bottles of wine, having slept with the inn's maid, but the airbender did not judge him. Kuruk and his companions went their separate ways around 316 BG. The first time Kelsang saw Kuruk in months was after Heiran's wedding, and found that Kuruk had composed a love poem to the firebender. Kelsang berated Kuruk for trying to destroy their friend's relationship and made the Avatar destroy the poem right in front of him. Shortly after this, Kuruk fell in love with Umi, a woman whose face was stolen by the spirit Ko. This turn of events made Kelsang wonder if he did the right thing in stopping his friend from confessing his feelings to Heiran. After Kuruk's premature demise, Kelsang blamed himself for not having been a better mentor. This feeling of failure motivated Kelsang to take it upon himself to track down the next Avatar. He was joined on his quest through the Earth Kingdom by his good friend and Kuruk's earthbending teacher, Jianzhu. After years of fruitless searching, a desperate Kelsang stole the Avatar relics from Abbot Dorje after a night of drinking with Jianzhu in the hope of expediting their search. In 305 BG, 7 years after Kuruk's death, the quest for the new Avatar took Kelsang and Jianzhu to the remote Yokoya port, where they presented the relics to a number of Earth Kingdom 7-year-olds, including Kyoshi, to find the Avatar. After choosing the clay turtle, Kyoshi ran off with the relic, and Kelsang let her, figuring that it would return to where it belonged sooner or later. Kelsang ultimately followed Kyoshi, discovering that the girl was homeless and living amid garbage. Horrified, the monk decided to care for the girl, who gradually began to trust him. In the following years, he paid the locals to care for her and repeatedly stayed at Yokoya to look after Kyoshi. However, he often had to leave the area to go on various missions and was often upset to return to find Kyoshi having been neglected by the caretakers he had paid. He thus began to personally spend more time with her, and Kyoshi began to view him as a kind of adoptive father. At one point, Kelsang performed a one-man assault against a 5th Nation fleet off the southern end of the Earth Kingdom attempting to raid the seas. From the back of his flying bison, Kelsang used his airbending to create a massive cyclone, with the ensuing high waves and winds destroying much of the fleet, drowning or maiming many of the pirates, and earning Kelsang the feared title Living Typhoon amongst the surviving Daofei. This act, coupled with his theft of the Avatar relics, rendered Kelsang an outcast to his fellow Air Nomads. He was banished as punishment and forbidden from returning to the Air Nomad temples. Seeing the world drift toward chaos and deeply regretting his own path, Kelsang ultimately despaired that the Avatar's line had ended. However, he and Jianzhu visited Makapu village to survey the local volcano in 298 BG. By chance, the two encountered a boy, Yun, who was playing Pai Sho in the village's streets. To the two masters' amazement, Yun displayed Avatar Kuruk's unique Pai Sho strategies. As the chances for this being mere coincidence were tiny, Jianzhu promptly declared Yun the reincarnated Avatar. Kelsang supported his friend in this regard and was designated as the Avatar's airbending teacher. Thus, when Jianzhu subsequently decided to build a fortified mansion to train Yun, he agreed to the monk's request to erect the structure in Yokoya and to hire Kyoshi as a servant, thus ensuring that the latter was safe and could remain under Kelsang's care. Kelsang's view of Yun's avatarhood changed over time. Though the boy easily mastered earthbending and proved to be an extremely talented and well-devoted student, he was unable to bend any element aside from earth. As Shu and Heiran, now Yun's firebending master, resorted to even more extreme methods to get him to firebend, Kelsang made his displeasure known. The monk began to believe that Yun might not be the avatar after all. Sometimes he mused about how his own de facto adoptive daughter Kyoshi had been partially successful at the Air Nomad test. As he voiced his concerns, however, Kelsang was increasingly sidelined by the other masters, especially Shu. Officially, he was removed from the training process as he allegedly distracted Yun. Frustrated but powerless, Kelsang instead concentrated on being the best caretaker he could be for Kyoshi. All changed one day in 296 BG, when Kelsang was helping out at the Avatar Mansion's kitchen. At the time, head of kitchen staff, Mui ordered the other servants to recite some ad hoc poetry as she regularly did. After Lee made a poor attempt, Kelsang jokingly recited a raunchy work shanty, much to Mui's horror. Then it was Kyoshi's turn. To the monk's shock, Kyoshi recited Kuruk's long-lost love poem, the Heiran. In his excitement, Kelsang loudly demanded that she tell him where she had heard this poem. As soon as he noticed that he had screamed at her, however, the monk took Kyoshi to an empty study and spent half an hour tearfully apologizing for having lost control. After calming down, Kelsang explained his doubts about Yun's identity and his suspicion that Kyoshi might be the true avatar. The girl took this news badly, refusing to believe Kelsang. The monk then asked her to walk with him to her room as he explained the story of Kuruk's poem. After finishing his tale, Kyoshi still felt his arguments remained unconvincing. Kelsang admitted that there was still more evidence for Yun's avatarhood, yet pointed out that they had to consider not just the poem but also Kyoshi's personality traits, which he believed matched the avatar. He then expressed frustration at never having met Kyoshi's parents, as their knowledge might have helped clear up the situation. Either way, Kyoshi asked him to keep his beliefs a secret until she had gotten her bearings. Even as his eyes drifted to the clay turtle, the avatar relic which Kyoshi still kept on a shelf in her room, Kelsang reluctantly agreed to her request. Soon after the poem incident, Yun and his companions went on a mission to the South Pole region. The purpose of this expedition was to meet Tagaka, pirate queen of the Fifth Nation, and to sign an agreement between her and the Avatar. The meeting took place on an iceberg at sea, as this was supposedly neutral ground where neither side could hide among strong-armed forces. Kelsang accompanied the mission, and at an evening dinner was singled out by Tagaka as the living typhoon, one of several murderers in Yun's entourage. Shaken at being reminded of his past actions, the Air Nomad quickly left the dinner. Kyoshi followed, and the two shared an emotional moment as Kelsang apologized for being such a shameful figure, whereupon his ward responded that he had never let me down. Do you hear me? Never. The two hugged, and Kelsang asked Kyoshi to return to camp, as he would try to mediate between Tang Xu and Yun, who were arguing loudly nearby. The next day, Yun's party and Tagaka gathered to sign the agreement. Unknown to Kelsang and his friends, the pirates had lured them into a trap, as waterbenders had hidden under the ice to ambush them. When the battle began, most of Yun's allies were dragged into the ice. Thanks to his extraordinary reflexes, Kelsang avoided this fate by jumping into the air and using his staff to fly away. He then attempted to save Yun, who was locked in a duel with Tagaka, but the purported avatar urged him to try stopping Tagaka's pirate fleet instead of helping him. Accordingly, Kelsang changed course and was thwarted by Tagaka. The pirate queen targeted him with a storm of tiny icicles. She thus destroyed his glider, whereupon the monk fell into the sea. His allies rescued him, but he was badly hurt and forced to recover at the Avatar Mansion. When he learned that Kyoshi had saved the group from the pirates through a feat of nearly impossible earthbending, he became convinced that she could be the Avatar. He subsequently revealed this belief to Jianshu, Yun, and Rangi. Kyoshi was extremely upset when she learned that Kelsang had told the others about her possible avatarhood, as she regarded this as impossible and considered the monk's suspicions a threat to her friendships and safe life. Kelsang attempted to reassure her, only to be angrily rebuffed by his adoptive daughter. Over time, Jianshu put Kyoshi's abilities to the test, but she failed just as Yun had. One day, the Earth Sage finally took Yun and Kyoshi on a secret journey to determine who was the Avatar. Kelsang had long suspected that his old friend had become too extreme in his methods, and suspected the worst upon hearing that he had taken the two teenagers away. The monk broke into Jianshu's office, and his fears were confirmed upon reading the documents there. As Jianshu had taken Kelsang's sky bison, Peng Peng, the desperate airbender had no other option than to follow him using his staff. Traveling for many miles exhausted the wounded monk, and his wounds reopened. Regardless, he pushed on. Kelsang eventually arrived at the deserted mining village where Jianshu had taken the teenagers, finding his old friend holding Kyoshi in an earthen gag, which the earthbender promptly released at his appearance. After telling Jianshu how he came after him, Kelsang demanded to know Yun's whereabouts, only to be told that Kyoshi just firebent, proving her identity as the true avatar. Though Jianshu attempted to claim that their attempt to commune with a monstrous spirit went awry, resulting in Yun being taken, Kyoshi blurted out that Jianshu actually sacrificed Yun to the spirit. The monk believed his adoptive daughter, and after a moment of hesitation, ordered her to get behind him. He told Jianshu that he and Kyoshi would leave peacefully, and that Jianshu should stay behind and away from them for good, declaring him unfit to serve the Avatar. When an enraged Jianshu attacked, Kelsang intended just to blast him away and knock the madness out of him, but he was wounded, a weakness Jianshu readily exploited by slitting his throat with a tiny slice of earth. The trauma of his death caused Kyoshi to go into the Avatar state, incidentally obliterating Kelsang's body. Kelsang has been reduced in status in the Air Nomads' regard due to the numerous deaths for which he was responsible. When Kyoshi discovered this during her visit to the Southern Air Temple, she forcibly ordered the temple's leaders to restore Kelsang's position, as well as put the monk's likeness in a spot of great honor. Jesa, mother of Kyoshi. Jesa was a renegade air nomad nun, crime boss, and the mother of Avatar Kyoshi. Originally considered a promising airbending master and much respected among her people, Jesa's life changed upon meeting an Earth Kingdom thief named Hark and partaking in one of his heists. Finding enjoyment in a life of violent adventure and crime, she abandoned her monastic experience and founded the flying opera company Crime Network with Hark, who eventually became her lover. As her airbending powers weakened upon becoming a criminal, Jesa crafted a pair of metal fans to strengthen her bending. Over time, Jesa became one of the most renowned Dao Fei outlaws in the Earth Kingdom, and along with Hark led her criminal organization to great success. The two reduced their activities following the birth of their daughter Kyoshi, who they eventually left in the care of villagers at Yokoya. Jesa eventually died of fever, and Kyoshi would come to use her metal fans to enhance her own bending. Jesa was born in the Eastern Air Temple and showed great promise as a bender. She earned her arrows and became an airbending master while still young, and was highly regarded among the Air Nomads. All that changed, however, when she met a young earthbender and thief named Hark during a journey through the Earth Kingdom. He convinced Jesa to join him for one of his criminal schemes, and as it turned out, she greatly enjoyed this kind of adventure. After a short time, she went rogue, became a full-time criminal, and fell in love with Hark. Disavowing the traditional air nomad lifestyle, she tattooed snakes over her airbender tattoos, quickly becoming infamous in the underworld, rising to the de facto head of the Flying Opera Company, a Dao Fei outfit she and Hark had founded. Using her sky bison, Longyan, Jesa and Hark's underground network became very influential and powerful, even able to force Earth Kingdom officials to do their bidding. For her crimes, the Air Nomads considered her one of the greatest disgraces to their culture in recent memory. Over time, Jesa's airbending powers weakened. She believed this was related to her abandoning a spiritual lifestyle and turning to a materialistic existence full of violence and greed. To compensate, she crafted a pair of metal fans to enhance her lessening airbending abilities. In 312 BG, she gave birth to a daughter, Kyoshi. Jesa and Hark consequently decided to mostly quit their large-scale criminal activities. They did not explain the reason for this decision to their associates. The small family consequently traveled through the entire Earth Kingdom, never staying in one place for a long time. When Kyoshi was about 5 or 6, however, Jesa and Hark left her in the village of Yokoya in the care of a local villager. Jesa gave her daughter her fans, as well as a journal she had written before departing. The two resumed their criminal activities and gathered their crew once again. In their last years, Jesa and Hark came across a young orphaned Siwang desert tribesman named Lek in the village of Date Grove. They saved him from death and made him their disciple, and he came to greatly adore them. At some point, Jesa personally did business with some Fifth Nation pirates. She and Hark eventually died of a fever in 299 BG. Jesa and Hark's deaths were mourned by their remaining companions, most importantly Lek, who continued to hold them in high regard for their capabilities and great loyalty to their group. Gyemtsen, Kyoshi's lifetime. Gyemtsen was an air nun from the Eastern Air Temple who lived during the lifetime of Avatar Kyoshi. Gyemtsen was a very sought-out airbending teacher. Her sister died protecting the Singing Path, a spiritual site in the Earth Kingdom, guarded by a spirit named Wrong, and later corrupted by a Dao Fei group known as the Ghost Tigers, who began using it as a hideout. After her sister's death, Gyemtsen left her prestigious position to protect the Singing Path. She learned that Wrong wished to pull her home back to the spirit world, but she could not do it while the Ghost Tigers were still there. Gyemtsen struggled with her urges to exact vengeance since her sister's death at the hands of Dao Fei. She chased the Ghost Tigers through the winding stones of Singing Path and steered them away from neighboring towns. Each time she did so, she inched closer to the idea that if she could not find a way to remove the Dao Fei from the Singing Path peacefully, she would have to do it by force. Jinpa, Kyoshi's lifetime. Jinpa was a monk from the Southern Air Temple who once served as its head of administration. A member of the clandestine Order of the White Lotus, Jinpa helped Kyoshi establish her avatarhood in any way he could, even if her actions went against the pacifist teachings of the Air Nomads. Becoming Kyoshi's secretary, Jinpa aided the Avatar on her quest to stabilize the Four Nations. Although badly wounded during Kyoshi's battle with Yun in Yokoya, Jinpa successfully was healed and introduced to the other members of the Flying Opera Company. Monk Jinpa was present at the Southern Air Temple when Avatar Kyoshi sought refuge there, following the death of Avatar Kuruk's earthbending master Jianshu, who wished to control the next carnation of the Avatar. Jinpa was somewhat responsible responsible for Kyoshi's accommodation at the Southern Air Temple. One day, he informed her that investigators sent by the Earth King believed that Dao Fei were responsible for the mass poisoning in Yokoya that killed several Earth sages as well as some of the Avatar Mansion staff. When asked about any news from Qin Chao, Jinpa, unused to relaying so much dreadful news, reported that the authorities had recovered Jianshu's body and a couple of witnesses corroborated her story, confirming that a young man killed him in cold blood. However, most of the town folk weren't convinced of her innocence. The Avatar remarked that she was not going to bother the Qins anytime soon. Lastly, Jinpa informed her that Jianshu changed his will, bequeathing the mansion and all of his wealth to Kyoshi, as well as urging the other sages to support her. This gave the impression to the world that Kyoshi murdered him to gain his wealth. As Jinpa noted, it was suspicious the Avatar and the Earth Sage were meeting in Qin Chao so soon after the poisoning. After accompanying Kyoshi to her quarters, she requested that her late adoptive father, Kelsang, be removed from disgrace from the Air Nomads for his attack on a Fifth Nation fleet, and even demanded a statue of him. Jinpa cautioned that the Council of Elders would dislike such an act, but seemed amused at the young Avatar making use of her position. As he urged her to come to him with any other requests, he also apologized on behalf of his compatriots for failing to find her in the beginning. When she assumed he was referring to the Air Nomads, he tried to subtly indicate it was a different organization by inquiring if she played Pai Shou, but Kyoshi did not understand and dismissed him. He was assigned to Kyoshi as her secretary by the Elders after constantly helping the Avatar with planning and communication. After they left the Southern Air Temple, Jinpa accompanied Kyoshi when she mopped up the Fifth Nation splinter fleets before they could reform. They proceeded to travel to the Misty Palms Oasis and dealt with a problem with beetle-headed merchants and their mercenaries. By the time Kyoshi dealt with the Emerald Claws, a band of Dao Fei raiding Gintong Province, others knew that they should go through Jinpa to talk to the Avatar. 1 year later, in Ba Sing Se, he informed Kyoshi of the recovery of Zigan Village, as well as the numerous requests to meet Earth Kingdom officials that he had denied. He reminded the Avatar that she should not put off the leadership forever, as well as his concerns for her own well-being, and insisted she take the greater stage as her status as the Avatar created ripples whether she meant to or not. As he avoided her question about the identity of his mysterious friends he kept alluding to, he reported that there was no update on Yun. Though Kyoshi suggested increasing the reward on him, Jinpa voiced that it would not sway the Earth Sages, who would prefer to pretend that Yun never existed, having lost face for falsely identifying him as the Avatar. As he assured her that he was not suggesting she give up her search for Yun, he unintentionally upset her by referring to her friend as the false Avatar. After a moment of awkward silence, he promised to send Yun's description to every major passport-checking way station in the Earth Kingdom, before he then informed her that Fire Lord Zoryu had invited her to the Fire Nation for the Festival of Sito. When Kyoshi accepted the invitation, Jinpa accompanied her to the Fire Nation. As they flew over the sea, the monk pointed out a small island where Avatar Yangchen performed her first act of waterbending. They made their way over the various fire islands, wisely avoiding the volcanic smoke, but riding Yin-Yang over the thermals in between. They quickly reached the Fire Nation capital and landed by the main gate to the royal palace, where the Avatar was greeted by Rangi. Rangi introduced himself to Jinpa, promising him that Yin-Yang would be well cared for in the palace stables. Jinpa joined Kyoshi and Rangi's tour of the palace after they were greeted by Chancellor Dairian, starting with the royal gallery. Kyoshi's question about the late Fire Lord Cheiryu's portrait brought the tour to an abrupt end, and Kyoshi's group was shown to their accommodations. In Kyoshi's chambers, Rangi and Jinpa disciplined the Avatar for her poor eating and sleeping habits over the past year. Jinpa left the couple alone, returning some hours later to inform them that the party was beginning. The group was surprised to find that 500 guests were in attendance instead of the expected 20 to 30, aggravating Kyoshi. After the group watched a short musical performance, Dairian told her to mingle in the direction of the Fire Lord. Jinpa was bombarded with questions from curious Fire Nation courtiers, intrigued to see an air nomad at the palace. Jinpa began a party trick of lifting himself a few feet off the ground without creating gusts of wind. Asking for a volunteer he could lift, the fun-loving Atuat quickly joined him, Heiran chasing after her to look after the doctor's antics. Jinpa returned to Kyoshi's side after her great diplomatic faux pas of assuming that Chaijin was in fact the Fire Lord. When Heiran began to feel unwell, Atuat had Jinpa escort the firebending master to her room. As Jinpa served tea to Heiran and Atuat in the traditional Air Nomad style, Kyoshi and Rangi barged in, asking where Yun was as he had begun his attack on the palace. The following morning, Jinpa was grooming Yin-Yang in the stables as Rangi barged in, offering to help. Jinpa accepted but soon left the firebender to sulk alone, not wishing to provoke her. He told Kyoshi of her location, and later he bore witness to Heiran's dishonor ritual, where she disposed of her topknot. Afterward, Jinpa began to make preparations for the group's journey to North Changling. Jinpa arrived in North Changling on Yin-Yang with Kyoshi and her companions. The group made their way into town, and Jinpa was overwhelmed by the townsfolk who all wanted an airbender to bless them with health and prosperity. He and Ottawat distracted the civilians with gambling and blessings, while Kyoshi, Rangi, and Heiran went to meet Nyahitha. The following day, Nyahitha alerted Jinpa of an altercation in the village square, where Sawon and his Kyoso clansmen had lined up to fight. Jinpa's presence made some of the clansmen drop their aggressive stance, and the Airbender wedged others apart with his own staff before they could fight one another. After Heiran was grievously injured by Yun, Jinpa made his way to the Coral Urchin Noodle House, discussing the possibility of war with Nyahitha. Later, Kyoshi had Jinpa fly her to the Melonyam fields and determined that the crops had been poisoned with salt, leading her to the conclusion that Yun and Lady Huazo were in league with each other. Noting that they needed a confession from the Sawon, Heiran, Kyoshi, Jinpa, and Ottawat began to formulate a plan to kidnap Huazo and Chai-Jin to make them confess. After Kyoshi arrested Huazo at the docks, she returned to the inn, where she and Jinpa took off on Yin-Yang. Jinpa and Kyoshi flew to Capital Island with Huazo. On the way, the noblewoman explained the history of her relationship with Che-Ryu, and her political motivations to see her son on the throne. After Kyoshi left her at a safe house on Capital Island, Jinpa noted that the story was quite a tale, and asked if Kyoshi and Huazo were now friends, which she denied. Asking why Jinpa never guided her to the path of non-violence, the monk explained that he was part of another organization that acknowledged ugly deeds had to be done to uphold truth, and not to impart his pacifistic ideals on the Avatar. Afterward, they took to the capital, planning to kidnap Chai-Jin. When they reached the safe house with Chai-Jin, Jinpa grew shocked as Kyoshi ripped away the foundations and threatened to drop both mother and son, not knowing just how far she was willing to go. Kyoshi realized that neither party knew about Yun and let them free. She was shocked by her own actions, and Jinpa told her to get a hold of herself. When they arrived at the palace, Jinpa informed Kyoshi that she ought to attend an assembly in the Fire Lord's Theater. Not wanting to burden Jinpa with another half-baked plan, Kyoshi instead departed the capital on a ship. Over the following month, Jinpa reached out to Kirima and Wang with the proper Daofei codes, offering them gold if they were able to help out with Kyoshi's final battle with Yun. While Kyoshi's other companions fought Yun directly, Jinpa circled above the Avatar mansion on Yingyang to help, in order to not go against his pacifistic ideals. Jinpa came down after Yun shook the foundations of the mansion and stunned all combatants. Yun launched a hedge of stone spears, launching them at the Airbender and managing to run him through the shoulder, pinning him to his bison's saddle horn. At the battle's end, Jinpa was taken to the mansion's standing infirmary and given medicine for the pain. He was informed that Ottawat would arrive shortly, who would then help heal him. Matangi, Kyoshi's lifetime. Matangi was a renegade air nun who lived during the lifetime of Avatar Kyoshi. Despite advice from elders to stay out of worldly affairs, Matangi founded an orphanage in the Earth Kingdom outside the Eastern Air Temple. Her aim was to aid children who had been orphaned in the Yellowneck Uprising after the crisis led to many deaths. She was thus considered a renegade for going against the advice of the elders. In the decade that followed after the uprising, many of the children that she had originally raised had become adults or teenagers, some of which came back to her for help or when they ran into trouble. Sometimes they would turn out to be in a Daofei group, and Matangi felt torn between staying uninvolved and helping them. Much of the time, she could not bring herself to turn her back on those who needed her, no matter the circumstances. Bo, Roku's lifetime. Bo was an incredibly eager and enthusiastic air nomad, deeply committed to air nomad principles while often failing to uphold the principle of humility. Bo was the child of two elders on the Council of Elders from the Southern Air Temple. Bo loved being an air nomad and truly believed that air nomad principles were the only right way to live. They were also extremely outspoken about that fact and sometimes had problems controlling their temper with people who thought otherwise. The fact that this went against air nomad teachings was not lost on Bo, and they knew they had a ways to getting their master tattoos. Bo voluntarily agreed to be part of an expedition sent to the Four Nations Summit and Technological Symposium to keep the peace, organized by the Southern Air Temple on the request of Avatar Roku, including Ima, Chegu, Sherab, and Norbu. They wanted to prove that they had what it took to be a true airbending master. After meteorite crates were stolen from the Fire Nation, Takukok tasked the group with finding the thief before it was too late. Chegu, Roku's lifetime. Chegu was an air nomad spirit seer, capable of particular connection with the spirits and burdened with a special role in the air nomads as a result. From an early age, Chegu was identified as being particularly attuned to the spirits. Since that moment, she was pushed into special studies and excursions to grow her abilities and help bring balance to the world, eventually becoming a spirit seer, a rare and archaic position but honored and important. Chegu loved the spirits but found the expectations placed upon her stifling. She volunteered for a mission when the Southern Air Temple organized a group of air nomads to go to the Four Nations Summit and Technological Symposium to keep the peace, as requested by Avatar Roku, including Bo, Ima, Sherab, and Norbu. However, her main motives were to take a break from the elders of her temple and everyone's expectations. She was accompanied by her flying bison, Zeni. After meteorite crates were stolen from the Fire Nation, Takukok tasked the group with finding the thief before it was too late. Khandro, Roku's lifetime. Khandro was an air monk and one of the most popular philosophers of his era. Khandro lived in an era when the Air Nomads had largely moved past their isolationist tradition and had greatly involved themselves in worldly affairs in order to provide peaceful aid to other nations. He argued that the growing relationship between the Air Nomads and the nobility and wealthy of the world had impeded the spiritual growth of people across all nations. He thus became the leader of the Guiding Wind, a renegade order of air nomads that sought to destabilize the relationships between the air nomads and the elites of the other nations. To Khandro, disrupting regimes would bring balance back to the Four Nations as he saw it. He received a marriage proposal from Princess Zesan of the Fire Nation, who truly intended to give up her wealth and titles to embrace a life of austerity. Both knew that the marriage would be only political, with Zesan having dynasty-toppling ambitions, and Khandro believing that the marriage would help him destabilize the nobility structures in the Fire Nation and reorient its cultures and norms to achieve balance. Though neither bore love for one another, Khandro had an abiding respect for Zesan and what she was willing to do to unravel the corruption in her country. Against the advice of his most loyal acolytes, he planned to marry the princess, even if it risked incurring the wrath of Fire Lord Sozin. When Zesan's intentions of renouncing her wealth and titles inspired elites of the Fire Nation, Earth Kingdom, and Water Tribes to do the same, Khandro gladly accepted them, as they were the ultimate fist to the ideal of nobility, with these youths giving up their wealth and power for enlightenment, whereas the nobles supporting the Fire and Air Center of Learning did not. He continued to recruit members of the Air Nomad temples to his cause, looking for those feeling that the Air Nomads had spread too thin or were worried about the influence of nobility on other nations. Eventually, the Fire Nation capital began to plan for Zesan and Khandro's royal wedding, with feasts and festivities being held in the city. Zesan scheduled a pre-wedding symposium in Haribulkan Square, where she could address prominent nobles, military officers, and the royal court with the Guiding Wind's teachings, and deliver a refutation of Sozin's xenophobic propaganda campaigns. Aware of his sister's plans, Sozin tasked Minister Zienda with a plot to disrupt the event, and the minister worked with Mio to have Fire Nation soldiers pose as radical air nomads using devices that could create false airbending. They planned to attack nobles at the event, while espousing their own xenophobic anti-Fire Nation propaganda. Zesan and Khandro were unaware of the plot, though Zesan's romantic interest, Sister Rioshon, was able to uncover it, tasking Nyanchi, Ezra, Boeing, and Zibi with warning the princess. Khandro was at the symposium area before the event began, and acted as an intermediary between the princess and her allies. Rioshon, Roku's lifetime. Rioshon was an air nun and master chi blocker from the Western Air Temple who lived during the era of Roku. Rioshon was not part of the Guiding Wind, but was sympathetic to their philosophy. In particular, she appreciated the Guiding Wind turning away from politics and noble society, even as she felt forced to engage with that society by her birth and the wrongdoing she saw in her own family. She saw the conflicts between the Guiding Wind and wider air nomad society, but to Rioshon's mind, the core of their beliefs was true. A skilled airbender and master chi blocker, Rioshon was sought the world over for her martial skills. While traveling to the Fire Nation capital, Rioshon took on Princess Zesan as a student. Over the course of their training, Rioshon and Zesan fell in love, but never openly voiced their affections. Rioshon wished to honor Zesan's own goals, duties, and political desires. Rioshon swore to stay apart in fear Fire Lord Sozin may discover their love and use it against the sister, but warned about harm befalling the princess. This was especially true after Zesan publicly announced her intention to give up her wealth and titles for a life of poverty, and proposed to Khandro of the Guiding Wind for a political marriage that had the potential to topple a dynasty. Rioshon was saved from bandits by Nyanchi, Boeing, Ezra, and Zibi, and the four would later accompany her to the Fire Nation capital once more as the city prepared for Zesan and Khandro's royal wedding. Rioshon was invited to the city by nobles who wanted her to teach their children air nomad ways, a direct result of Zesan's influence. Fire Lord Sozin did not trust Rioshon, but declared her a guest of the royal family, assigning her an apartment in Haribulkan and attaching a retinue of Fire Nation soldiers to keep tabs on her. While they were there with the guise of being guides and protectors, Rioshon knew she was being kept under watch. Over the course of a week, several air nomads confided in Rioshon that they had their clothes stolen, either straight from the drying line or by masked assailants in the city's alleys. though leaving them mostly unharmed. Rioshon's suspicions were alerted, catching onto a conspiracy against Jetsun and the pre-wedding symposium she was planning on the Guiding Wind's teachings. As she was being watched, Rioshon had to rely on her allies to warn the princess. Nyanchi, Roku's lifetime. Nyanchi was an air nun who was a passionate advocate for the Earth Sages after the order was dissolved in the Night of Silenced Sages. Nyanchi was born and raised at the Eastern Air Temple and chafed under her teachings due to her stubborn free spirit. When an earthbender named Boeing arrived at the Air Temple on a pilgrimage to discuss helping the Earth Sages, Nyanchi saw a kindred spirit and an opportunity to leave and see the world under Boeing's tutelage while having a good time doing it. Nyanchi captured Boeing's imagination, and he promised the Air Nomads he would watch over her while they traveled together, acting as her guardian. Taking up Boeing's mission to spread word about the Earth Sages, Nyanchi traveled the world together with him. Eventually they met up with Ezra and Zebi, helping save Sister Rioshon from bandits. Nyanchi decided that she wanted to visit the Fire Nation, so she convinced Boeing to accompany Rioshon so that the pair would be in the Fire Nation capital during the upcoming royal wedding between Princess Jetsun and Monk Khandro. Nyanchi had to hand copy 500 flyers about the Earth Sages to hand out along with Boeing. However, Rioshon eventually asked Nyanchi and the rest of the team escorting her to warn Princess Jetsun about a sinister plot to disrupt a pre-wedding symposium held by the princess, being unable to do so herself as she was being watched. Leo, 87 years old at 4BG. Sister Leo was an air nun and the mother superior of the Eastern Air Temple during Avatar Aang's childhood. She was content and cheerful, and her opinions were respected by those in her care. Before the start of the 100-Year War, Leo guided a group of young air nomad children, including Aang, through the tradition of choosing a flying bison. Leading them to an open area, she gave each of the children an apple to lure a bison calf and advised them to choose carefully when picking out their bison, stating that a sky bison was a companion for life. Gyatso, born Roku's lifetime, died 0 AG. Gyatso grew up in the Southern Air Temple and became close friends with Roku when the young Avatar traveled to the temple at age 16 to commence his airbending training. Before starting their gliding lesson, Gyatso and Roku were goofing off by using their bending to blow Roku's long hair in each other's face while standing in line. During the lesson, Roku showed off a new glider trick by making several loops in the air. Gyatso tried to top his skill by air surfing atop his glider, but the young monk soon lost control, only to be saved by Roku. The additional weight proved too much for him to handle, and the two of them crashed into a group of student airbenders on the land below. The crash did little to dampen their spirits, however, as they both smiled at one another over what had happened. While Roku's airbending training was still ongoing, the young Avatar received a request of aid from his old friend, Prince Sozin. Believing that he had to help, Roku slipped out of the Southern Air Temple to investigate, roping Gyatso into accompanying him, much to the young monk's annoyance. Eventually, Gyatso became a master airbender and received his tattoos around the mid-50s BG. As a young man, the Air Nomads were increasingly involved in the affairs of the other nations, regarding this as the best way for the Air Nomads to reach others and help the world. However, this provoked a discourse on how far they should be involved with leaders of other nations, as they were often wealthy or aristocratic figures with a lot of worldly prosperity, who were often unwilling to cede their own power. Believing that the stance of the temples was impeding the spiritual growth of people around the world, a renegade order known as the Guiding Wind broke from the temples and argued against involvement with the elite classes of other nations. Gyatso remained neutral in these debates, and he believed that diversity amongst his people was a good thing, and that internal debate often led to fruitful progress no matter the decision. To that end, he encouraged the temples to discuss and debate one another in the spirit of compromise. Gyatso was later promoted to be one of the 5 head monks at the Southern Air Temple. He was highly respected, a great baker, kind and wise, but he remained a bit of a prankster. At some point, Gyatso befriended a younger Guru Pathik. Sometime after Roku's death, Gyatso became the guardian of the next Avatar, Aang, and formed a strong bond of friendship with the young Air Nomad. Gyatso regularly participated in Yangchen's festival together with his pupil. After the festival's end, he took the young nomads to an island just off the coast where they used airbending to fly cranefish kites. Due to this, Aang always missed the tales the Air Nomad elders used to tell, though Gyatso assured him that he would have plenty of time to learn of Air Nomad history later in life. 12 years after Roku's death, Gyatso was present with the rest of the Council of Elders when Aang's identity as the new Avatar was revealed. Since Gyatso was Aang's personal teacher and guardian, it also became his duty to better the Avatar's airbending skills. The bond between the two became very strong and intimate, to the point where Gyatso became a paternal figure to Aang, as well as a close friend and confidant. He helped Aang with his airbending training, played games with him, and made Aang's difficult time at the temple more enjoyable. Even though Aang's status was announced as the Avatar, Gyatso believed that he should still grow up as a normal boy. He refused to accelerate Aang's airbending training and assured Monk Tashi that Aang was content and had time for games. The other monks disagreed with this, believing that Gyatso's affection for the boy was clouding his judgment. They decreed that Gyatso and Aang were to be separated and that Aang was to be sent to the Eastern Air Temple to complete his training. Aang overheard this, and having already been ostracized by his peers after his identity as the Avatar had been revealed, was shocked that the monks wanted to isolate him from his last and best friend, not knowing that Gyatso intended to fight this decision. Aang fled the temple with Appa and was subsequently frozen into an iceberg for 100 years. Gyatso never saw Aang again. After Aang ran away, the Fire Nation launched an assault on the Southern Air Temple, intent on slaughtering the temple's population. Gyatso made one last stand against the Fire Nation and managed to fend off and defeat many Firebenders, despite their enhanced abilities as a result of Sozin's comet. However, he eventually fell along with the rest of the Air Nomads. A wooden statue of Monk Gyatso was placed in the courtyard of the Southern Air Temple before the entrance of the hallway that led to the Air Temple sanctuary, celebrating his airbending prowess. Gyatso's memory lived on in the form of Aang, who grieved his death greatly, going into the Avatar state upon discovering his corpse in the rubble of the destroyed Altar of Remembrance. When Aang was trying to open his chakras, he needed to release all his grief in order to open the air chakra located in his heart. When Aang laid out all of his grief in front of him, all the Air Nomads with Gyatso at the front appeared before him. Thanks to Pathak's guidance, Aang was able to cope with the pain that Gyatso's death and the demise of the Air Nomads had given him, and he was able to let go of it. Afiko. Now, we will be going over every known airbender from Avatar in chronological order, and we won't be discussing the new post-harmonic convergence airbenders, as there is a lot of them and they all have the same general story. Alright. Born in the Southern Air Temple, Afiko was seemingly normal growing up, but he grew jealous when Aang's identity as the Avatar was announced. Envious, he betrayed his people by revealing the temple's location to the Fire Nation. Fire Nation soldiers stormed the temple and slaughtered the other monks, but they were too late to catch Aang, who had run away from home shortly before the assault. Afiko was instrumental in engineering the genocide of his fellow Air Nomads, earning a place as Fire Lord Sozin's close advisor. He also seemed to have aided Sozin in attacking the Earth Kingdom, in that he is often shown blocking or dispersing earthbending attacks and attacking earthbenders. The traitorous monk died long before Aang's return and the subsequent undermining of all his work. In the end, despite his loyalty to the Fire Nation and his achievements, historical records indicate that Afiko met his demise in the war's 5th year, as Fire Lord Sozin had him killed for being a traitor. Malu, around 0 AG. Malu, commonly referred to as the Ghost Witch of the Mountain, was an airbender from the Eastern Air Temple. A mysterious figure with supposed mystical powers, she fled to the Earth Kingdom following the Fire Nation's first attacks that started the 100-Year War. Malu was born to 2 airbending monks and raised in the Eastern Air Temple. When the Fire Nation attacked the Air Nomads during the passing of Sozin's comet, her mother hid her away in a cave in order to keep her safe. As such, Malu survived the raid, though her parents were among the first casualties. For years, Malu lived a solitary existence, teaching herself airbending. Despite lacking a teacher, she quickly mastered the art, which helped her to survive. It wasn't until 10 AG that she came out of hiding and began attacking Fire Nation soldiers. She became a legend in the Earth Kingdom as an enigmatic beauty who supposedly controlled the spirits and could appear and vanish at will. Afterwards, some claimed that she eventually made her home in the mountain passes, and villagers paid tribute to the spirit who had protected the forest. Aang. Aang was an Air Nomad born in 12 BG in the Avatar during the 100-Year War, succeeding Avatar Roku and preceding Avatar Korra. As the Avatar of his time, he was the only person capable of using all 4 bending arts: airbending, waterbending, earthbending, and firebending. He was also one of a select few avatars and one of the first in many cycles to learn the ancient art of energy bending, as well as the first avatar known to have actively used the technique. When Aang was young, he unknowingly revealed that he was the reincarnation of the avatar when he chose 4 toys out of thousands: a turtle shell, a string-powered propeller, a hog monkey, and a drum. These 4 toys were the same ones that past avatars had chosen for generations when they were children. Raised by airbender monks, Aang grew up in the idyllic surroundings of the Southern Air Temple. He was a carefree young boy, given to frequent travel, play, and possessing an almost effortless mastery over his native element. So much so, in fact, that he had surpassed his master by the age of 10. When he was a small child, he, along with the other airbending children, traveled to the Eastern Air Temple, where the young airbenders chose their lifelong friends and companions, their flying bison. Aang immediately bonded with Appa, who would become his partner and companion for the rest of his life. In his youth, he traveled across the world and made many close friends from different nations, including Bumi from the Earth Kingdom and Kuzan from the Fire Nation. When he was 12 years old, he invented the airbending technique, the air scooter. This act caused the monks to decree him an airbending master, and he received the blue arrow-shaped tattoos that all master airbenders wore. His world drastically changed when the monks revealed that he was the Avatar, destined to master all 4 elements and bring peace to the world. Usually, the Avatar is only told of their true identity after turning 16. However, Aang's caretakers feared that a war between the 4 nations was on the horizon, and believed that the Avatar would be needed to help maintain balance. Aang soon began to feel overwhelmed with the burden of his position. His peers ostracized him for his airbending skill and new status, and his caretakers pressured him to mature too quickly. The only monk sympathetic to Aang's feelings was the elder monk Gyatso, Aang's airbending teacher and guardian. When the burden weighed heavy on his favorite student, Gyatso worked to instill a sense of fun through jokes and games. He sincerely believed that Aang should be allowed to grow up as a normal boy. However, the other monks disagreed. Citing Gyatso's attachment to the boy as interference, they decided to send Aang away to the Eastern Air Temple to focus on his training, oblivious to the fact that Aang had overheard their conversation. Confused and frightened by what he had learned, Aang fled his home on Appa, heading toward the South Pole. While over the Southern Ocean, a sudden storm caused Appa to plunge deep into the sea. Entering the Avatar state, Aang reflexively used airbending to surround himself and Appa in an air bubble that quickly froze into an iceberg, putting them into a state of suspended animation. 100 years later, 2 teenage siblings from the Southern Water Tribe, Katara a waterbender and her brother Sokka, discovered and freed Aang from his iceberg. Aang's first thought upon being freed from the iceberg was to ask his liberator Katara to go penguin sledding. The trio later traveled to Katara and Sokka's village of Wolf Cove, where Aang was met by bewildered stares from the natives, who had never seen an airbender before. His enjoyable stay at Wolf Cove was interrupted by Fire Nation Prince Zuko, who hoped to capture the Avatar to restore his honor. He thus discovered that in his absence, fears of war had become a reality. Despite Aang being confused at Zuko's hostility, he successfully defended himself with airbending until realizing that his duel with the prince threatened the village's safety. To protect the locals, Aang agreed to surrender. Once he was on Zuko's ship, Aang easily freed himself, but soon faced a rage-filled Zuko who relentlessly hunted him. When the prince blasted Aang from his ship with firebending, the young airbender fell into the ocean where he entered the Avatar state. Re-emerging, Aang trapped Zuko's ship in ice before passing out. At this point, however, Sokka and Katara arrived on Appa, rescuing him. From this point forward, the 3 formed a team. The siblings promised to aid Aang, especially as now they knew he was the Avatar. First, he wanted to check upon the Southern Air Temple, believing that his people were still safe despite the belief of the people of the Southern Water Tribe that the Airbenders had become extinct. Upon finally arriving at the Southern Air Temple, the group found it mostly empty and partially ruined. Regardless, Aang initially continued to hold the belief that his people were safe and began to show Sokka and Katara around his old home. This continued until the group came across Gyatso's skeleton, surrounded by the corpses of Fire Army soldiers. Aang thus learned the truth. The year he vanished, the leader of the Fire Nation at that time, the ruthless Fire Lord Sozin, had taken advantage of the firebending enhancing powers of a mystical comet to launch a war on the 3 other nations. To Aang's utter shock and disbelief, the Fire Nation's opening gambit had been a genocidal assault on the Air Nomads, in an attempt to kill the latest incarnation of the Avatar spirit. All 4 air temples were stormed, and even though they fought against the invaders, leaving many firebender corpses in their wake, the ambushed monks were slaughtered. Thus, Aang had become the last known airbender in existence. He was horrified, and in this moment of great grief and rage, entered the Avatar state. However, Katara was able to calm him down and assured him that she and her brother would be his family from then on. The visit at the Southern Water Temple also had another positive side. Aang discovered a local winged lemur who had become his new companion. He named him Momo. Having seen what happened to his home and nation, Aang finally realized that the future of the 4 nations rested in his hands. It was his duty to defeat the Fire Nation and restore peace and harmony to the world. To achieve this, Aang and his new friends and pets set out on a quest to find and learn from Master Benders, while evading capture from the Fire Nation. Despite gradually coming to terms with his heavy responsibility as the Avatar in the middle of a war, Aang encouraged Sokka and Katara to make several detours. During one of these side trips, they landed on Kyoshi Island, named after one of his incarnations. There, they were captured by the Kyoshi warriors and brought to one of the island's villages. The inhabitants had kept out of the war for the past 100 years and were thus xenophobic to outsiders. The village elder, Oyaji, and the warrior Suki believed they were Fire Nation spies, and were about to throw them to the Unagi until Aang proved he was the Avatar, and then they became honored guests. However, Aang's new celebrity status went to his head, causing him to entertain and impress a group of fangirls, much to Katara's dismay. When Prince Zuko arrived on Kyoshi Island, seeking to capture the Avatar, Aang realized that by staying too long he had endangered the people. Therefore, he escaped with Katara and Sokka, knowing Zuko would follow him and leave the island. Before leaving, however, Aang jumped off of Appa and rode the Unagi, controlling the creature to spray water over the burning houses. In another detour, he took Katara and Sokka to the Earth Kingdom city of Omashu. Upon arriving in Omashu, he recalled how his childhood friend Bumi had taken him on the world's biggest roller coaster ride on the city's postal system. After their own roller coaster ride, they were arrested for damages and taken before the king. The old, seemingly crazy king tricked Aang into revealing he was an airbender and thus the Avatar, and had the trio taken to a refurbished prison chamber. Aang woke up to find out that the king had encased Katara and Sokka in a strange mineral called Creeping Crystal, and would only free them if he passed 3 tests. He passed the challenges, but the king had one last challenge for him, to guess his name. Figuring out the link between all these seemingly random challenges was that he had to think outside the box. Aang identified the king to be his old friend Bumi, who had said something similar to him 100 years prior. Having his friends freed as promised, Aang was told by Bumi that in order to end the war, he must learn all the bending arts and defeat the Fire Lord himself. Before the team left the city, Aang and Bumi rode the Omashu mail system one last time for old time's sake. While trying to help a village tormented by an angry spirit, Aang unknowingly entered the spirit world. There he was contacted by Avatar Roku's dragon, Fang, who led him in his spiritual state to Roku's temple on Crescent Island. By showing Aang visions of a fiery comet and beams of light shining towards Roku's statue, Aang realized he could talk with his previous incarnation during the winter solstice. On the morning of the solstice, Aang and his friends passed through a Fire Navy blockade and entered the Fire Nation, journeying to the Avatar's temple. However, they found that the temple's guardians, the Fire Sages, were instead hostile to the Avatar, having given their loyalty to the Fire Lord. With the help of the only sage still loyal to the Avatar, Xu, Aang managed to enter the inner chamber of the temple. Avatar Roku, who manifested when light from the solstice sun struck his statue, warned Aang of Sozin's comet, a comet that returned once every 100 years to greatly increase a firebender's power. Fire Lord Sozin used the power of the comet to start the war 1 century prior, and Sozin's comet would return at the end of the summer. If Aang did not defeat the Fire Lord before the comet's arrival, the Fire Nation would be unstoppable, and the Avatar would be unable to restore balance to the world. Aang despaired that he had not learned the other bending arts and would be unable to complete his training before the comet's arrival. But Roku assured him that he would succeed, as his previous incarnations had done before. At the end of the solstice, Roku helped Aang in confronting Admiral Zhao and his troops who were stationed outside the sanctuary. Aang was able to manifest himself as this previous incarnation, who proceeded to destroy the temple completely. Aang and his team were later able to escape safely. With the knowledge of the comet's impending arrival, the weight of his duty increasingly agitated Aang. To help relieve his predicament, they landed near a river in front of a waterfall where Katara offered to begin training him in the art of waterbending. Aang quickly undressed to his red briefs, but Katara told him to remember the reason why they were there. Sokka asked what he was supposed to do, and Aang told him to clean mud and bugs out of Appa's toes. Katara taught Aang some of her waterbending skills, only to find Aang was faster and better at learning the techniques that took her a long time to learn, causing her to grow jealous. Aang's waterbending eventually caused all their supplies to wash downstream, and the group was forced to head to a port market to buy new supplies. While at the port, Aang impulsively bought a bison whistle, which did not seem to work, to the chagrin of his friends. They came across a ship docked with a barker attempting to attract business. This ship's crew was selling items that they acquired by high-risk trading. Sokka quickly surmised they were pirates. Katara saw a training scroll featuring several waterbending techniques among their loot, which they were reserving for a wealthy client in the Earth Kingdom. However, the pirate captain would offer it to them if they had a better offer, specifically 200 gold pieces. They left the ship only to be chased by the crew. The group escaped and found the reason they were being pursued. The pirates wanted the scroll Katara had stolen. Katara convinced Sokka and Aang to keep the scroll and learn from it. One of the first techniques they attempted was the water whip, a simple technique where water is formed into an elongated shape and snapped at the target. Frustrated, Katara grew even more jealous of Aang, as not only did he learn the technique easily, she herself had trouble mastering it. Her jealousy got the better of her. She yelled at Aang angrily, but quickly apologized and gave up the right to use the scroll, handing it over to Aang. At night, however, she stole the scroll to study the technique again. Zuko joined forces with the pirates to hunt down Aang, and they found Katara late at night practicing the water whip. Zuko captured and tied Katara to a tree, attempting to interrogate her for information on the Avatar, showing her that he held her mother's lost betrothal necklace, the last tie that she had to her mother. However, the pirates demanded the scroll. Zuko threatened to destroy it if they did not find Aang. Later, Aang and Sokka were found and captured, and were taken to the pirates and Fire Nation ships. Aang and Sokka discovered Katara bound to a tree surrounded by firebenders. As Zuko and the pirates were about to trade the scroll for the Avatar, Sokka convinced the pirates to sell Aang by revealing to them that he was the Avatar, despite Zuko's attempts to keep it a secret. The pirates decided that they wanted to sell Aang to the Fire Lord themselves, and the situation quickly escalated into a battle. During the fight, Aang, Katara, and Sokka escaped and hijacked the pirate ship. Katara and Aang used waterbending to get the pirates' boat into water and sail it away. Pirates, except for their leader, stole Zuko's smaller ship and started chasing after them. They battled the pirates, Katara learning the water whip in the process. The ship was fast approaching a waterfall. Aang and Katara managed to use waterbending to stop the ship, but the pirates rammed into it with Zuko's boat, sending them falling over, where they were saved by Appa, who heard Aang's bison whistle, which was working after all. Later, Katara gave Aang a full apology, while Sokka revealed that he was able to regain the scroll during the fight. Before he gave it to her, he asked what they learned. She said never to steal except for pirates. Aang and Katara could now practice waterbending. Katara and Sokka began to argue over their chores at the campsite. Aang ended the fight by having them swap chores. Aang stated, "Harsh words won't solve problems. Action will." When Momo and Appa fought over a piece of food, Aang resolved that issue as well and began gloating about his ability to solve problems as the Avatar. The following day, Aang and his friends came across the largest canyon in the world, the Great Divide, and were planning to fly across on Appa. Just before they left, a man ran up to them and started yelling that they better not leave with the canyon guide because he was there first. He was holding a spot for the rest of his tribe, the Yangchen, until they could arrive. While waiting, another tribe, the Zhang, arrived, a tribe that the man claimed to have been an enemy of his tribe for 100 years. The Yangchen tribe arrived and showed themselves to be prim and proper, while the Zhang tribe was dirty and barbaric. The Canyon Guide and Earthbender arrived, and both tribes got into an argument over who got to go first. The Zhang said that they should because they had sick people, while the Yangchen said that they should because they had old people. Aang reached a compromise and suggested that Appa would carry their sick and elderly across while the two tribes traveled together across the canyon. The Canyon Guide warned them not to take any food into the canyon as it would attract dangerous predators. After he demolished a rock shelf so that the potential Fire Nation soldiers could not follow them, a canyon crawler attacked. Aang and his friends fended it off, but the guide's arms were broken, which meant that he could not earthbend and therefore they were trapped in the canyon. Both tribes argued some more and finally split up. It was revealed that both tribes brought food into the canyon because they believed that the other tribe must have brought food, thus justifying their actions. Katara and Sokka each learned one side of the story of the feuding tribes. The Ganjin told Katara that the forefather of their tribe, Jinwei, was attacked while transporting the sacred orb during the redemption ritual and robbed by a thief, Wei Jin, from the Zhangs. The Zhangs told Sokka of their ancestor, Wei Jin, who saw Jinwei passed out on the ground and was returning the sacred orb to Jinwei's tribe when they were wrongfully imprisoned for 20 years. They reached the end of the canyon where they argued and prepared to fight and end the feud once and for all. Aang became angry and used airbending to stop the fight, but in the process revealed the food from both tribes, even getting entranced by a custard tart, and attracting many canyon crawlers. By working together and throwing bags over the crawlers' heads while they were distracted with food, everyone was able to ride them up the wall and out of the canyon. Afterward, the two tribe leaders were about to resume their fight. Aang, upon hearing the names of the two tribes' ancestors, revealed that he knew them, and that they were twins. He said that they were 8 and playing a game called Redemption. Jinwei was running with the ball when he fell. Wei Jin picked it up and started running to the other end of the field when he stepped out of bounds and was put in the penalty box for 2 minutes. As they met Appa on the other side, Aang happily hugged him and Appa licked his face. The Ganjin leader thanked Aang, only to be repulsed by the saliva on his face. Finally, the tribes made up and continued their journey to Ba Sing Se together as one, along with the guide who had enough of the canyon. Aang subsequently revealed to his friends that he made up the whole thing, much to their surprise. Aang had a strange dream about his past that clearly troubled him, but he did not tell the others. It started happily with Aang, Katara, and Sokka unrealistically flying through the skies, but suddenly Aang was alone, trapped in a storm, and plunged into the sea. Later, Aang, Katara, and Sokka stopped by a market, but realized they were out of food and money. They ran into a fisherman who hired Sokka, but when he found out that Aang was the Avatar, he yelled at him, saying that he turned his back on the world. Aang became upset and flew away into a cave. Katara reprimanded the fisherman for his harsh words and went after Aang as a horrible storm began brewing. Aang started telling the story of his past to Katara, beginning with the day that the monks told him he was the Avatar. Burdened with extra training exercises and ostracized from his friends, Aang became confused and afraid. So when he learned that the monks were planning to separate him from his guardian, Gyatso, he decided to run away. Aang was caught in a horrible storm, and as he was about to drown, the Avatar spirit inside him formed an air pocket, saving himself and Appa, but freezing them inside for the next 100 years. Aang suffered terrible guilt over abandoning the world, but Katara convinced him that it was meant to be, and that he gives people hope. As the storm reached its height, becoming a typhoon, the wife of the old fisherman arrived at the cave, beckoning for the Avatar's help. She explained that her husband and Sokka should have returned from their fishing expedition, and must have been caught out at sea. Aang and Katara flew out on Appa and came upon the fishing boat that was capsized. They were able to rescue Sokka and the old man and return them to the cave. Aang later told Katara he was ready to move on from the past and look toward a brighter future. In abandoned Earth King ruins, also along the western shores, Sokka had fallen ill due to his exposure to the recent storm. He was delusional and also exhibited flu-like symptoms. Aang learned of a herbalist who lived at the top of a nearby mountain and made plans to travel there to find a cure. The situation worsened when Katara quickly grew sick herself, leaving Aang to travel alone to the herbalist. Aang raced through the mountainside, using his airbending abilities to speed his pace. He soon arrived at the herbalist's home, but not before passing an unnoticed pair of Fire Nation lookouts, who sounded the alarm after their station was ripped apart by the winds in Aang's path. After a frustrating meeting with the herbalist, Aang learned that his friends must suck on the frozen bodies of hibernating wood frogs, which could be found on the bottoms of riverbeds. However, he made little progress towards his destination before encountering the Yuyan archers, who did not waste any time in pinning his boots to the ground with arrows. Aang airbent to defend himself from these successive shots, freeing his legs and jumping off the mountain into the thick forest below. Aang ran out of the woods and unexpectedly ended up in a murky, partially frozen river. He found the frozen frogs he had been looking for, and even while avoiding the Yuyan's arrows, managed to scoop several of the amphibians into his clothing. However, arrows caught the sleeve of his left and right arm and pinned him to an overturned tree before a net was shot over him. Aang was taken back to a fortress and placed in a cell guarded on the outside by 4 guards, while his arms and legs were chained and held in place. Admiral Zhao entered the cell and began to taunt Aang by bringing up the fact that all the other airbenders were dead. However, Zhao stated that he would not have Aang killed, as such an action would simply result in the Avatar being reincarnated, leaving the Fire Nation to find them again. Instead, Zhao promised to keep Aang alive, although just barely. As Zhao departed, Aang angrily used his powerful breath to blow Zhao against the wall. However, before leaving, Zhao decided to have the last word and stated that there was no possible way for Aang to escape, and no one would come to rescue him. The frogs, still stuffed in Aang's clothes, began to thaw and crawl away despite the young airbender's protests. Just as several frogs, still partially frozen, crawled under the door, the mysterious Blue Spirit, a broadsword-wielding vigilante, appeared and deftly defeated the guards in his way. The Blue Spirit slashed through Aang's bonds, freeing him, and began to leave the room. Aang questioned the Blue Spirit's identity and actions, but he did not answer, instead silently motioning for Aang to follow him. Aang concluded that this new figure meant to help him escape. During a difficult and violent attempt to escape, which included a standoff, seen at the left, a Yuyan archer knocked out the Blue Spirit with a single arrow to his forehead. The Blue Spirit fell over instantly, unconscious. Aang immediately airbent up a large dust cloud and concealed himself. He took off the Blue Spirit's mask to learn that his rescuer was Zuko. He turned to run and leave the prince behind, but hesitated. When the dust settled, Aang and Zuko had vanished without a trace. Later, Zuko regained consciousness to discover that morning had arrived, and that he was with Aang in a wooded area. Aang spoke nostalgically of Kuzan, a Fire Nation boy he knew as one of his closest friends a century before. He laughed at the thought of how much trouble he got into with his friend. After reflecting, he asked Zuko if under different circumstances they too could have been friends. Zuko paused before responding by launching a fire blast, which Aang easily avoided before leaping through the trees. Aang returned to the swampy river to retrieve a new set of frozen frogs. He finally returned to Katara and Sokka, placing a frozen frog in each of their mouths and repeating to them what the herbalist told him. A delirious Sokka asked if Aang made any new friends, to which he sadly replied no as he rested. As the group camped out by the lake, Aang wove a necklace for Katara from Sokka's fishing line to replace her stolen one. Upon seeing the Water Tribe girl donning the necklace, he saw her in a whole new light, developing a strong crush on her. Loud noises drew the group to a spot in the wooded area where an elderly man was being attacked by a vicious platypus bear. Despite the dire circumstances, however, the man remained oddly calm. After Appa managed to fend off the bear, the man told them he came from a nearby village where a fortune teller, Aunt Wu, lived. The group decided to travel to the village to have their fortunes told, much to Sokka's dismay. While there, Aang repeatedly tried to draw Katara's attention, even taking advice from Sokka on how to approach her. Sokka instructed Aang to act aloof, as though he did not really care. This behavior was not successful in impressing Katara, much to Aang's disappointment. He instead opted to retrieve a rare panda lily flower for her on the rim of the Makapu volcano, which led to his discovery of the volcano ready to erupt and destroy the village. After plans were arranged to dig a trench to channel the oncoming lava to the river, and some impressive displays of airbending power, Aang managed to successfully quell the volcano's fury and save the village. While camping one night by a Water Tribe ship the team discovered earlier that day, a fellow Water Tribe member and old friend of Katara and Sokka, Bato, appeared. Bato took the team to his room in a nearby abbey, and he, Katara, and Sokka began recalling stories of the past, while unintentionally ostracizing Aang in the process. When Bato informed the 2 Water Tribe siblings that he was expecting a message from their father about his whereabouts, and that they had the opportunity to reunite with him, Aang became fed up and left the room. While brooding outside, he was approached by an Earth Kingdom message who delivered him the message Bato had been expecting. Instead of taking it to him though, Aang crumpled it up and kept it to himself. The next day, Aang and his friends performed the coming-of-age ritual of ice dodging. After successfully navigating a ship through rocky waters, each of them were bestowed with an honorary mark. Aang was bestowed with the mark of the Trusted, which finally pushed him to come clean and reveal that he had the map to Sokka and Katara's father. An angered Sokka and hurt Katara abandoned him to go find their father, leaving the Avatar disappointed and on his own. In the end, however, the two realized that Aang was their family and that they were needed by him on his journey north. They rejoined him, and after engaging in battle with Prince Zuko, ultimately defeating him, the three made up. Aang returned Katara's necklace to her, and she kissed him on the cheek, causing him to blush and twiddle his thumbs. Venturing through the northwestern Earth Kingdom, Aang and his friends decided to go to a cultural festival in a Fire Nation-occupied town, so that Aang could witness some firebending, ensuring their safety from attack with disguises, although they acquired masks soon after their arrival. Regardless, it was discovered that Aang was the Avatar after he was forced to save Katara from a dragon of fire by using his airbending, and the three friends quickly attempted to escape from Fire Nation soldiers. Their escape was aided greatly by a man named Che, who told them of a firebender and deserter named Zhang. Che took them to him, and after the spirit of Avatar Roku appeared to Zhang and persuaded him to be Aang's mentor, he reluctantly agreed to teach Aang firebending. Zhang started teaching Aang slowly, focusing exclusively on breathing techniques, but the young Avatar desired to learn more advanced techniques. Zhang was greatly angered with Aang's lack of discipline, telling Aang that without control, firebending would bring nothing but unnecessary destruction, using a former student of his who displayed similar impatience and lack of discipline as an example. Aang quickly apologized and said that he was ready to learn Zhang's way. Zhang proceeded to teach Aang to use real fire, much to Aang's enthusiasm. However, his enthusiasm was quickly deflated when Zhang only assigned him the simple task of preventing a leaf from being completely burned. Zhang soon left to attend to other matters, and Aang, still feeling restricted, took his exercise to the next step and created fire. Aang played around with it for a little while, although Katara insisted that he be careful. He soon accidentally burned Katara's hands when he attempted to imitate a move the performer made at the festival. Katara ran away crying, and Sokka became enraged as a result and furiously tackled him. Zhang, having returned, followed Katara into the forest. However, during this time, Admiral Zhao, who was revealed to be the former student of Zhang, and his men located the camp, and in turn battled Zhang, although the master's attempt was half-hearted. Aang, hiding away in Zhang's hut in order to reflect on his error, was urged by Katara to aid Zhang. Although Aang felt terribly guilty and promised to never firebend again, Katara's revelation of her healing restored his battle spirit. With a fiery display, Zhang and his men made their escape, while Aang confronted Zhao. Recalling Zhang's lessons of control, Aang provoked the firebending master, goading him into destroying his own ships. Zhao could only watch as his ships burned and sank into the river as Aang escaped. In this act, Aang demonstrated that some firebenders had little self-control. With Zhang gone, the three resumed their journey and left the forest, a hard-learned lesson of fire's destructive power fresh in their minds. After hearing rumors about flying people from a traveling storyteller, the kids journeyed to the Northern Air Temple to see for themselves if the rumors were true. Upon arrival, they found not airbenders, but an Earth Kingdom colony led by a mad inventor and his paraplegic son. He made gliders based on the Air Nomad staffs he found in the temple, and the members of the colony used them for flight, leading to the rumor of the flying people. The inventor had defiled the ancient landmarks with technological improvements similar in style to the Industrial Revolution. Aang was at first disheartened by the many changes to the temple, though he developed a degree of respect for the mechanist's son, Teo. Sokka began to work with the mechanist and came up with ways to detect a natural gas leak through the use of rotten eggs. The state of relative happiness was not to last. Aang soon discovered that the mechanist was supplying the Fire Nation with weapons inside the temple's sanctuary where Avatar statues were supposed to be, in exchange for the safety of his newly settled village. He unearthed a room filled with monstrous weapons of war, like self-propelled war wagons and attack balloons, all destined for use by the enemy. Later, Aang demanded to know when the Fire Nation would come for their weapons, and the mechanist stated soon. After that, War Minister Chin appeared demanding his weapons. Aang closed the door and trapped the minister, told him that the deal was off, and slapped him in the face with a blast of air. Chin angrily stated to Aang that the destruction of the temple would be on his head. However, Aang realized that they had something the Fire Nation did not have: air power. Sokka and the mechanist planned on how to improve the war balloon and how to fight back the Fire Nation using their gliders and the prototype balloon. Sokka stated that there were 4 different types of bombs: smoke, slime, stink, and fire. When the mechanist stated stink, he added, "Never underestimate the power of stink." The gliders fought with courage, but the Fire Nation tanks soon overwhelmed them. Every time Aang flipped them over, the cockpits also flipped. Teo stated that the tanks had a water balancing system. Katara used this knowledge and her waterbending to fight them, but there were too many. Appa arrived and retrieved Aang and Katara from the battlefield. Out of explosives, the people lost hope, but the war balloon appeared. The Fire Nation did not attack because they saw the Fire Nation emblem on it. Sokka dropped several slime bombs, but that did not stop the advancing army. Ultimately, Sokka, in a desperate maneuver, threw the balloon's hot air engine into a crack with combustible methane emanating from it. The resulting explosion crushed the invaders and resulted in victory for Team Avatar and the Earth Kingdom colony. Afterward, Aang stated his approval of the villagers having settled there. Unknowingly, the balloon consequently dropped into the Fire Nation campgrounds. Chin and his soldiers found it, saying this defeat is the gateway to many victories, as firebenders inflated the balloon. As they proceeded toward the north, Sokka began to complain that Appa was flying too slowly. Aang defensively replied that they should all climb on Sokka's back and he could fly them to the North Pole. Katara tried to soothe the situation by remarking that they were all tired and cranky as a result of flying for 2 days straight. Just as Sokka was voicing his doubts about finding the Northern Water Tribe, the group was attacked by Northern Waterbenders, who led them to their capital city, Agnakela. Outside the Great Palace of the Northern Water Tribe, Sokka and Katara were celebrated as family from the Southern Tribe, and Aang was honored as a special guest. Aang and Katara were delighted to see the waterbending master Pakku and his students performing elaborate and elegant waterbending moves for entertainment. After the performance was over, Aang was introduced to Master Pakku. Aang was looking forward to Katara and himself learning waterbending after a few days' rest. Master Pakku was unimpressed with his work ethic, telling Aang that he would receive no special treatment just because he was destined to save the world. He was told that if he was interested in learning waterbending, he'd be ready at sunrise. The next day, as they approached the palace, Katara expressed her joy at being able to learn from a real master, saying that she had waited for this day her whole life. However, she was horrified to learn from Master Pakku that it was forbidden for women to learn waterbending. He advised her to go to the healing huts and learn from Yagoda to use her waterbending to heal. Although Aang initially refused to learn from Master Pakku, outraged by the unfairness, Katara urged him to return, saying that he could not risk his training for her. Thus, Aang began to reluctantly learn from Master Pakku. Sokka suggested that at night Aang teach Katara everything he had learned that day. Katara was excited by this idea, as it allowed her to learn waterbending and Aang would have someone with whom to practice. Everyone would be happy. Sokka remarked that he was not happy, but Katara dismissed this by saying that he was never happy, and then she and Aang hurried outside to begin practicing. They looked up to the bridge above them to see Master Pakku, who was angry that Aang had disrespected him, his teachings, and his entire culture. Aang hastily apologized, but Pakku refused to teach Aang anymore, saying that he was no longer welcome as his student before leaving. The next day at the palace, Katara pleaded with Chief Arnuk to have Master Pakku take Aang back as his student. Master Pakku agreed to continue training Aang on the condition that Katara swallow her pride and apologize. Katara, angered by his pomposity and condescending attitude, challenged him to a fight instead of apologizing, gesturing emphatically as she did so, unintentionally waterbending huge cracks in the ice floor and smashing 2 pots. Katara went outside to wait for Pakku, who simply strolled past her, further angering her with patronizing comments. Katara, temper pushed to the breaking point, formed a water whip and slapped Master Pakku on the back of the head. He turned around and agreed to fight, telling her if she wanted to learn so badly she should study closely. The fight began, and it was discovered that Katara was much more advanced in waterbending than previously known. She demonstrated amazingly powerful techniques she had never used before the fight. The two were able to manipulate the water and snow around them amazingly, using basic and advanced waterbending techniques. Pakku grinned and smirked as he attacked, but when Katara launched discs of ice at him, he appeared to realize how skilled she was as a waterbender. After a few moments of violent waterbending, it seemed Katara had the upper hand as she toppled ice obelisks over Master Pakku, who disappeared in a cloud of mist, but Pakku quickly re-emerged and performed a waterbending move that rendered Katara helpless, and she was beaten. Her grandmother's necklace, which fell off during the fight, was picked up by Master Pakku, and it was discovered that he made it for Kana, Katara's grandmother, 60 years prior. Master Pakku told Katara that her grandmother had left the arranged marriage to begin her life in the South Pole. Katara understood that she had refused to let her tribe's customs rule her life. In the end, although the waterbending master had not changed his rather harsh methods of teaching, he had taken both Katara and Aang as students. Zhao began to launch his attack against the Northern Water Tribe. Under the tutelage of Master Pakku, Katara's waterbending skills improved to the extent that she could defeat all of his pupils with ease. To both Pakku and Katara's annoyance, the same could not be said for Aang, who idly played with Momo during training. Meanwhile, Sokka took Princess Yue for a ride on Appa, during which they noticed the soot beginning to fall from the sky, an ominous signal of the Fire Nation's approach. The Northern Water Tribe prepared to defend itself from invasion, and Sokka volunteered for a dangerous mission in which several warriors would be forced to infiltrate the fleet. As the walls of the prestigious city began to fall, Aang felt duty duty-bound to prevent the same fate that befell the Air Nomads and the Southern Water Tribe. Riding out to the fleet on Appa, he managed to successfully overtake several battleships. As dusk approached, however, he came to the realization that his efforts hardly thwarted the Fire Nation's advance, and he retreated in despair. That night, Princess Yue related the origins of the Water Tribe and its power, leading Aang to realize that if he could enter the spirit world and meet with the moon and ocean spirits, perhaps they could help him defeat the Fire Nation. Yue took Katara and Aang to a hidden oasis, which was the spiritual center of the North Pole. After observing the two koi fish in the oasis, which resembled yin and yang, Aang entered a trance and crossed over into the spirit world. Katara stood watch over Aang's body, but was caught by surprise with Zuko's sudden appearance. With the enhanced power of the moon, Katara was able to temporarily defeat Zuko in the ensuing duel. However, the sun's subsequent rising enhanced Zuko's power, allowing him to ultimately defeat Katara, leaving her unconscious. He kidnapped the Avatar, escaping to the icy tundra. Meanwhile, Zhao's forces broke through the outer wall of the Northern Water Tribe's defenses. The Admiral revealed a sinister plan to kill the mortal manifestation of the Moon Spirit in order to destroy the moon and severely weaken the Water Tribe. In the spirit world, Aang hurriedly sought out the moon and ocean spirits, receiving only minimal guidance from a begrudging baboon spirit who urged him to chase a nearby firefly. Although this proved unsuccessful in locating the spirits, Aang did come in contact with Avatar Roku, who instructed him to see Ko, one of the oldest spirits in existence. Before parting, Roku warned Aang to show no emotion while speaking with Ko, as the spirit would otherwise steal his face. Aang eventually arrived at Ko's lair, where he questioned the spirit and learned that the black and white koi he had seen swimming in the oasis were the moon and ocean spirits, Tui and La respectively. He returned to the physical world with the help of Heibai and escaped from Zuko due to the timely arrival of Katara, Sokka, and Princess Yue on Appa. Zuko and Katara briefly dueled again, wherein Katara easily defeated him due to the enhancing power of the full moon. The team subsequently took off to the Spirit Oasis, but not before a sympathetic Aang brought the unconscious Zuko with them. When Aang and the others returned to the Oasis, Zhao had already captured the moon spirit, Tui, which caused the moon to glow red, created a lunar eclipse, and stripped waterbenders of their bending abilities. Aang pleaded with Zhao to spare the spirit upon realizing his murderous intentions. He was supported by Iroh, who threatened action against the Admiral if he harmed the spirit. Zhao, initially complying, released the koi into the Oasis. In a sudden act of rage, however, he firebent at the koi, killing it. The moon vanished from the sky altogether, and color seeped from the world. Iroh immediately retaliated, overpowering Zhao's henchmen, but Zhao himself was able to flee the scene. Although the situation appeared hopeless, Aang suddenly entered the Avatar state and fused with the ocean spirit into a giant water-based creature. The merged creatures subsequently massacred the Fire Nation troops and annihilated the fleet, forcing a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, Yue, who had been imbued with life by the moon spirit as an infant, sacrificed herself to revive Tui and restore the moon's power. She thus became the new moon spirit. With the moon reinstated, Aang exited the Avatar state and was returned safely to the city by La. After the battle, Pakku revealed to Katara his intention to head for the South Pole to help rebuild the tribe. He assigned Katara as Aang's new waterbending teacher. While journeying to the Earth Kingdom via a water tribe ship, Aang dreamt that he was in the Avatar state, but he was outside his body, witnessing his destructive attacks firsthand. Seeing this frightened the young Avatar, and he awoke with a start. Aang, Katara, and Sokka parted ways with the water tribe citizens accompanying them and set off for Omashu, where Aang would learn earthbending from King Bumi. Aang and the team traveled to a military base, from where they'd be escorted to the metropolis. They met Fong, an Earth Kingdom general who believed Aang was wasting time mastering the elements. He devised a plan to trigger the Avatar state, whose power would enable Aang to defeat the Fire Lord. Feeling guilty because of the casualties of the 100-Year War, Aang agreed. First, they tried using a stimulant tea, which induced a state of hyperactivity in Aang. Next, Sokka attempted to scare him into the Avatar state by making it seem as if Momo's head had replaced his own. Lastly, they tried creating a mixture comprising of the 4 elements, which was subsequently thrown onto Aang. However, the mixture ended up simply being mud that caused Aang to sneeze on everyone. Aang came to realize that he should not try to trigger his Avatar state. Hoping that Fong would understand, Aang confronted him, but Fong foolishly tried to trigger the Avatar state by ordering his troops to attack the Avatar. When that failed, Fong used his earthbending to bury Katara. This enraged Aang, who fell under the Avatar state. Although initially overjoyed at his success, Fong quickly realized the error of his ways. He tried to explain that he had faked Katara's death in order to induce the Avatar state. However, Aang used a powerful wave of earthbending to defeat Fong and his troops. He was subdued only when Avatar Roku communicated to him during the battle, briefly taking him to the spirit world. Roku explained that the Avatar state empowered the Avatar with the skills and knowledge of all his past lives. While in this state, Aang was at his most powerful but also at his most vulnerable. Should an avatar die while in this state, Roku warned, the avatar cycle would die with it, and the avatar would cease to exist. With the explanation completed, Roku returned Aang to his body. Having regained his senses, Aang saw the damage that he had caused and felt ashamed. General Fong, on the other hand, was overjoyed that Aang had entered the avatar state and suggested that they begin finding a way to control it. Sokka knocked Fong out before he could proceed with this idea, and the group led for Omashu without an escort. While the friends were relaxing, a group of Earth Kingdom nomads appeared, displaying the characteristics of carefree, nature-loving people. Upon hearing the team's plans to travel to Omashu, the Earth nomads spoke of a shortcut through a tunnel passing under a mountain. Although Sokka did not trust these new characters, the kids later followed the nomads to the tunnels after an unsuccessful attempt to fly over the mountains. Just before they entered, the leader of the nomads mentioned that the tunnels formed a labyrinth protected by a curse. Only those who put their trust in love could find the way through. Those who did not would forever be lost. Sokka created a map while traveling through the labyrinth, but the map proved useless due to the fact that the tunnels were constantly changing. When a cave-in suddenly occurred, Aang's quick action saved everyone from being crushed. However, the resulting catastrophe separated the group. Aang, Katara, and Appa were in one group, while Sokka and Momo, to Sokka's great displeasure, were forced to travel with the musical nomads, who assured him that he should not let the falling rocks turn his smile into a frown. After traveling for an extensive period of time, Aang and Katara encountered a large tomb designed for the two lovers spoken of in lore. By reading script around the walls, they discovered the true story of the two lovers. The final line in the script stated, "Love is brightest in the dark." Inspired by this, Katara suggested a possible way to navigate the labyrinth by following the example of the lovers and kissing. Although Aang, due to his unexpressed but growing affection for Katara, found this idea highly intriguing, he attempted to reassure and embarrass Katara that he could not imagine kissing her. When she was put out by this response, he assured her that what he meant is, and choosing between certain death and kissing her, he would definitely choose to kiss her, insisting it was a compliment. This cooled the ardor between them for a while, but later, as the torch was burning out, desperation led them to dare the unknown. In the resulting darkness, Aang and Katara found that the glowing crystals embedded in the ceilings of the tunnels led to the exit. The two and Appa succeeded in navigating their way out of the cave. Soon after, the entire team was reunited. Concluding this, Aang, Sokka, and Katara finally arrived at Omashu, only to discover, much to their devastation, that it had been conquered by the Fire Kingdom. Despite the dangers of being caught, Aang decided to enter the city and search for Bumi. Though Katara believed it was time for Aang to find a different earthbending teacher, Aang explained that Bumi was not just an earthbending teacher, but a friend. Aang, Sokka, and Katara infiltrated the city via a sewer. Upon emerging, Sokka found several creatures called purple pentapuses stuck to his face. They turned out to be harmless, and Aang removed them. Moments later, they encountered Fire Nation soldiers who questioned why they were out past curfew. Aang quickly covered his arrow tattoo with a piece of cloth, and Katara said that they were just on their way home. The soldiers decided to let them go until they noticed the marks on Sokka from the pentapuses, raising their suspicion. Katara quickly fabricated an explanation, claiming him to have pentapox, a very contagious disease. The soldiers ran away in fear, thus the team avoided capture. In Omashu, a Fire Nation official, his wife, baby son, and daughter Mai caught sight of Aang and his friends, believing them to be the cause of an attempted attack by the Omashu resistance. Mai chased after the trio, firing a barrage of knives their way. The team, however, avoided these attacks and suddenly ended up in an underground base where Omashu's army was present. The trio inquired about the Fire Nation's conquest of the city, to which an Earth Kingdom captain revealed that King Bumi surrendered to the Fire Nation, much to the dismay of the army. Aang stated that the best course of action was for the citizens of Omashu to depart. He devised a plan to give all the citizens the fake disease pentapox. This strategy succeeded, with the Fire Nation governor ordering all citizens to be evacuated, unbeknownst to the governor. Unbeknownst to him, however, his own infant son accidentally left the city alongside the citizens. Aang stayed behind, electing to try and find Bumi instead, but his search came up empty. While stationed securely outside the city walls, the team received a ransom note, proposing an exchange of the governor's son for King Bumi. The exchange was to be done with Mai, but was called off when her friend Princess Azula intervened and declared it a bad trade. Aang freed the still detained Bumi, and they managed to flee Azula's pursuit via the Omashu delivery system. The Avatar questioned his old friend as to why he had surrendered the city. Bumi explained to Aang the value of Jing, or battle strategy, focusing primarily on neutral Jing, in which one does nothing. He revealed that he deliberately allowed the city to be captured by the principle of neutral Jing, where one should remain in one place and wait for the opportune moment to strike. This principle is the key to earthbending. Realizing the value of Bumi's judgment, Aang departed the city on Appa, while Bumi bent his way up the mail shaft. The team flew on Appa above a giant swamp, with Aang staring at it in a sort of hypnotic trance, and slowly lowering the bison towards it. When Sokka inquired as to Aang's reasons for doing so, the Avatar came out of his trance and claimed that the swamp was calling him. Sokka tried to convince Aang to simply ignore this intuitive feeling and continue flying past, but Aang was still highly intrigued because of what King Bumi told him about listening to the earth. He resolved to leave after the others stated their suspicions about the swamp. However, a sudden tornado appeared, rampaging toward the team and forcefully causing them to fall down into the swamp. Aang, Katara, and Sokka were separated from Appa and Momo as a result of the turbulent landing. The trio tried to find their animal companions, with Sokka chopping everything in sight with his machete. Aang warned Sokka about such a detrimental action. Katara agreed with Aang, claiming to feel some supernatural qualities in the swamp. Despite pleas from his friends, Sokka dismissed their concerns and persisted in scything the vines. They set up camp that night, the swamp's ominousness unnerving all three. While asleep, mysterious vines slithered out from deep within the swamp and grabbed a hold of the three team members. Although each managed to escape from the vines using their styles of fighting, they were separated from one another. While searching for Katara and Sokka, Aang saw a strange girl with a pet flying boar giggling in the distance. He chased after the girl, but she disappeared repeatedly from sight. The vision disappeared altogether when the Avatar and his friends were unexpectedly reunited with each other at the center of the swamp, a giant tree. Aang believed the swamp had been calling them there. At that moment, a gigantic monster formed from the vines of the swamp, burst from the water, and a fight ensued. Aang and Katara finally defeated the swamp monster, who was really a waterbender named Hu, bending the water in the vines. Upon learning that Aang was the Avatar, he began to offer his knowledge of the swamp, stating that it was really one big tree, stretching out its roots for miles. He also said that the whole world is one organism like the swamp. If one listened carefully, he explained, they could hear everything breathing together because everything is connected. When inquired about the visions they had received, he explained that in the swamp, people had visions of people they'd lost, even if they weren't really gone. Aang's vision continued to perplex him because he was certain that he had never met the girl. He came to realize, however, that he would meet her in the future. Aang discovered that if he listened to the earth, he could pinpoint the location of Appa and Momo. He channeled his chi, and a glowing line of energy drew him straight to them. Aang and Katara later confronted the natives to free Appa and Momo, and the natives were revealed to be waterbenders as well. The team ventured to an Earth Kingdom village where they learned of a holiday known as Avatar Day. They watched a parade with giant effigies of Kyoshi, Roku, and Aang being brought out on floats. The trio initially believed that the festival was honoring the Avatar, only to witness a man torch the three floats to the loud approval of the village, who chanted "Down with the Avatar." Aang revealed himself as the Avatar to defend his status and was consequently arrested. While in his jail cell, the village's mayor explained to him that Avatar Day commemorated the day Avatar Kyoshi killed the village's leader, Chin the Great. To prove Aang's innocence, Sokka and Katara searched the village and returned to Kyoshi Island to find evidence that said otherwise. The evidence they garnered, however, proved useless because during the trial, the opposing sides merely told what they believed would happen. Solely based on these stories, the jury, consisting of the town's mayor, decided who was innocent and who was guilty. For this case, the village mayor served as both prosecution and jury. Under these pretenses, it would prove impossible for Aang to receive a fair trial. Meanwhile, Aang, while incarcerated, befriended the other prisoners. One of them advised him to open up to Katara about his feelings. During Aang's trial, after hearing the village mayor's story and Aang's vague version, he was found guilty. Refusing to give up, Sokka and Katara had Aang dress up in Kyoshi's old uniform, under the belief that wearing her garments would trigger something. Surprisingly, Kyoshi manifested herself through Aang's body, and announced to the village that she did indeed kill Chin the Great, or Conqueror as she called him. She insisted, however, that it was with the best intentions, being that Chin was a cruel dictator and threatened to conquer her homeland. Once Kyoshi's spirit disappeared and Tong recovered from his shock, he condemned Aang for the murder of Chin and ordered the Wheel of Punishment to be brought out in order to determine his sentence. Much to the excitement of the villagers, it halted on boiled in oil. However, before the sentence could be carried out, a Fire Nation cavalry, the Rough Rhinos, arrived to claim the village in the name of the Fire Lord. Fearing for his safety, the mayor quickly changed the punishment to community service and pleaded with Aang to defeat the warriors and save the village. Aang accepted his punishment, and with the help of Katara and Sokka, quickly defeated the warriors in battle and expunged them from the village. To express gratitude toward the Avatar for saving the village, the mayor decided that Avatar Day would no longer be a day of hatred, but a day to commemorate and honor the Avatars for their protection they gave the village in times of need. Since Aang was not boiled in oil on this day, the celebration involved eating effigies of the Avatar made from uncooked dough. The trio went down to the town of Gaoling to continue their search for an earthbending instructor. While searching, Aang received a free earthbending lesson from a man named Master Yu, but he found that Yu cared more about having him pay for lessons than he did about teaching. Afterward, they overheard a pair of students discussing Earth Rumble 6, a tournament featuring several powerful earthbenders. The boys were not very inclined to inform Aang of the tournament's location until Katara secretly used her feminine charm, which involved freezing them to the walls to coerce them to tell. At the tournament, they witnessed a powerful earthbender named the Boulder defeat every challenger he came across. Sokka became completely enthralled in the spectacle, but Aang was not very impressed, saying that the Boulder was just listening to his big muscles as opposed to listening to the earth. After vanquishing all other contenders, the Boulder confronted the current champion, the Blind Bandit, a blind 12-year-old girl. Aang noticed the bandit's techniques, especially how she waited and listened carefully to the movements of her opponent, and realized that she was a master of neutral Jing that Bumi had been encouraging him to find. He also realized that she was the girl who he had envisioned at the swamp. After the bandit effortlessly defeated the Boulder, the host of the tournament, Xin Fu, offered a large sum of gold to whoever could defeat the blind bandit in a fight. Seeing an opportunity to talk to the bandit, Aang challenged her. The bandit, however, was ready for a fight and refused to engage in conversation, instead launching a boulder at Aang. She was not prepared, however, to face an airbender and was defeated when Aang blew her out of the ring. The bandit took badly to her loss and stormed off, refusing to listen to Aang when he beckoned to her. Aang and the others returned to Master Yu's school to try and find out where the blind bandit lived. They approached the students they had confronted earlier, both of whom were quite intimidated by Katara. They did not obtain much information though. Aang recalled the flying boar he had seen with the girl in his vision. The boys stated that the flying boar was the symbol of the Beifong family, the wealthiest family in town. Aang and company traveled to the family's home where they were accosted by the bandit, now wearing the same dress Aang had seen her wearing in the swamp. The girl, named Toph, refused to aid Team Avatar and called the house guards to chase them off. That evening, Aang used his status as the Avatar to gain a formal audience with the entire Beifong family. He attempted to gain her father's support regarding Toph aiding him, but Toph used her earthbending to keep him from saying anything revealing. Her parents and teacher were completely unaware of her true skill, and she wanted to keep it that way. After numerous interruptions, Aang retaliated by sneezing, bringing the dinner to both a premature end and into everyone's faces. After dinner, Toph called a truce with Aang and recounted her history. Her parents perceived her as weak and fragile due to her blindness and severely restricted her freedom. From an early age, she began sneaking out of the house and mastering earthbending on her own, secretly competing in tournaments and surpassing her teacher in skill. The pair was suddenly ambushed and captured by Xin Fu and his stable of earthbenders, who suspected the two of duplicity earlier during the tournament. Toph was later freed, and after defeating Xin Fu's earthbenders, rescued Aang, an event her father witnessed. Toph later confronted her parents, expressing her desire to accompany Team Avatar on their journeys. Her father denied this request and ordered Aang and the others to leave the estate. As the team prepared to depart, however, Toph ran up to them, saying that her father had ultimately granted her permission to travel with them. Before departing, she launched Aang into a tree via earthbending and, declaring them even, demanded to have her championship belt returned. In a remote Earth Kingdom forest, Team Avatar was pursued by a tank train operated by Azula, Mai, and Ty Lee. Their machine allowed them to cover great distances at high speeds. Additionally, they were able to trace the team's whereabouts by following a trail of shed fur Appa consistently left. Aang and his friends were repeatedly forced to escape, depriving them of much-needed rest and draining the last of their power and patience. To make matters worse, Katara and Toph became tangled in a bitter conflict, with Toph eventually leaving the group after a particularly acrimonious fight. Aang attempted to deceive Azula by leaving a false trail of Appa's shed fur for her to follow, while Katara and Sokka retreated somewhere safe. Azula, however, unfolded his plan. She sent Mai and Ty Lee in the direction she believed the group to have gone and followed Aang's fabricated trail herself. Aang ultimately wound up in an abandoned town where he was later found and confronted by Azula. Zuko arrived on the scene shortly after, and all three assumed fighting stances, prepared to duel. Azula fired the first shot, hitting Zuko hard and knocking him back. All three exchanged blows until the duel was joined by Katara, Sokka, Iroh, and Toph. Azula was eventually cornered by the 6 other combatants. She surrendered, and Iroh momentarily let his guard down, turning to see his comrades. Azula took advantage of this and launched a fire blast at him, striking him in the chest. Zuko let out a horrified cry, and all 4 benders unleashed their power against her. Azula, however, was able to escape the scene unharmed. Aang, Katara, Sokka, and Toph gathered around Iroh, but Zuko yelled at them to leave, backing up his words with a sweeping arc of flame. Respecting his need for privacy, Aang and the others fled. Aang awoke from his sleep, excited to finally begin his earthbending training with Toph. Toph commenced her instruction with the simple act of moving a rock. She explained to Aang that earthbending required a firm, steady stance and demonstrated the technique by sending a rock into a wall. Aang tried to emulate her, but ended up hitting the rock with airbending and propelling himself backward. Aang questioned his inability to move the rock while in his correct stance. He tried to find an alternate solution, but Toph explained that such creative thinking was the problem, as earthbending required a head-on approach. She proceeded to train Aang through several activities involving the rock, with the Avatar gradually improving. Toph decided to teach Aang how to stop an oncoming rock. She blindfolded him, thereby urging him to sense the vibrations in the earth as she did and rolled a boulder down a steep hill toward him. Fearing injury, Aang leapt out of the boulder's path at the last second. This infuriated Toph, who chastised him for showing cowardice. Katara tried to console Aang by offering to practice waterbending. The two practiced in a nearby marsh where Katara encouraged Aang to face the issue instead of avoiding it. She explained that Aang was working with his opposite element, earth, and thus difficulty was to be met. She surprised Aang by throwing a reed at him, which Aang was able to slice in half with waterbending. Katara congratulated Aang for having the reflexes of a waterbending master, and Aang referred to her as Sifu, meaning teacher, Katara. Toph taunted Aang about his submissiveness by abusing his staff. Aang expressed a desire to be left alone. When Katara approached him, however, concerned that Sokka had not yet returned to the campsite, the Avatar agreed to help search. Aang eventually found Sokka wedged into a hole in which he had become stuck while hunting. Sokka asked that Aang utilize earthbending in order to free him, to which Aang shamefully admitted his failure to earthbend. The creature that Sokka had been hunting returned, and Aang identified it as a saber-toothed moose lion cub. The mother of the cubs suddenly appeared, furious that they were in possession of her child, and she started to attack Aang and Sokka. Aang initially tried to avoid the beast, but he eventually faced the mother head-on and drove her away via airbending. Toph, who had been silently observing the conflict, made her presence be known and congratulated Aang on his show of fortitude. Aang demanded his staff be returned, and Toph, determining that he possessed the qualities of an airbender, ordered him to earthbend. Aang complied, and much to his delight, he was able to successfully earthbend. Shortly after Aang managed to earthbend, he and the others were ambushed by a Fire Army artillery unit while traveling through the Earth Kingdom on Appa's back. Katara subsequently fell from the saddle into a river, while Toph, Aang, and Sokka landed nearby to start searching for her. They encountered an overconfident Fire Nation soldier who was easily defeated by Toph, but he managed to set some trees ablaze. After Aang and Toph put out the fire, they were ready to move on, but the soldier exclaimed that the Avatar and the Air Nomads will pay for plotting to take over the world. Aang was shocked to hear this and told the man that it was not true. Deeply upset that Sozin had spread such misinformation about his people after he had also wiped them out, he wanted to convince the Firebender that he was mistaken, believing that changing even one mind in the Fire Nation was something worth doing. He hesitated to proceed as he knew that they needed to find Katara, but Sokka encouraged him to talk to the soldier. Aang walked to the man who had been encased in rocks by Toph, determined to make him see the truth. He politely introduced himself and airbent a leaf away from the captive's forehead, who was frightened by his ability. Aang reassured him that he would not hurt him, but the warrior countered that he knew how dangerous Air Nomads were, being able to suck someone's breath out of their body and having an army of winged people ready to attack anyone threatening them. Annoyed, the Avatar replied that his people were peaceful monks who never ate meat and who glided with their staves, saying that his own is with his flying bison. The Firebender declared that having an animal that flies proved how dangerous the Airbenders were, as they would have been able to occupy every country in the world had they not been stopped by the Fire Nation. Dumbfounded, Aang inquired as to where he heard such an absurdity from, to which the man answered how he learned this in a convoluted hearsay matter that started with someone reading a poster. The Avatar told him that something written on a poster is not always true, but he replied that, as they were expensive to print, that was unlikely. Aang returned to his friends, but Sokka offered to talk to the warrior as well, though it proved to be a fruitless effort. They resumed their search for Katara and eventually spotted signs of a battle in a village, which led them to another settlement where they found the waterbender. Upon seeing her friends, she hugged them, and before they left, she told them how she temporarily joined a pirate crew, which Aang wanted to believe, though considered it was unlikely. Each of the members of Aang's group decided to take a mini vacation as a way to unwind after all the work they've done. Sokka, on the other hand, thought the group should be working on getting intelligence on the Fire Nation, most specifically for a map for when Aang must hunt down the Fire Lord. The group met Professor Zay, who told them he was searching for a legendary library said to be in the middle of the Siwang Desert. The library, said to have been created by the Spirit of Knowledge and his fox servants, has more valuable tomes than any other place in the world. Sokka, believing he may be able to get information on the Fire Nation there, dedicated his vacation to finding the place. Flying on Appa, the group soon found the library, which was buried in the sand except for its single highest tower. Aang, Katara, Sokka, Momo, and Professor Zay used a window to enter the library. Appa stayed outside, of course, as did Toph, who cannot read since she is blind. Toph also mentioned that because of the desert sand, she could not feel the vibrations in the ground as well as she normally could, and thus her seismic sense was impaired. When the group entered the library, they met the spirit Wan Shi Tong, who constructed the library. Taking the form of a large owl, the spirit initially did not trust them, disliking the fact that humans use knowledge only to gain an advantage over other humans. He brought up the last human to have discovered this library, who happened to be Admiral Zhao, and believed the group only wanted to get information to help them defeat their enemies. Though there was truth to the spirit's accusation, Aang and his friends were able to convince him otherwise. Sokka found a burned paper that mentioned the darkest day in Fire Nation history. It had a date but no other information. It also turned out that Zhao, before leaving, destroyed every bit of information about the Fire Nation, probably to prevent exactly what Sokka and the others were trying to do. However, a fox, one of Wan Shi Tong's animal helpers, found the group and led them to a room dedicated to astronomy. There, a date could be entered on a stone wheel, which showed the sky on that particular date. When Sokka entered the date of the darkest day, it showed a solar eclipse occurring. The group realized that solar eclipses must weaken or take away firebending in the same way that lunar eclipses affect waterbending. They realized they could use this information to plan an attack on the Fire Nation forces. Soon, however, Wan Shi Tong found out their plans and decreed that he will no longer allow humans to misuse his beloved information. He attacked the group while the library began to sink, that way it would be completely underground forever, taking the knowledge with it. Outside, Toph began to hold up the tower using her earthbending so that the others could escape. However, at the same time, Sandbenders abducted Appa, while Toph found it impossible to hold up the tower and simultaneously fight them. They made off with Appa and escaped. Inside the library, Aang and Sokka hurriedly tried to use the astronomy room to find the next date of a solar eclipse. It turned out the next one was in a few months. They planned to give this information to the Earth Kingdom armies of Ba Sing Se to help in the war. The group quickly escaped except for Professor Zay, who said that he'd rather spend eternity in the library than see it vanish forever. The others had no choice but to leave him. They escaped before the library vanished into the sand. Toph told Aang that Appa had been stolen by Sandbenders and he was completely heartbroken. Infuriated, Aang unreasonably blamed Toph for Appa's kidnapping. Seeing how everyone was more focused on making their way through the desert than on his lifelong friend, Aang flew off in search of Appa. Aang's search proved to be fruitless, with him engendering a gigantic mushroom-like cloud and frustration. After returning to the others, the group continued their trek through the endless desert, with Aang acting despondent, if not outright hostile and bitter over their situation the whole way. The group eventually came across an abandoned sand sailor and compass, which they used to travel to a large rock formation in the desert center. There, they were attacked by a hive of buzzard wasps, one of which Aang viciously struck down after it attempted to take Momo. The group later encountered the Sandbenders themselves, one of whom Toph identified as the person who stole Appa, and enraged Aang demanded to know where his bison was, threateningly obliterating their desert sailors one by one before slipping into the Avatar state. The Sandbender confessed that he had traded Appa to some merchants, and that he was probably in Ba Sing Se by now where he would be sold. The wind and sands twisted around Aang as he proceeded to fully enter the state. However, Katara managed to make her way to him and calm him down. Tears rolled down his face as he fell into her arms and out of the Avatar state. After the group got out of the desert, they met a refugee family with a pregnant mother traveling to Ba Sing Se. The group helped the family to an underground ferryway that led to the city. While there, Sokka and the others were reunited with Kyoshi warrior Suki, who was there helping war refugees. Later, the family lost their documents, so Aang, Katara, Toph, Sokka, and Suki agreed to help them cross the Serpent's Pass. As the group traveled along a sheer cliff side of the pass, Suki pointed out Fire Nation forces patrolling the water, telling them that they were rumored to be working on a secret project. As they continued, Thon fell when the ground underneath him crumbled. Toph saved him, but the falling rocks drew the attention of the patrol ship, which launched a fireball at them. Aang leaped into action, knocking the ball back and striking their engines. The ship returned fire, hitting the rock face above them and sending debris falling towards Suki. Sokka pushed Suki out of the way, and Toph saved him by deflecting the rocks. Sokka was too worried about Suki's safety to be thankful for Toph saving his life, which greatly annoyed her. The group ran to the shelter of an outcropping rock, leaving the ship behind to tend to its damage. When the group stopped for the night, Aang was one of the only ones not sleeping. Katara tried telling him that it was okay for him to miss his sky bison and asked why he was acting so distant. Aang reminded her that he was so upset about losing Appa that he could not control himself and that he hated feeling like that. Katara tried reasoning with him and told him that he was not letting himself feel anything now and that sometimes it hurts to care. Katara tried to get Aang to promise that he would not stop caring about Appa and offered him a hug. He declined and walked away, leaving Katara disappointed. The next morning, Aang's group came to a large setback. A portion of the pass was currently underwater. Katara stepped forward, parting the waters to allow them to pass. As the path got deeper, Aang helped her, forming a bubble of air for them to walk safely underwater with. Momo, seeing a fish swimming by, jumped out into the water to catch it, but quickly jumped back in when something huge swam by. As it turned out, the Serpent's Pass was named and feared not for its shape, but for the gigantic sea serpent that swam in the surrounding waters. The serpent attacked the bubble, forcing Toph to raise the seafloor under their feet to bring them up to the surface. This stranded them in the middle of the water with the serpent circling around. Aang attacked the serpent, telling Katara to get the others across while he distracted it. Katara created an ice bridge for the others to cross before leaping to help Aang without a second thought. Together, Aang and Katara managed to drive off the serpent using currents to slam it into a cliff. When the group finally crossed the serpent's path, Ying went into labor. Katara, who had experience in birthing children, quickly took charge, despite having Sokka pass out like an old lady in the process. The baby, a girl, was born with no complications thanks to Katara. Aang, seeing the family coming together, renewed his hope, which was what the family decided to name the baby. Aang chose to go on ahead of the group to find Appa, but before he went, he told Katara how he felt about her. Katara let a few tears run down her cheeks, and she and Aang embraced in a hug before he and Momo left to look for Appa. Aang and Momo flew over to the wall of Ba Sing Se, where they made a terrible discovery. A massive drill, escorted by tundra tanks, was approaching the wall. After Aang reunited with his friends and they met with General Sung, the group tried to figure out a way to destroy the drill. Sokka eventually got the idea of taking it out by striking it from the inside on its pressure points. While Toph tried to slow it down from the outside, Aang, Katara, and Sokka snuck inside to sabotage the drill. After ambushing an engineer and finding a set of blueprints, the group figured out that they needed to cut through the braces that hold the machine together with waterbending. After long and exhausting work, Katara and Aang only managed to cut through one brace. Knowing that they'll never destroy the drill in time at this rate, Aang remembered what Toph had been teaching him and suggested that they only cut part way through the braces before delivering a final blow at the top. Later, just as they decided that they had cut through enough braces to go to the top, the group was attacked by Azula, Mai, and Ty Lee. Deciding to split up, Sokka and Katara tried to leave the drill while Aang went on to deliver the final blow. When he got to the top, he found the Earth Kingdom soldiers dropping boulders on the drill and him. After cutting a wedge in the metal with waterbending, he shaped one of the boulders into a spike. Just as he was finished carving the wedge, he was attacked by Azula, resulting in a furious duel, during which Aang was briefly knocked unconscious and almost fell off. He managed to run partway up the wall and destroyed the war machine, splattering the wall and spectators atop it, specifically the general, with muddy water. Riding the monorail, the group finally entered Ba Sing Se, the city larger than they had imagined. Soon after they arrived, Aang and his friends met Judy, a cheerful, incessantly smiling woman assigned to guide them through the city. Attempts by Sokka to coax their guide into talk about the war and a potential audience with the Earth King were invariably ignored. In the upper ring, Aang and his group were taken to their new home. They soon learned that gaining an audience with the Earth King would be postponed at least a month. It then became apparent that within the walls of the city, no one was willing to discuss the war raging in the rest of the world. Even Aang's attempts to find Appa bore no fruit, as nobody seemed willing to divulge any information to them, due to some meaningful glances from Judy. Along the way, they also saw members of the Dai Li, elite guards who ensured the safety of Ba Sing Se's culture and society. Upon learning of a party being hosted at the palace, Katara devised a plan to sneak into the event with Toph to receive an audience with the Earth King. After Katara and Toph managed to gain entrance into the party, Aang and Sokka were able to infiltrate the palace themselves, disguised as servants. Aang was soon exposed as the Avatar, but he quickly smoothed things over with a display of his abilities to entertain the audience. When the Earth King arrived, Aang rushed over eagerly to greet him, but was confronted by Long Feng, who revealed himself to be the Grand Secretariat of the Earth King and head of the Dai Li. Aang was led to a room where the rest of Team Avatar had been brought. Inside Long Feng's chamber, Sokka tried to discuss the upcoming solar eclipse, but was abruptly cut off by Long Feng. Long Feng explained that in order to preserve the culture and utopian life within the walls of Ba Sing Se, no mention of the war was permitted. It was also revealed that Long Feng was in charge of handling day-to-day affairs in the city, including all military matters. The king himself was no more than a figurehead, a beloved icon. When Aang threatened to tell everyone about the war, Long Feng countered with threats to expel them from the city. He went on to say that if Aang persisted, he may never find his missing bison again. The group was soon escorted out by a woman who called herself Judy, but was not the one who they had initially met. While residing in the city, Aang flew high over Ba Sing Se one day and landed at a small zoo to look for Appa. Glancing around, he saw a wide variety of animals, all of which were miserable in their small cages. Many of them were particularly starved. Kenji, the zookeeper, told Aang that the zoo no longer received funding from the Dai Li because it was not popular with the children. However, in a circle of troubles, nobody came to the zoo because it did not receive the funding and was quite filthy. One of the cages showed an animal lying near multiple piles of feces. Kenji expressed his desire to let his animals run freely in open spaces. Aang suggested moving the animals to an open area just outside the city. The animals proved much more difficult to control than Aang had originally thought, and they ended up running wildly around the city, terrorizing the citizenry. Hog monkeys destroyed a shop, various animals attacked the citizens, and the cabbage merchant had his cabbages eaten by a rabaroo. In an attempt to restore order, Aang pulled out his bison whistle and blew a huge burst of air through it while airbending. He hopped on an air scooter as the animals ran after him, drawn by the whistle's call. Meanwhile, Kenji frantically tried to persuade the guards to open the city gates. They refused until they saw the oncoming stampede. Once the gates were open and Aang reached the other side, he used earthbending to create a wall around the animals. He also earthbent paths, secluded areas, and habitat accessories, thus successfully constructing a new facility. Children and their families came flocking to the new zoo, and the zookeeper thanked Aang for his help. Kenji told Aang he should work with animals for a living. However, the zoo animals were not the only creatures that followed the sound of a whistle. Many cats, dogs, and hybrid cat dogs were also inside the pens. Afterward, Kenji decided that Aang should stick to saving people. At Team Avatar's temporary home in Ba Sing Se, Sokka was attempting to draw pictures of Appa, but Aang and Katara burst in with a stack of professionally made posters they had a printer make featuring much better pictures of the lost bison than Sokka's crude drawings. The group planned on spreading the flyers all throughout the city, hoping someone would have information. Aang spread these posters by flying on his glider and dropping them throughout. Later, Aang returned home, impatient to see if the flyers had any success. He sat down on the floor after Katara mentioned it only being the first day of the flyers being passed out. There was a sudden knock on the door after the first second that Aang had sat down. Aang's whole face lit up and he said, "Wow, patience really does pay off." The visitor turned out to be the original Judy, holding one of the posters. When confronted about her absence, she explained that she took a short vacation to Lake Laogai. She informed the group that dropping flyers without clearance was against the rules. Aang felt that he had quite enough of the rules and told Judy off, saying that he intended to find Appa and that she should stay out of his way. Sokka replied that may come back to bite them in the blubber. Toph was elated at the opportunity to break the rules and expressed this joy by breaking the side wall of their home with earthbending. Out in the city, the gang was setting up more posters when Katara ran into Jet. He told her that he wanted to help, but Katara distrusted him and attacked. Jet deflected her attacks and tried to prove his honesty by dropping his hook swords. The others arrived, drawn by the noise, and Jet tried to explain himself again. Jet promptly showed them a flyer. Toph, reading Jet's heartbeat and breathing patterns through the ground, pronounced that he was telling the truth. On their way out, the group was sidetracked when Smellerbee and Longshot, the other freedom fighters, happened to cross their path. Katara once again confronted Jet as he had claimed to have left the gang behind. Jet insisted that he had been living alone in the city, but Smellerbee claimed that he was dragged away by the Dai Li. Toph realized they were both telling the truth, even though their stories did not match. Sokka quickly figured out that Jet had been brainwashed by the Dai Li. The group made their way to Lake Laogai the next day, and Toph found and uncovered the underwater entrance. The gang found themselves confronted by Long Feng and several Dai Li agents, and a battle quickly ensued. Toph showed true mastery of earthbending when she took down several Dai Li agents. Long Feng managed to escape with Aang and Jet in hot pursuit. Long Feng tried to make one last bargain with Aang, leave the city immediately in exchange for their freedom and Appa, but he and Jet refused. Long Feng told Jet the same sentence he told Judy earlier, and like the hostess, his eyes went blank and Jet turned on Aang. Aang was trying to get Jet to snap out of his trance while avoiding his attacks. He finally got through to him by reminding him of his past as a freedom fighter. The memories of his old comrades awoke Jet as he hurled one of his hook swords at Long Feng, who dodged and retaliated with earthbending. After dealing a grievous blow to Jet, Long Feng escaped as the others entered the chamber. Katara tried to heal Jet and realized just how badly he was injured. Longshot, speaking to Team Avatar for the first time, told Aang and his group that they should go and find Appa and leave Jet to Smellerbee and himself. Jet tried to assure Katara that he'd be fine, but as they left, Toph sorrowfully claimed that Jet was dying. As the four exited the room, Smellerbee tended to Jet while Longshot pointed his bow at the doorway in case Dai Li agents entered. Team Avatar finally reached Appa's cell, only to find the chains broken and Appa gone. Thinking that Long Feng had taken him, they rushed to the surface only to find themselves surrounded by the Dai Li, who erected 2 walls to prevent the team from flying away. Momo suddenly took off into the sky only to have Appa come down and break through the Dai Li trap, destroying the walls to open an escape route. Long Feng tried to attack Appa only to have his foot caught in Appa's mouth, with the bison throwing him into the lake. Long Feng's body skipped 3 times in the water before sinking, followed by Appa spitting out one of his shoes. Aang and the others joyfully reunited with the flying bison. As Team Avatar flew away, Katara looked back at the lake, deeply saddened by Jet and the steep price for the reunion with the bison. The group subsequently shared a reassuring hug. Less than an hour later, Aang and his friends were on a small island recovering and discussing what they should do. Katara and Toph both wanted to leave Ba Sing Se as they had found Appa and thus had no reason to remain. On the other hand, Sokka wanted to stay to inform the Earth King of all that was taking place, as well as the approaching solar eclipse, as this was their entire reason for heading toward Ba Sing Se in the first place. Aang agreed with him. Ultimately, the others agreed to do so, and all 4 rode Appa back to Ba Sing Se's upper ring and managed to break into the palace, tearing their way through the royal guards despite a strong defense. At the palace, Aang and his friends finally reached the Earth King's throne room, where they were encountered by Long Feng and many Dai Li, who stood before the Earth King as a last defense. They attempted to inform the king about the war, of which he knew nothing, and Long Feng's conspiracy, but had difficulty due to their position as well as his trust in his advisor. Long Feng attempted to arrest them until the Earth King realized that Aang was the Avatar, and decided it best to at least hear out Aang and his friends after seeing his pet bear, Bosco, acting friendly toward the child. Aang went on to explain the various events going on that the Earth King was unaware of: a war outside Ba Sing Se's walls, Long Feng and the Dai Li's conspiracy, the imprisonment of Appa and the brainwashing of Jet, and countless other individuals. Long Feng denied all the charges brought against him, even claiming that he had never even encountered a sky bison. As the Earth King pondered over the apparently unlikely allegations, Long Feng whispered in his ear that Aang and his friends were part of an anarchist cell attempting to overthrow him. The Dai Li bound the group with earthbending, and the Earth King ordered the group to be detained, but Sokka had an epiphany and, with Aang's airbending, exposed a bite mark that Long Feng received from Appa in their encounter at Lake Laogai. Long Feng claimed it was a birthmark, but Aang produced Appa to compare the mark to the bison's teeth. The Earth King was unconvinced of the larger accusations of conspiracy in the city, but expressed a willingness to investigate more closely into the matter. Long Feng frowned sourly at all this and shuffled off quietly with his Dai Li. The Earth King arrived at the outer wall and was shocked to see the remains of the Fire Nation's drill leading right up to and through Ba Sing Se's outer wall. Long Feng made a hurried attempt to pass off the drill as a part of a construction project, but the Earth King was clearly unconvinced and ordered the Dai Li to arrest Long Feng. Two Dai Li agents accompanying Long Feng shared a conspiratorial glance and bound Long Feng's arms with metal manacles. When they returned to the palace, he also agreed, after some persuasion, to support Sokka's plan to invade the Fire Nation on the day of the solar eclipse, dubbed by Sokka the Day of Black Sun, when the Fire Nation would be helpless. The Earth King's top generals, the Council of Five, raided Long Feng's office and discovered files about every person in Ba Sing Se, including Aang and his friends. Included was the note from Guru Pathik that was attached to Appa's horn prior to his capture, informing Aang that he could teach him how to control the Avatar state, a letter from Top's mother saying she was in the city and wanted to meet her daughter, and an intelligence report giving the location of Water Tribe warriors led by Hakoda, Sokka and Katara's father. Aang and Sokka prepared to leave Ba Sing Se, but before they did, Aang tried to confess to Katara his love for her. But Sokka unknowingly interrupted him before he could say anything, much to Katara's annoyance. But before Aang hopped onto Appa, he did get a hug and a kiss on his cheek from her. Aang and Sokka made their way over to the plain surrounding Ba Sing Se on Appa, convinced that things were finally going positively for them. However, back in the city, the circumstances suddenly took a negative turn. The Kyoshi warriors arrived before the Earth King, who formally welcomed them. Unknown to the king, however, they were actually Azula, Mai, and Tai Li, disguised in Kyoshi garments and face paint. Aang and Sokka arrived at Chameleon Bay and given locations of Sokka's father Hakoda and the other Southern Water Tribe warriors. Aang tried to calm a nervous Sokka with mild success. Sokka questioned Aang on his feelings about meeting Guru Pathik to master the Avatar state. Aang smiled and replied that he was not nervous in the least. He took off on Appa, shouting back to Sokka that they would reunite in a week. Aang arrived at the Eastern Air Temple and found Guru Pathik meditating atop the pillar on which the latter had witnessed Appa's departure earlier. Guru Pathik introduced himself as a spiritual brother to the Air Nomads and a close friend of Monk Gyatso. Aang asked Pathik how he would teach him how to gain control of the Avatar state, to which the Guru replied that he must first bring balance to himself before he could bring balance to the world. He offered Aang a liquid, which Aang drank and promptly spit out, as it was a strange combination of onion and banana juice. Pathik proceeded to educate Aang about the chakras, nexuses of metaphysical and/or biophysical energy residing in the human body. Pathik stated that the 7 chakras of the body must be opened in order to master the Avatar state. After determining that Aang had no knowledge of the nature of chakras, Pathik provided a visual representation. Using a pond clogged with algae, he successfully explained to Aang the concept of chakras, stating that by removing the clogs between pools, the water was allowed to flow, just as energy would be allowed to flow through the body when the 7 chakras were opened. There are 7 chakras in the body, each with a purpose and each with a different blockage. An intense sensation results from each of their openings. Pathik warned that the process of opening the chakras must be completed without interruption in order to achieve success. Aang accepted this risk and they began the process. The first chakra, the Earth Chakra, located at the base of the spine, dealt with survival and was blocked by fear. Aang meditated and envisioned himself surrounded by fire and in the presence of the Fire Lord. Although initially gripped by fear, after receiving reassurance and guidance from Pathik in addressing the emotion, Aang was able to clear his thoughts and unlock the chakra. He exited his meditative trance and Pathik congratulated him before moving on. The second chakra, the Water Chakra, dealt with pleasure and was blocked by guilt. When he asked what he blamed himself for, Aang confessed his regret for running away from the Southern Air Temple to escape the pressure accompanying his position as Avatar. He also regretted harming others while in the Avatar state, namely when at General Fong's base. Pathik replied that Aang must accept what had happened and not allow the events to influence his judgment. In order to benefit the world, Aang must forgive his own actions, which he was able to accomplish. Aang and Pathik prepared to open the third chakra, the Fire Chakra, which was located in the stomach. Aang jokingly remarked that he was hungry, which Pathik treated in good humor before quickly regaining focus. He explained that the fire chakra dealt with willpower and was blocked by shame. Aang recalled his first attempt at firebending, during which he severely burned Katara's hands. He repeated aloud the promise he had made afterward to never firebend again. Pathik dismissed this, saying that in order to obtain balance, Aang must accept all aspects of his life, including his need to master firebending. Aang breathed in and out once, unlocking the chakra. Aang and Pathik moved on to the fourth, the air chakra, located in the heart. This dealt with love and was blocked by grief. Seeing his grief before him, Aang meditated and envisioned the Air Nomads, including Gyatso, all of whom had died because he abandoned them. He watched sadly as they slowly faded away. However, Pathik stated that love was a form of energy and flowed around everything. He reassured that the monk's love for Aang was still present and manifested itself in the form of new love. In Aang's case, the love he felt for Katara. Aang released the chakra, teary-eyed, and asked for more juice before they continued. The fifth chakra, the sound chakra, was located in the throat. It dealt with truth and was blocked by the lies people told themselves. When Aang admitted to his denial of his status as the Avatar, Pathik said that they must all accept who they are. Thus, Aang must accept his position. Aang quickly and calmly accomplished this, successfully opening the chakra. Aang and Pathik proceeded to the next chakra, the light chakra. Located in the center of the forehead, the sixth chakra was responsible for insight and blocked by illusions. The greatest illusion, Pathik explained, was that of separation. Certain things seemed separate, but were, in truth, one and the same. Aang applied this principle to the four nations, and Pathik agreed, stating that the people of the world were in reality one people, despite their decision to live as separate nations. He explained that even the separation of the four elements was an illusion, particularly mentioning metal, which was simply earth that had been purified and refined. Upon clearing the chakra, Pathik compared its opening to a burping bison as opposed to a flowing creek. In reply, Aang let out a loud burp. Aang and Pathik proceeded to the seventh and final chakra. Pathik congratulated Aang and stated that with the final chakra's opening, Aang would be able to willfully enter and exit the Avatar state, as well as control his actions within it. The thought chakra, located at the crown of his head, dealt with cosmic energy, and was blocked by earthly attachment. Aang was asked to meditate on what his attachments were, and images of Katara flooded his mind. When Pathik instructed Aang to release these attachments, Aang suddenly became angry, finding the idea of letting go of Katara ludicrous as he loved her. He questioned why he should not allow himself to feel this love when Pathik stated previously that it was beneficial to him. Pathik stated that if Aang ever wanted the pure cosmic energy to enter him, then he must let go of all earthly attachments, including Katara. The argument continued, with Pathik telling Aang that he must open all the chakras to master the Avatar state. Aang finally resolved to attempt to do so and began to release his attachment. He visualized an image of Katara disappearing into space and himself being taken high above the planet to walk along a purple stream of cosmic energy. The stream was radiating from a gigantic image of himself in the Avatar state, which surrounded him in a sphere of energy radiating from its palms. However, Aang's attention was suddenly drawn to an image of Katara struggling in chains and screaming for help. He abandoned the Avatar state and began running toward the image. The stream of cosmic energy dissipated, and Aang plummeted to the earth, having clung to his attachment once more. Jolting awake from his meditation, Aang desperately said that Katara was in trouble and that he must return to Ba Sing Se to help her. Pathik warned him that by choosing attachment, the last chakra had become blocked, and if he left it now, he would not be able to enter the Avatar state at all. Aang hesitated, but promptly continued on without looking back or responding. Sokka and Aang hurriedly returned to Ba Sing Se and Appa, meeting Toph along the way. When asked if he had mastered the Avatar state, Aang lied to the others, saying that he had. When they arrived at the palace, the Earth King reassured them that Katara was fine. A search of their house, however, confirmed Aang's suspicions that she was in peril. While there, Toph sensed someone at the door and identified it as Iroh, whom she had befriended earlier. Iroh appealed to the team for aid, stating that Azula had captured Zuko. Although initially wary of the general's intentions, Aang and Sokka agreed to help. After interrogating a captured Dai Li agent, Team Avatar learned of a coup that was to commence that day, and that Katara was being held captive in a secret underground cave in Old Ba Sing Se. Outside the palace, the gang discovered that there was indeed a huge underground city. It was decided that Toph and Sokka would warn the Earth King of the coup, while Iroh and Aang would rescue Katara and Zuko. Traveling through a tunnel to this prison, Aang recounted to Iroh the events of his meeting with Guru Pathik. Hearing the Avatar question his choice and doubt his abilities without the Avatar state, Iroh reassured Aang that he was very wise to choose happiness and love over power and perfection, which he perceived as overrated. The two eventually reached the prison, moments before Katara prepared to heal Zuko's scar. Zuko and Aang exchanged glares, the former growing angry that Iroh was here with the Avatar. Iroh sent Katara and Aang off to help Sokka and Toph. After the two had departed, Iroh explained to Zuko that he was a changed man, stronger and wiser than before. He urged Zuko to choose to aid the Avatar. However, a mass of crystals suddenly entrapped Iroh, and Azula arrived on the scene. She said that she expected this sort of treachery from Iroh, but not from her brother. She began to feed him tales of how this was the most glorious day in Fire Nation history, and that if he joined her, Zuko would regain his father's love and honor. Iroh begged Zuko not to listen to Azula, telling him that the kind of redemption Azula was offering was not the redemption for him, but Azula continued to plot, telling Zuko how she had planned everything and that they would only win if he joined her. Iroh begged even more for Zuko to look deep inside his heart and see what he truly wanted. Azula sent the Dai Li away and told Zuko that he could choose whatever he wanted, and she walked away, leaving him to ponder the two sides of the coin. Aang and Katara rushed to save Toph and Sokka, only to be halted when Azula sent a blast of fire at them. A battle ensued between Aang, Katara, and Azula. Zuko arrived on the scene just as Aang and Katara had her cornered. After a brief moment of dramatic tension, Zuko began fighting on Azula's side, to everyone's astonishment. At one point during the battle, Zuko battled Katara, both using elemental whips on opposite sides of the river. Katara expressed her angry disappointment in Zuko, stating she thought he had actually changed. He replied inscrutably, "I have changed." Meanwhile, Aang and Azula charged at one another, with Azula suddenly discharging a blast of fire, sending Aang soaring into the air. The fight continued with Katara taking on both Zuko and Azula. Aang soon re-entered the battle after having been overcome earlier. He created a tidal wave of earth, barreling toward Azula and Zuko, but was stopped by the Dai Li. Numerous agents appeared, and Aang and Katara both assumed fighting stances. However, realizing that they were horribly outmatched, Aang resorted to creating a temporary crystal shelter with earthbending, where he meditated and attempted to release his attachment to Katara in order to enter the Avatar state. He rose into the air, having successfully triggered the state. However, Azula shot him down with a lightning bolt to the back. As a result, the Avatar's spirit fell from the plane of existence, and Aang began plummeting toward the ground. Katara conjured up a large wave, scattering the Dai Li, Zuko, and Azula, and caught him before he hit the ground. Holding him in tears, she was defenseless, but Iroh suddenly appeared. He told Katara to escape, stating that he would hold off Azula and the others as long as he could. Once they escaped, Iroh surrendered to the Dai Li and glanced at Zuko in dismay at his decision. The entire group escaped Ba Sing Se on Appa, during which Katara used her spirit water to heal Aang, who initially appeared dead. At first, nothing occurred, and Katara began to cry, holding Aang close. However, Aang's tattoos soon glowed shortly, and he awoke, faintly smiling at her. Overwhelmed and relieved that he was alright, Katara embraced him closer. Azula was firmly in control of the city, and as the Earth King, Bosco, and Team Avatar flew atop Appa back over the outer wall and out of the city, the Earth King looked back and sadly proclaimed, "The Earth Kingdom has fallen." After being shot by Azula's lethal lightning attack, Aang fell into a deep slumber. Although Aang's mind and body were immobile, his soul was trapped in the spirit world. He encountered Princess Yue, the moon spirit, who informed him that if he did not reconnect with his past 4 lives, the Avatar cycle would end. Aang found Avatar Roku amid the fire geysers and told him about his extreme shame at failing to master the Avatar state. However, Roku consoled him, explaining that he too had problems with mastering it. He confessed his first 2 unsuccessful attempts to master the state, and explained to Aang that it was a very difficult skill to acquire and that he should not feel ashamed. He subsequently told Aang that he had to meet Avatar Kyoshi next. Aang found Heibai, the spirit of Senlin Forest, who took Aang to Avatar Kyoshi. She apologized for the events at Chin Village and explained how after she defeated Chin the Conqueror, balance was restored. However, she stated that she later had an error of judgment and told Aang how she assembled a group to uphold and protect the cultural heritage of Ba Sing Se. She trained a group of elite earthbenders, who later became known as the Dai Li. Aang was shocked by the revelation that an Avatar had trained the Dai Li, stating that they were the worst, most corrupt earthbenders in the world. Avatar Kyoshi explained that she thought it was a wise decision at the time and stated that all actions have an effect, whether positive or negative, for many lifetimes. She subsequently instructed Aang to find the Water Tribe Avatar who came before her, Avatar Kuruk. Aang and Heibai traversed a mucky swamp in the realm of Ko, where they bumped into a mysterious man who introduced himself as Avatar Kuruk. He asked if Aang had seen a beautiful woman with long brown hair. Aang responded by inquiring about Kuruk's dilemma, to which Kuruk proceeded to tell him his history as the Avatar. Suddenly, Aang recalled his encounter with Ko while in the Northern Water Tribe. He realized that one of Ko's faces was that of the woman Kuruk had described and shared this revelation. Heartened by the knowledge of where his wife was, Kuruk set off to track down Ko once again and told Aang to look for the nomadic avatar who preceded him, Avatar Yangchen. Avatar Yangchen appeared atop the mountain in the clouds. She asked Aang what he learned from meeting his past lives. Aang realized that the past avatars struggled and made mistakes like he did. Aware of this, he pondered why the avatar is born human and thus is allowed to make mistakes, rather than being an all-knowing immortal spirit. Yangchen explained that the Avatar must experience human emotions to understand how precious human life is. She also explained that Aang's ability to enter the Avatar state had been disrupted, so he would now have to rely on his friends rather than his past lives, though he would still be able to contact them. She bade him farewell and informed Aang that when he awakened, his trip to the spirit world would be like a forgotten dream. After spending several weeks unconscious, Aang finally awoke from his coma aboard a captured Fire Nation ship. He found himself sporting a full head of hair, a mass of bandages, and a vicious scar on his back. Katara worked on healing his body in that area, and during the session, Aang had a painful flashback to the time he'd fallen. He realized that he was not just injured, but that his spirit had separated from his body, and that if it were not for Katara, he might not have returned. Though Katara insisted that it was the spirit water that saved him, Aang told her that it was not the water, it was her. The next day, Aang learned a horrible fact. The entire world believed he was dead. While Sokka was delighted by that idea, saying that it would give the group an advantage, Aang was flung into a state of frustration and dismay. He blamed himself for the defeat at Ba Sing Se, saying that he had been there and been unable to stop it, and lamented that there was no hope now that the world thought he was dead. After having a scuffle when a Fire Nation vessel discovered them, a battle in which he was forced to remain hidden, Aang slipped away in the night on his glider, determined to face his destiny alone and intent on preventing anyone else from paying for his mistakes. He made it past a naval blockade but was soon caught in a nasty squall and cast into the stormy seas. Believing he had failed again and would now die because of his foolishness, Aang found himself unable to work up the will to continue. At that time, however, Avatar Roku appeared and told Aang not to blame himself. Roku claimed fault for the war's devastation and implored Aang to redeem his mistakes. The spirit of Yue then arrived and removed the last of Aang's doubt, encouraging him to save the world as he had before. She helped Aang to safety, creating a wave that carried Aang to Crescent Island, where Roku's temple once stood. His friends found him lying on the island's shore in the morning. Aang apologized for his rash actions and accepted the fact that he would need their help. When his glider washed ashore, tattered and broken, he planted it firmly into the volcanic rock for cremation, burning away evidence of his existence and symbolically letting go of his past. Upon entering Fire Nation territory, Team Avatar found an isolated cave in which they could take refuge and stole some clothes from a household, whereupon they disguised themselves as ordinary citizens. Aang's outfit, of which he used the sash as a headband to hide his arrow, turned out to be a school uniform, and he was apprehended by truancy officers who took him to a Fire Nation school. There, he assumed the alias of Kuzan, inspired by his old friend, and explained wearing his sash as a headband to hide an embarrassing scar. Despite the risky situation, Aang enjoyed being a student and decided to remain enlisted so that he and the others could learn more about the local customs from the history teacher, Ms. Kwan. He learned that the Fire Nation curriculum warped history to portray the Fire Nation's actions more positively. For example, it was taught that Sozin attacked the Air Nation army, even though Aang knew there was no such Air Nomad army due to the monks' pacifism. Charming the students with his relatively eccentric ways, he became popular, especially with a girl named Anji. After getting in trouble in several classes and getting into a fight with Anji's overprotective boyfriend Hide, although Aang never physically fought, the headmaster arranged a meeting with his parents. This was attended by Sokka and Katara, who posed themselves as Wang and Sapphire Fire. Following this incident, Sokka vehemently protested Aang's further enrollment in the school. Aang, however, insisted on one last attempt to give the students a stronger taste of freedom by holding a dance party. During the party, he helped the students overcome their fear of self-expression and reluctance to be spontaneous by showing them some ancient dance moves, winning their admiration and loyalty. He also managed to gain the admiration of Katara, who shyly accepted and offered to dance with him, and the two amazed the crowd with a flawless series of moves and further inspired the students to join the festivities. The event came to an end when the headmaster and several truancy officers arrived, informed of its whereabouts by Hide. The entire student body ingeniously helped Aang escape the scene by covering their foreheads with their belts, as Aang had done to hide his arrow tattoo, and thereby confuse the officers as to whom they were seeking in the crowd. As Aang escaped with his friends, he bowed to his new friend Shoji and promptly earthbent the exit closed, shocking Shoji. The group floated downstream in the middle of a river that seemed to be almost entirely brown sludge. They decided to stop in the village of Zhanghui, a fishing village in the middle of a river. Many villagers were sick, and the polluted water had caused a food shortage. Katara wished to help these people, but Sokka said their overall mission was too important to stop and help everybody they came across. In the morning, Appa was found lying on his side and his tongue was purple. Katara suggested that the village might have some herbs that could heal him. When they got there, they were shocked to find the entire village in much better spirits. According to Shu, a legendary local river spirit known as the Painted Lady came and gave them food. There was no medicine in the village as the factory workers took it all for themselves. Katara suggested the group let Appa rest another day. The next day, Appa was still sick, so they returned to the village. The inhabitants were in even higher spirits and had erected a large statue of the Painted Lady in thanks for healing their sick. Doc/Shu/Bushi suggested that maybe the Painted Lady could help Appa out. The next night, Momo woke up, rousing Aang in turn. Seeing the painted lady, Aang tried to ask for her help, but she ran away. Aang chased her all the way to the village, where he finally found out that Katara had been acting as the painted lady. Katara sadly confessed and apologized for holding them there to help the village, but Aang naturally liked the idea. Together, the two infiltrated the factory and wrecked it, stopping the flow of pollution. As they prepared to leave, they saw a squad of Fire Nation troops heading toward the town on speeders and realized they must believe the villagers had sabotaged the factory. Katara was determined to stop them from harming innocent villagers for her actions. The soldiers started attacking the village, but a gust of wind blew their flames out when they started destroying everything. With help from Appa, Toph, and Sokka providing spooky sound effects, Aang and Katara staged an encounter with the Painted Lady to defeat the troops and drive them away. They stayed an extra week to help the village clean the river and rebuild a way of life. When the group retired for a few days at the location of a secluded hot spring, Aang unknowingly revealed his identity as the Avatar to a couple bored Fire Nation soldiers patrolling nearby. Shocked to discover the Avatar was secretly alive, they sent a message to the Fire Lord with a messenger hawk. However, a Raven Eagle intercepted the Hawk's journey, stealing the message and brought it to Combustion Man, a hired assassin. While Team Avatar slept at the springs, Combustion Man attacked them. They fought briefly, and Aang narrowly escaped the scene on Appa. While Aang was sleeping, Roku told him to visit his home island so he could learn how the war started. After traveling to the island aboard Appa, he sat on a ledge overlooking the ocean and meditated. After having entered the spirit world, Roku and Fang took Aang on a trip through Roku's past, where he learned that Roku and Fire Lord Sozin were best friends. Aang was also surprised and delighted to find out that one of Roku's friends was none other than Monk Gyatso. Roku commented that Aang's relationship with Gyatso years later proves that some friendships are able to transcend lifetimes. After awakening from his vision, Aang told his friends Roku's story, and that since Roku and Sozin were both Fire Nation natives, it proved any person is capable of great good or great evil. The group takes comfort in Roku's words that friendships can transcend lifetimes. When the team resided just outside a small city known as Fire Fountain City, Toph began to use her earthbending skills to scam local con artists for money. Katara became upset by this. To ease her worries, Aang made an Avatar promise that they would not let scamming become a habit. He did not adhere to his own promise and continued accompanying Toph in her scams. The team soon left town when Combustion Man tracked them down and attacked them. The team later traveled to the mountains just outside a small village, where they were discovered by an elderly woman named Hama, who told them that they should not be staying in the forest at night. She invited them to stay at her inn, where they discovered she was also a Southern Water Tribe waterbender. As Katara was left, excited to train with Hama, the rest of the team began investigating about villagers disappearing into the night. When Katara was being taught about a vicious art under the full moon, Aang and the rest of the group met with Old Man Ding, who told them about the mysterious moon monster that was dragging away villagers during the full moon, he being one of them. Ding explained that he had been nearly dragged into a mountain prison, but it stopped upon sunrise. The team made it to the prison and freed the captives. The prisoners explained it to be a dark puppet master, who they quickly concluded was Hama. As Toph freed them, Aang and Sokka quickly ran to see Katara locked in a duel with the elderly waterbender. Hama began to bloodbend them, sending them on a collision course with Sokka's sword drawn out. Katara was forced to bloodbend Hama, leaving her distressed, and both Aang and Sokka trying to comfort her as she cried. Later, Aang, worried about the invasion, which he realized was only 4 days away, began having nightmares about facing the Fire Lord, like having lost his pants and forgotten to study for a math test. In an effort to stop this, he decided to stay awake until the invasion. This backfired when he started having daydreams and hallucinations. In one such daydream, he hears Momo and Appa speak like humans, and after a dispute have a samurai battle between them with rocks and sheep dancing around. In one, he kissed Katara, and in another, Fire Lord Ozai told him he missed the invasion. His friends tried to relieve his stress, with Katara trying yoga, Sokka and his beard, and a heavy massage therapy from Toph, who later suggested acupuncture. After his friends made a comfortable bed out of fleece, he finally fell asleep the night before the invasion. Aang woke up on the morning of the invasion happy and rested. When the invasion boats started to arrive, Aang and Toph prepared by making docks for them to stop by. Aang introduced his friends as each one came off the boat. When the Mechanist and Teo came off, they had a surprise for Aang, a new glider. This new glider was reptilian in the look of the wings. As Aang prepared to leave, he gathered scraps and made a new outfit that expressed his Air Nomad culture. Along with the new outfit, Aang shaved his hair, finally showing off his arrow once again. When Sokka proceeded to ask Aang how the Avatar knew they were going to win, Aang simply explained, "Because I already failed the world once in Ba Sing Se. I won't let myself fail again." The invasion force, ready to go, boarded the boats. At the Great Gates of Azulon, the boats released submarines containing the warriors. When it came time to resurface for air, the group gathered on top. They bid their good lucks and engaged in a group hug. As Aang got ready to fly to the Fire Nation capital, he confronted Katara. Katara told him how proud she was that he was not that same goofy kid she found in the iceberg. Aang stated that everything would be different after that day, but also got worried about what would happen if he did not come back. Katara told him not to think like that, but before she could finish, Aang moved in and kissed her. Katara blushed but did not resist. With new courage, Aang departed. As Aang entered the city, he could not help but notice that no one was around. When he barged into the palace, no one was present. He immediately went to the throne room to find it deserted. Aang fell to his knees and yelled out, "Fire Lord Ozai, where are you?" Aang returned to the battle and told Sokka, Katara, and Toph what had happened. Sokka thought that Ozai would not want to leave his city, but still stay close enough to be safe. He suspected an underground bunker. Toph agreed to help them find it. They found it with ease and entered it using earthbending. After bumping into War Minister Chin, they pointed in the wrong direction. The three entered a room where they found Princess Azula sitting on a throne. Azula was powerless due to the eclipse. She went ahead and said that she knew about the invasion for quite some time. Aang and the others demanded to know where Fire Lord Ozai was by reminding her that she could not firebend. Azula decided to tell them about her souvenirs from Ba Sing Se, 2 Dai Li agents. A battle soon took place, with Aang trying to get Azula while being interrupted by the Dai Li. Eventually, the Dai Li were defeated and Azula was being chased. Sokka realized that this was a trap. Azula was not trying to defeat the Avatar, just distract him and take up his time. The plan worked, and Aang did not even see the Fire Lord by the time the eclipse was over. The three returned to Katara and the others just in time to see approaching hot air balloons. Aang and Katara went into the sky via a glider and Appa respectively and destroyed a few of the balloons. The only problem was the airships. They proceeded down to the beach where they bombed all the submarines, leaving the invasion force stranded. Hakoda decided that the older warriors should surrender while the younger ones escape on Appa. Aang looked away crying, but Katara knelt down close to him and smiled proudly at her friend. Turning to the invasion force, Aang apologized to them, promising to make it up to them. Aang, Katara, Sokka, Toph, the Duke, Teo, and Haru boarded Appa and headed for the Western Air Temple for refuge. After the failed invasion on the Day of Black Sun, Aang and the group headed to the Western Air Temple. However, because of the heavy load with the addition of Haru, Teo, and the Duke to the group, Appa could not fly the whole way, and the team had to walk the rest of the way. As they felt embarrassed for having lost and walking the rest of the way, Toph sensed the Western Air Temple. Everyone else could not see it, but Aang reassured them that it was at the right spot. The temple was actually on the cliffside below them, unique compared to the other air temples. Zuko descended from a rope onto one of the buildings of the temple, remembering when he was first there with his uncle Iroh. He heard Appa approach and fled. When the team landed on one of the buildings, Haru, Teo, and the Duke explored while Aang, Katara, Toph, and Sokka made plans. Sokka suggested that they should go back to the old plan, which was that Aang had to master all 4 elements and confront Fire Lord Ozai. Aang stated that there was a problem, and it was unlikely for them to find a firebending teacher. Katara suggested looking for Zhang, but Aang was also not sure about that. Not wanting to discuss their current predicament, Aang flew around the temple on his glider. Eventually, Sokka, Katara, and Toph caught up with Aang on Appa and landed on another building of the temple. As Aang suggested showing them another part, Toph states that it'll have to wait after sensing Zuko across from them. Zuko humbly explained that he has changed and wanted to teach Aang firebending. The group mistrusted him because of their past history with the former Crown Prince, and became angry when Zuko clumsily admitted sending Combustion Man after them. Zuko told Aang that "you thought that we could have been friends," echoing his words earlier in the series, but Aang eventually rejected him. Despite Zuko's offering himself as a prisoner, Katara and Sokka insisted that he should immediately leave. Toph got upset later on that the others were letting their feelings block their proper judgment. She stated that Zuko was sincere when he had spoken and that he was probably the only firebender willing to teach Aang firebending. She seemed to have disappeared until the next morning when she popped out of a hole in the wall with her feet burnt. She told the group that she tried to visit Zuko and he accidentally burned her. Sokka subsequently suggested to make Zuko their prisoner. As the group laid Toph's feet in a pool of water, Combustion Man could be seen from a high angle ready to strike. When he breathed in, ready to go, Aang sensed him just as a pillar on the temple is fired upon. Aang whipped up a tornado at Combustion Man, but he dodged it and fired again. As the team took cover, Zuko came in telling them to stop. Aang and the rest noticed this and were surprised that Zuko was saving them. Combustion Man fired at Zuko, but he was able to grab onto a vine that hung down from the ledge. Eventually, Combustion Man blew himself up after being hit on the head with Sokka's boomerang. After the group retaliated, Aang thanked Zuko for what he had done. Zuko restated what he had told him the day before and also apologized to Toph about burning her feet, stating that fire is uncontrollable at times and that he needed to be more careful. After remembering what he had done to Katara, Aang believed that Zuko was meant to be his teacher and accepted him into the group. As Aang and Zuko began their firebending training, Zuko realized that he could not make strong fire blasts anymore. Aang was also still afraid to firebend because of what he did to Katara. Aang thought the reason was that in the past, Zuko was driven by anger, and now that he was not, he could not firebend nearly as well. After a suggestion by Toph to go to the original source of firebending, Zuko stated that the original firebenders, the dragons, were extinct. However, there were ruins of an ancient civilization, the Sun Warriors, who first learned from the dragons. He believed that they could find something there. Aang and Zuko headed to the ruins on the next day. Once there, they came across a booby trap, but after passing it, headed toward a tall pyramid. Along the way, Zuko told Aang that the dragons were extinct because of his great-grandfather, Fire Lord Sozin, starting the tradition of hunting dragons for glory. Because dragons were considered the ultimate firebender, if someone was able to conquer one, their firebending skills would become legendary, and they would earn the honorary title of dragon. He said that his uncle was the person who slew the last dragon. When they reached the top of the pyramid, they found a door that was only open on the solstice, like the one in the Fire Sage's temples. Zuko tried to deceive the door by reflecting sunlight into the gem placed at the top, and this caused it to open. Aang complimented him for that. Inside, Zuko snooped around while Aang gazed at the statues depicting a move known as the Dancing Dragon. When he imitated the first move, he triggered something. He asked Zuko to perform the technique with him. When they completed the move, a relic raised up from the ground. Zuko picked it up despite Aang's warnings. A glue-like substance promptly shot up from the pedestal the relic was on, shooting Zuko into the bars at an opening in the ceiling. Aang also got stuck up there as the substance filled the room. They stayed there until night when a chief of some sort appeared. When the two were back on the floor and having the substance removed, it appeared that the Sun Warrior civilization was still alive. Aang and Zuko stated they wanted to learn the true meaning of firebending, and the chief said that they must learn from the masters. The next day, the chief gave them a piece of the eternal flame, the first flame given to man by the dragons. At first, Aang was reluctant to take the fire, but the chief said that fire is not only destruction, but life. The two were told to travel up a mountain to meet the masters, where they would present their flames as signs of worthiness and be judged. If they were deemed worthy, they would be taught. If not, they'd be destroyed on the spot. As the two journeyed up the mountain, Aang felt reluctant about going through with this, but Zuko reassured him. When they reached the top, the chief and other Sun Warriors were already there. The chief took pieces of Aang and Zuko's flames and distributed it to the warriors. They began a ceremony as Aang and Zuko headed up some stairs to meet the masters, who were in caves. They presented their flames, but Aang's went out. The Sun Warriors began calling the masters. When Aang tried to get some of Zuko's flame, two dragons, a red one and a blue one, came out of the caves and flew in circles around the two. Aang thought that they should perform the dancing dragon with the dragons. They performed in sync, and when Aang and Zuko finished, the dragons began judging them. The dragons subsequently shot fire at the two, which encircled them in many different colors, before returning to their caves. When they reached the bottom, Zuko realized that he had lost power because his main drive in the past was to capture Aang, but now he realized that he must help the Avatar defeat his father, Fire Lord Ozai. Aang also realized that firebending is a beautiful art, and that fire is really life and energy. Zuko threw two powerful fire blasts into the air as Aang threw his first fire blast as well. The chief stated that Iroh also learned the true meaning of firebending. He told them not to tell anyone about them or the dragons. When Aang and Zuko returned to the Western Air Temple, they performed the dancing dragon to the group, who made fun of the technique. Zuko told them that it was a sacred firebending form that happened to be thousands of years old. Katara asked for the form's name, and upon hearing it, the group laughed even more. When Azula attacked the Western Air Temple, the group was forced to split. While Zuko held off the airships and Azula, Aang and the others flew on Appa, proceeding to catch Zuko when he and his sister fell from the airship after their attacks clashed. When Katara announced that she was going to find the man who killed her mother, along with Zuko, Aang questioned her motives, even saying that she sounded like Jet, and saying that he understood what she was feeling, mentioning Appa's theft by the Airbenders and his discovery of what happened to his people. When she decided to go anyway, he supported her, but asked her not to resort to violence and to let go of her anger. When Zuko and Katara came back, he said he was proud of her and told Zuko that violence is never the answer. He was then asked by Zuko what he'll do when he faces Ozai. Aang and Zuko were training while Katara and Toph watched. Katara asked if it was safe for them to be hiding in Ozai's beach house on Ember Island, but Zuko told her it was the last place that he'd look. Sokka and Suki, now in Fire Nation disguise, came back from town with a flyer about a play about Team Avatar, put on by the Ember Island players. When they got to the theater, Aang tried to sit next to Katara, but Zuko sat down next to her first, forcing him to sit next to his former enemy. The play started with Sokka and Katara in a canoe. Katara's actress gave a long speech about hope, while Sokka's cracks jokes about how hungry he was, much to the disgust of the real Sokka and Katara. They come across an iceberg with an Aang puppet inside, and Katara used her waterbending to release him. Once the actual actor surfaced, Aang reeled back in shock upon seeing that a woman was playing him, much to Toph's amusement. The next scene of the play showed Zuko and Iroh's actors. Iroh's actor was very short and fat, while Zuko's actor had a mask on with his scar but on the wrong eye. Iroh told Zuko to have some cake, but the Zuko actor said he did not have time because he must regain his honor. Zuko thought they made his character stiff and humorless, which Katara thought was a perfect rendition. The play moved on through Team Avatar's winter months, with Aang finding Momo, Sokka dressed as a Kyoshi warrior with the Suki actress, King Bumi's challenge for Aang to save Katara and Sokka, the pirates attacking the team to get back their scroll, the Blue Spirit inaccurately saving Aang from Zuko, Jet destroying a town by summoning water, Yue becoming the Moon Spirit, and Aang saving the Water Tribe from Zhao. The team went outside for the intermission and they were all disgusted at the way they'd been portrayed. Toph told them what they were seeing on the stage was the truth. They went back in for Act 2 and it started with them trying to find Aang, an earthbending master. The Toph actor appeared and he was a muscular guy who insisted on using his feet to see and released a sonic wave by screaming. Toph was very satisfied by the way she was portrayed. The play went on to show Zuko and Iroh going their separate ways because Iroh thought Zuko's hair had gotten too long. Later, they showed the scene from the chase where they cornered Azula, who narrowly escaped by fooling Zuko into turning around to look for his honor. It later showed a scene of the attack of the drill in Ba Sing Se, followed by a scene of Jet, apparently hypnotized by the Earth King, getting crushed by a rock. Zuko was slightly shocked by this and asked Sokka if Jet died, in which Sokka replied it was very unclear. The next scene showed Zuko and Katara in a cave, with the Katara actress hitting on the Zuko actor, which made their real-life counterparts slightly uncomfortable. The Katara actress told him the Avatar was like a little brother to her and that she did not think of him romantically, and they both hugged. Aang got annoyed and stormed off. The next scene in the play, Zuko sided with Azula and pushed Iroh over, which deeply offended the real Zuko, followed by Azula taking Aang down with lightning and claiming the Avatar is no more, and posing with the Mai and Ty Lee actresses. The crowd cheered and the team looked on in disbelief. During the next intermission, Katara met up with Aang outside, who was upset about the play and how he could be in the Avatar state if Azula had not blocked his last chakra. Aang asked Katara if she had feelings for him and how he thought they could be together after the invasion. Katara told him that she was confused and that now was not the right time. Aang kissed her again and she got angry and ran back inside, leaving Aang frustrated. Aang came back and Sokka summarized what Aang had missed. The invasion started with Katara telling Aang she loved him like a brother and they shook hands. Sokka's actor asked Toph if Aang and her have a rocky relationship and Sokka squealed with joy at the fact that they used his line. Zuko joined the group during the invasion because Ozai was not there. Sokka got up to leave thinking the play was over because it had caught up to the present, but Suki told him the play is not over yet. Fire Lord Ozai appeared on stage summoning power from the comet. Azula came in and told him that Zuko and Aang were at the palace trying to stop him. Zuko fought Azula and was killed, his last words being honor, and the crowd cheered as Zuko watched in horror, the group staring at him in disbelief. Aang made his way to the Fire Lord, but the comet had come already and he was unstoppable. Ozai fired a giant fireball at Aang, killing him. Azula came back in and Ozai gave a speech about how the world was now his as the crowd gave him a standing ovation. The group walked back to Ozai's beach house talking about how the play was terrible, but Sokka thought the effects were decent. 3 days before the arrival of Sozin's comet, Aang was practicing firebending. Zuko pushed him to be more aggressive and ferocious, but became frustrated with Aang when he became unfocused. Aang joined Sokka and the others in holding a beach party, playing around in the water and making a sand sculpture of Appa and laughing hysterically at Sokka's crude Suki sand sculpture. However, Zuko attacked him in the middle of the party and chased him off the beach onto the house roof and into the house, shooting fire blasts the entire time. Finally, Aang blasted Zuko out of the house using airbending. He and the others gathered around Zuko, demanding to know what was wrong with him, but Zuko asked them how they could be having beach parties when Sozin's comet was only 3 days away. Aang revealed that he planned to defeat the Fire Lord after the comet arrives. The others explained to an incredulous Zuko that the point of fighting the Fire Lord before the comet was to win the war, but the Fire Nation won the war when they captured Ba Sing Se. However, Zuko revealed that Ozai planned to use the power of the comet to destroy the Earth Kingdom and build a new world from the ashes. The rest of the group was horrified by this plan, and Zuko urged Aang to defeat the Fire Lord to save the world. Later on, Zuko taught Aang one final firebending technique, lightning redirection. Zuko warned Aang to be careful with this technique and not to make a wrong move or else he could be killed. He also told Aang that he must strike Ozai first or else he will be defeated instead. Later, Sokka planned a training session using a model for the Fire Lord with a melon for the head, calling it the Melon Lord. He had Toph play the Melon Lord's forces while the others attacked it, with Aang supposed to deliver the final blow. However, when the simulated fight actually took place, Aang was unable to kill the fake Fire Lord. Instead, Sokka cut the melon in half while Aang winced. During dinner, Katara found a painting of what she at first believed to be a painting of Zuko as a baby, until Zuko told them that it was actually a picture of his father. When Zuko said that the sweet and innocent baby Ozai grew up to be a monster, Aang pointed out to everyone that he was still a human being. When Zuko berated him, Aang began arguing with the group, telling them he could not kill Ozai as it went against everything the monks taught him. The others, especially Zuko, told him that he needed to kill Ozai for the good of the world. Aang stormed off to the other side of the house and meditated on the balcony. That night, Aang awoke in a trance and walked down to the beach, into the water, and swam to a mysterious island that had only appeared that night. with Momo flying along beside him. When he woke up in the morning, he discovered he had left the Fire Nation and was on a strange island in the middle of the sea with Momo. He briefly wondered if he was in the spirit world, but dismissed that possibility as Momo could see him and he was still able to bend. He searched the island and found a strange hexagonal formation in the center which he was unable to bend, meaning it was not Earth. He decided to meditate and seek the wisdom of his past lives. The first past life he contacted was Roku, who told him that he did not know where he was, but he could offer advice on Aang's other problems. When Aang told him about how conflicted he was in taking Ozai's life, Roku told him of when he was the Avatar. He tried to show restraint in his time, but Fire Lord Sozin took advantage of him. Roku said that if he had been more decisive, then he could have stopped the war before it started, and he told Aang to be decisive. Next, Aang contacted Kyoshi, who told him of when she fought Chin the Conqueror, and how she would have done whatever it took to uphold justice. She advised Aang to let justice guide his way. Aang looked deeper inside himself and contacted Avatar Kuruk. Kuruk told him that when he was young, he generally played no part in shaping the world, since he lived in a time of great peace and people generally worked on their own problems. However, Cole the Face Stealer took Kuruk's wife away from him. Kuruk blamed himself for not being attentive enough and advised Aang to actively shape his destiny. Finally, seeking an avatar who would be more sympathetic toward him, Aang contacted the Air Nomad avatar Yangchen. Aang told her how he was taught to respect all life and remove himself from the world to attain spiritual peace. Yangchen sympathized with him, but told him that the Avatar must sacrifice his spiritual well-being for the good of the world. Aang concluded that he had no choice but to kill the Fire Lord. When he woke up the following morning, he saw the Earth Kingdom shore getting closer, and realized the island was moving. He dove into the water and discovered the island was actually a creature, which revealed itself to be a lion turtle. He asked the lion turtle for advice, seeking a way to defeat the Fire Lord without killing him. The lion turtle gave him spiritual advice and told him of the time before the Avatar and the Four Nations. A little while later, the lion turtle left Aang at the shore and told him to wait for Ozai. Soon after, Sozin's comet arrived and hit the atmosphere, turning the sky red. Ozai's fleet of airships arrived at the Earth Kingdom shore, with Ozai's ship in the lead. Ozai used his comet-enhanced firebending to begin burning the Earth Kingdom. Aang used earth and firebending to disable Ozai's ship. Initially shocked to find the Avatar there, Ozai flew over to Aang using fire rockets emerging from his feet. Aang asked Ozai not to go on with his plan, saying that he had the power to stop it. Ozai merely sneered at this proposal and attacked Aang. Aang and Ozai began to battle. Aang skillfully used all four elements against Ozai's comet-enhanced firebending, but he still remained on the defensive, allowing Ozai to chase him all around the rock spires. Ozai then began to use lightning attacks and got closer and closer to Aang. Finally, Aang absorbed one of the blasts, but due to his belief that all life, no matter the crimes, is sacred, he was unable to shoot it back at Ozai and instead redirected it into the sky away from Ozai. Incensed, Ozai attacked Aang even more fiercely and finally got the upper hand. Aang took refuge by forming a rock sphere around himself. Ozai repeatedly struck, all the while calling him and the Air Nomads weak. With a powerful fire blast, Ozai broke Aang's earthen sphere, and Aang was pushed into a wall. The stone pressed his scar, and the 7th chakra unlocks, allowing him to regain access to the Avatar state. Aang then activated the Avatar state, reaching a level he had never before used or needed, and in an impressive simultaneous movement bent all four elements to counter Ozai, gaining the upper hand. When he was about to give the final blow, he left the Avatar state, saying that he did not want it to end like this. When Ozai tried to take advantage of this moment, Aang pinned him down with earthbending and used energy bending he had learned from the lion turtle to strip Ozai of his firebending. He then used the Avatar state to extinguish the fire caused by the airships. The next day, Aang attended Zuko's coronation, dressed in new attire quite similar to Monk Gyatso's. He spoke briefly with the soon-to-be Fire Lord, and the both of them marveled at how much things had changed throughout the course of their journey. They embraced one another and promised to remain friends and rebuild the world together. When Zuko was crowned, he promised to redeem the honor of the Fire Nation and work with the Avatar to restore the balance of the world. Sometime after, Team Avatar went to the Earth King's palace and met with Kuei. The group decided on the formation of the Harmony Restoration Movement, named by Sokka, to remove the Fire Nation colonies from the Earth Kingdom. That evening, the group was shown at the Jasmine Dragon, where they were relaxing. Sokka was painting a picture to remember the good times they had together, but it was criticized by everyone. In his picture, Suki was firebending, Iroh was very round, and Zuko complained that his hair was not that spiky, and Toph said that everyone looked perfect to her, which caused the group to laugh. Aang smiled before going outside, soon followed by Katara. The two smiled at each other, leaned into each other, and embraced in a hug. Katara soon instigated a passionate kiss, starting what fulfilled Aunt Wu's prediction almost a year prior. After kissing Katara and affirming their relationship, Sokka arrived to take Appa for a ride. Aang took Team Avatar for a fast ride through the Ba Sing Se skyline, thrilling everyone aboard except Zuko. Trying to cheer him up, Aang smiled and made a funny face. Zuko responded by making Aang promise that if Zuko ever turned from the idea of balance, Aang must end him. Following Team Avatar, Fire Lord Zuko and Kuei's agreement to initiate the Harmony Restoration Movement, which was officially announced to the Earth Kingdom people by the Earth King, Aang and his friends took a ride on Appa to watch these celebratory fireworks. While on the Sky Bison, the concerned Fire Lord asked the Avatar to make a promise. If Aang saw that Zuko's behavior was mirroring Ozai's, he would end his former friend. Initially disbelieving, Aang sought advice from Katara, who nodded in approval and hesitatingly accepted. To help with the Harmony Restoration Movement, Team Avatar aided in the relocation of Fire Nation colonials back to the Fire Nation, starting with more recent colonies. A year later, with the movement so far successful, Aang, Katara, and Sokka were assisting the colonials led by Mayor Nishi to move and adjust. After landing in the Fire Nation, however, the friends discovered that Zuko had withdrawn his support for the movement and was occupying the oldest colony, Yu Dao, eliciting the group to immediately travel there. On the way, Aang consulted with Avatar Roku, who reminded him that Zuko's request to end him if he became like his father should be honored, citing Zuko's intent in making the promise and also revealing that he should have ended Sozin when he had the chance. Despite Roku's advice, Aang decided to attempt to talk to his friend before taking any action. After landing outside Yu Dao, the team encountered a massive protesting crowd that included several members of the Freedom Fighters who offered their services to the Avatar. To their disappointment, Aang explained his intention to talk to Zuko and flew with Katara over the walls on his glider. However, in the courtyard, several Fire Nation soldiers ordered Aang to leave and attacked, refusing to listen to the Avatar's attempts at peace. Aang sank their commander into the earth while dodging the other troops, but one fireball set caused his clothing to catch fire, prompting Katara to intervene. She single-handedly defeated the remainder of the soldiers until she was halted by Zuko. Aang ordered the Fire Lord to let her go, and he responded by ordering the Avatar to leave. Using airbending, Aang separated the two, leading Zuko to retaliate. He entered the Avatar state, intent on fulfilling his promise until Katara was able to calm him down. The Fire Lord advised that they talk, to which Aang agreed in comic frustration. Zuko led Aang and Katara on a tour of Yu Dao, explaining that the city had been heavily integrated for over a century, the Firebenders and Earthbenders having worked together to transform a small village into a world leader in metalworking, and also one of the great cities, and after seeing the townspeople living together peacefully, he could not separate them. Aang was adamant about restoring harmony to the four nations, but Zuko declined. Katara proposed hosting a meeting with Kuei, to which both the Avatar and the Fire Lord agreed. Aang left Yu Dao, speaking with Smellerbee before departing. Appalled that the Avatar was talking instead of fighting, she demanded the removal of the colonials and said that Aang had 3 days to make a compromise before the freedom fighters take action. On Appa en route to Ba Sing Se, Aang thanked Katara for calming him while in the Avatar state and not allowing him to take Zuko's life. Once they arrived in Ba Sing Se, Aang and Katara encountered 2 co-founders and presidents of the official Avatar Aang fan club's Ba Sing Se chapter. When they learned that the couple was searching for a place to stay, they offered them residence at their clubhouse. Aang gladly accepted and spent the night and following morning entertaining the girls by showing them some airbending moves, being flattered by all the attention. As he and Katara left for the Earth Kingdom Royal Palace, he noted to her that even though the girls were just part of a silly fan club, they did make him feel like for a moment he was back home with his people. After informing the Earth King about the present situation with Fire Lord Zuko in Yu Dao, Aang and Katara were presented with a richly filled dinner table to allow Kuei some time to think about the situation. When the king returned, Aang was shocked to learn that he refused peace talks with Zuko and had decided to send his army to Yu Dao instead. Realizing that sending the army would be seen as a declaration of war, Aang and Katara hurried back to Yu Dao in an attempt to persuade the Fire Nation colonials there to evacuate before they arrived. On his way, Aang and Zuko shared a dream where they stood on a cliff, with Roku's spirit behind Aang and Ozai's spirit behind Zuko. In the dream, Zuko told Aang about his troubles from being unable to decide what was right, which prompted Roku to advise Aang to fulfill his promise. Aang went into the Avatar state, but at the last minute Ursa appeared, crying behind Roku. Aang and Zuko both woke up to realize it was a dream. Aang arrived at Yu Dao. When Aang arrived at Yu Dao, he told Fire Nation residents to evacuate, but Earthbenders and Firebenders began attacking him and Katara. When he spotted one of the attackers fleeing, Aang followed him into an axe factory to discover that his attacker was Sneers. Sneers revealed to Aang that he met Kori Morishita and began a romantic relationship with her. He tried to persuade him to join the Yu Dao resistance. When Aang refused, Kori introduced the official Avatar Aang fan club Yu Dao chapter, whose members were dressed in traditional Air Nomad attire. Aang remarked on how the clothing that they wore looked just like the uniforms as students at the Western Air Temple, and added on how their painted airbending tattoos looked just like real airbender tattoos, only to discover that they were the same as genuine airbender tattoos. Aang became enraged by this, explaining that an airbender's tattoos had to be earned through years of practice and that his culture was not a game. Aang stormed off and went onto the roof of the building where Katara found him. He stated that he figured out why the four nations must be separate, because the stronger nation always ended up hurting the weaker one. Katara tried to remind him that Guru Pathik told him about the four nations being one and the same, but Aang retaliated, saying that he loved his culture and everything that made it unique. He concluded by stating the contradiction in his mind about feeling obligated to follow through with the Harmony Restoration movement, but in doing so it would result in him killing Zuko, which went against Air Nomad dogma. Katara began telling Aang why she changed her mind about the Harmony Restoration movement, but they were interrupted by the protesters led by Smellerbee. The group of protesters began using the stone battering ram to try and break open the gate. Aang succeeded in stopping them before realizing it was all a distraction so he would not notice a drill further along the wall that broke through the gates. When the protesters met up with the Yudao resistance, Aang tried to calm them down, but to no avail, as both groups began attacking each other. However, moments later, Earth Kingdom troops arrived, led by General Hao, as well as Fire Nation soldiers led by Zuko. General Hao tried to persuade Aang to end Zuko's life, stating an army with no leader is a dragon without a head, but Aang argued against this. When the armies of both nations began to fight, Aang entered the Avatar state. However, Katara pulled him out of it before long, leading him away from the battle. She finished explaining to Aang why she changed her mind and stated that when she saw Korrie and her family, she also saw her future with Aang, and went on to say that if the four nations had to be separate, they had to be as well. She told Aang to find a quiet place to figure the situation out, and that she would fully support whatever decision he decided to make. They kissed and Aang flew off. Aang traveled to a rocky mountain and earth-bent the rocks around him to form a shelter. He contacted Roku, who advised Aang to contemplate the world, and revealed to him that Zuko was his great-grandson. Aang meditated further on this, and after some time he entered the Avatar state, which sent a beam of light into the sky. He flew down to the colony and separated the ground between the troops of the Fire Nation and the Earth Kingdom. Zuko began to plummet to his death at the crevice between these separated lands, but Aang grabbed his hand to save him. After coming out of the Avatar state, Aang confronted Earth King Kuei and stated that Kuei was fighting not only the Fire Nation, but also the Earth Kingdom itself, the Water Tribe, and an Air Nomad. The Earth King realized his mistake, and Zuko also realized his fight was not the work of his father's hatred, but the right choice all along, which caused the Fire Lord to faint and the conflict to end. 4 days later, on the roof of the Jasmine Dragon, Aang connected once again with Roku, attempting to explain that when he contemplated the world, he did not picture a map or floating cosmic energy, he pictured all his friends and everyone he loved. Roku, however, chided the Avatar for again being indecisive and leaving the world's balance at risk. Aang spiritually disconnected from him, claiming the world had changed too much for Roku to guide him any longer. Moments later, Iroh informed Aang that Zuko was now awake and they both went inside the building. Aang talked to Zuko about how he must meet with the Earth King because the colony could not be either Fire Nation or revert to being Earth Kingdom. Zuko told Aang to break off his promise and kill him if he became like his father because the struggle of figuring out what was right and what was wrong was something the Fire Lord could not escape. Zuko told Aang that he wanted to look for his mother, to which Aang encouraged him to do so. Later, Aang departed from the Jasmine Dragon to confront the official Avatar Aang fan club. He told them that he would teach them the ways of the Air Nomads and dubbed them the Air Acolytes. Sometime after the battle for Yudao, Aang attended a meeting together with his friends and several government officials at the home of the governor of Yudao to discuss the future of the city. A professor gave a lecture on ancient Earth Kingdom philosophies regarding the four nations, though it was of little interest to Aang, who believed that they should look for new ways to overcome the present diversities as opposed to going back to how it was. He was complaining about it with Sokka, who could also not be captivated by the professor. They were soon shushed by Katara, who wanted to pay attention. Aang apologized before coming to his girlfriend's defense after Sokka called her boring. Meanwhile, Zuko had snapped back to attention when the professor made a comparison between how one treats their family and how one rules. Aang noticed this and asked if everything was alright, to which he received a recollection of how poorly Zuko's family hung together. A week later, Aang traveled to the Fire Nation Royal Palace together with Katara and Sokka upon Zuko's inquiry. Upon arrival, they were delightfully surprised when they discovered Iroh there as well. Zuko explained that Iroh was there to act as interim Fire Lord when he was gone, looking for Usopp, a journey that he invited Team Avatar to accompany him on. The amicable atmosphere quickly changed, however, when Azula emerged from behind Zuko. Katara immediately attacked the princess, with Aang and Sokka preparing to do the same, though they were halted by Suki and Ty Lee, who implored them to let Zuko explain the situation to them. After the Fire Lord explained that Azula had been the one to coax the information needed from Ozai, and Iroh had pointed out that she too had to find peace by finding her mother, Aang accepted the task and stated that he would accompany Zuko on his quest. The following day, Aang was preparing Appa for the journey towards Hiraa when Azula arrived in the courtyard and commanded the ones present to take care of her bags. The young airbender calmed his bison, soothing him with the knowledge that the princess would only be with them for a short time before tending to her luggage by airbending it atop him without complaining. When Azula zapped Sokka with her lightning, Aang was quick to trap her feet with earthbending to prevent any further action. As the tension subsided, he released her again and they all set off on this journey. Airborne, Aang sat on Appa's head with Katara by his side. When Sokka commented on how the adventure felt like old times, Aang corrected him by saying it was better than old times since now he could kiss Katara whenever, something he demonstrated much to Sokka's annoyance. The mood was broken, however, when Aang suddenly had a gruesome expression on his face, caused by the presence of a spirit. The Avatar spotted a wolf spirit running below him, but was the only one who could see the creature at that moment. Using the ensuing commotion, Azula said her goodbye and jumped off Appa, prompting Aang to dive after her and catch her, thus preventing her from plummeting to her death. The princess repaid him by setting his glider alight, sending him crashing down in order to facilitate her own escape. Apart from a singed glider, Aang was okay and followed Azula into the forest with the rest. When they had caught up with the princess, Aang made his gruesome face again as the wolf spirit appeared. As the Avatar, he tried to reason with the spirit, apologizing for any possible disturbance, but to no avail as the spirit attacked. Aang implored his friends to take it easy with the spirit, specifically to avoid hurting it. When he tried to reason with the creature once more, the wolf snapped at him, prompting Appa to intervene and slam the spirit down with his tail. When Aang asked about the spirit's well-being, the entire group was attacked by a swarm of moth wasps the spirit had thrown up. They were eventually saved when Azula shot a lightning bolt away from them all, drawing the moths and the wolf spirit with them. That night, Aang agreed with Katara and Zuko to take turns watching Azula sleep. Awaiting his turn, he meditated. The next morning, Zuko took Aang away from the camp to show him the letter he had found hidden in Azula's boot, revealing that Zuko might not be Ozai's son. Perplexed by this revelation, Aang asked Zuko why Ozai did not do away with him, thus learning about Ursa's sacrifice. When he noticed that Zuko was relieved by the possibility, Aang grew worried that Zuko's claim to the throne was at risk. However, before they could talk it out, they were attacked by Azula, who demanded the return of the letter. Concerned about the safety of his friends, Aang left to check on Katara and Sokka after Zuko assured him he'd be fine. When he arrived at camp, he found it ablaze, with the Water Tribe's siblings attempting to extinguish the flames. By the time he and Katara managed to smother the fire, Zuko had succeeded in calming his sister down, and the group continued to Hira'a. As they arrived at the outskirts of town, they all donned a disguise, with Aang covering his arrow tattoo with a headband. They were in time to catch the closing act of the Hira'a acting troupe's version of the play Love Amongst the Dragons. Once the play was over, Aang wondered what they should do now, prompting Zuko to start asking around about Ursa. This caught the attention of Nomad, the director of the acting company, who invited them all to his home, where they could talk more freely. Aang and Katara complimented Noriko, Norad's wife, about their lovely home, and the Avatar asked how long they'd been married. Noriko happily informed them that it had been nearly 5 years, embarrassing the young couple when she noted that they were perhaps a bit young to be already thinking about marriage, though she soon digressed, concluding that love was ageless. Under the cover of being drama historians, they did not get any new information regarding Ursa, but they did learn that Ikem left town, heading toward Forgetful Valley. As the group returned to Appa, Aang spoke with Zuko regarding Ikem's, stating it to be best that they did not track him down and burn the letter. He reasoned that it was important for the world's balance that Zuko remained on the throne, whether or not he actually had royal blood flowing in his veins. The conversation was cut short, however, when Katara and Azula got into a heated argument. The next day, the team ventured into the forest, making their way to Forgetful Valley. Aang was appalled by Azula when the Fire Nation princess burned a piece of the forest in order to create a path, and he swiftly extinguished the flames with his earthbending. Before he could get into the issue, however, he picked up another presence like he had done before with the wolf, and his face changed accordingly. Sokka deduced that Aang was connecting with the animals and plants of the forest, as they had all sported similar expressions as he was making. Aang spotted a flutterbat who had the exact same pattern on his wings as he had on his face, and followed it down to a round pond. Aang felt a spiritual calmness surrounding the water, sensing a resemblance to the spirit oasis at the North Pole, and asked everyone to be respectful. However, Azula disregarded his request and fired a lightning bolt straight into the pool, believing that her mother was there. Soon after, the group was attacked by plants and vines, though the skirmish was cut short when Katara deduced the attackers to be waterbenders, and forced them to reveal themselves. Heeding the order, Rapha and Misu showed themselves and set up camp with the others, sharing a meal. Misu warned them that Forgetful Valley's ponds needed to remain undisturbed and retold the team her life story. When Aang learned that they were on the lookout for a spirit with the ability to grant faces, he offered his help. He meditated, crossing over into the spirit world in an attempt to get the wolf spirit to come to the pool. After the crossing was over, he was aided by the spirit of the flutterbat he saw before, and hitching a ride on the animal's back, he was able to track down the wolf spirit. He tried to convince the spirit to come back with him to the pool where Misu and Rapha were waiting. The spirit took off, however, forcing Aang to follow him. The wolf took him to another pool where the Mother of Faces chided him for having used her wolf as a beast of burden. Aang managed to successfully summon the Mother of Faces to the spirit world, but she would only allow the group one request. Zuko said to Aang that Misu should be allowed to use this request to grant Rapha a new face. Aang apologized, saying that they'd keep on looking for Ursa on their own. However, Azula interrupted Misu and instead requested information on Ursa, causing her to return to Hira'a to confront her mother, with Zuko and Sokka chasing her. Aang said that they had to help, though Katara wondered if they should help Zuko and Sokka or Misu, who was waterbending at the Mother of Faces, to convince her to stay. After the ancient spirit chastised Misu for bending her sacred pool's water, the Avatar tried to convince the Mother of Faces that Misu meant no disrespect, but she resubmerged anyway. Aang dove into the pool trying to pursue her while dodging spirit animals. Unable to find her, the young Avatar wondered how the spirit could be so cruel, and upon this was ejected from the pool, Katara rushing to his aid. The Mother of Faces re-emerged, denouncing humans for having turned her into their slave and declaring her work inadequate. Aang tried to tell her that they did not mean this, but the spirit continued her rant, scolding him for defiling her sacred pool and talking down to her as if she were a child, before calling all humans selfish, short-sighted, and insolent. She told Aang and his group to leave, sending her spirit animals to attack them. As Aang and Katara tried to defend their small group, the Avatar reminded his girlfriend to try not to hurt the spirits. He decided that given the overwhelming quantity of their attackers, it would be best for them to leave, though Misu refused, desiring what she and Rafa had come to the forest for in the first place. Seeing an aggressor nearby the two, Aang airbent at it, but in the process, Rafa's mask accidentally fell off, revealing that he did not have a face. Aang recognized Ko's handiwork, and upon hearing Aang mention that name, the Mother of Faces silenced her animals, asking the Avatar to repeat what he had said. Aang explained that he knew of Ko, to which the ancient spirit replied that he was her son. Aang awkwardly tried to take back his calling Ko ugly, though the Mother of Faces did not seem to mind, instead telling the group how he became estranged from her and how he stole faces to maintain a connection with her. Aang told the Mother of Faces that he had stolen the face of someone close to one of his past lives, though he did not cause him harm. The Mother of Faces recognized Ko's handiwork on Rafa's face and restored it. Aang and Katara watched happily as Rafa and Misu embraced. Afterward, the Avatar thanked the spirit for her act of kindness, acknowledging that humans have been ungrateful to her in the past, though he noted that they needed to restore two relationships between brother and sister and mother and son. Aang and Katara made their way back to Hiraa with the Mother of Faces, who restored Ursa's former face and memories. Seeing that Azula had left and left the letter behind, Aang took it to be a sign that the princess was changing, believing she had done this on purpose, to which Katara kissed him on the cheek for looking on the bright side of things. The Avatar reminisced on their mission, saying that they were successfully able to restore relationships between both brother and sister and mother and son. As Zuko desired to have Ursa, Ikem, and Kiyi visit the Fire Nation capital for the first time since Ursa's banishment, Aang, Katara, and Sokka escorted the family on a Fire Nation cruiser that was bringing them all back. To pass the time, Aang took Kiyi out on the sea to ride a wild flying dolphin fish. Their fun was cut short, however, when a frantic Ursa called out to him to bring back her daughter. As Aang quickly airbent them to the ship, he apologized to Ursa for having upset her, though he assured her that Kiyi was never in any danger. Sometime later, Aang, Katara, and Sokka prepared to leave on Appa, noting that being back in the city will bring up many memories, and they need to figure out as a family. As they depart, Aang told Zuko that they would meet again a week later during Yu Dao's inaugural celebration. When the peace talks in Yu Dao came to an end, Aang and the rest of Team Avatar returned there to witness the introduction of the city's new coalition government. On his way to the subsequent celebration banquet, Aang spotted a woman dressed in a traditional Air Nomad attire and followed her. When they were alone, he discovered the mysterious figure to be Yangchen's spirit, though he could not hear her and subsequently did not understand what she was trying to tell him. Before he could figure it out, she vanished. Aang tried the remainder of the evening to contact her spirit through his meditation beads, but to no avail. When Katara came in to get him to attend the Yu Dao celebration, reminding him that it was something important, Aang was reminded of Yangchen's festival, which would normally be celebrated the next day. As he returned inside with Katara and alerted the three air acolytes, Xing Xing, Yi Li, and Jingbo, as well as the other members of Team Avatar, that they'd go on a field trip the following day. As such, the team left the next day on Appa, setting course to a cliff overlooking the ocean where the Air Nomads used to start their celebration of Yangchen's festival. Excited about the prospect of reviving the Air Nomad culture, Aang enlightened his friends about what they were supposed to do during the festival, like bowing 4 times to the statue of a lady before walking to a sacred meadow where they would enjoy a traditional Air Nomad meal. Arriving, Aang admitted to Sokka that he actually had no clue about the identity of the woman to whom they'd be bowing, as he never had the complete story regarding the festival before due to always going kiting instead with Gyatso. He shrugged off further inquiries as being of no importance, as bowing to the statue was just how it was done. However, unbeknownst to him, that reasoning reminded Toph of her childhood, due to which she refused to take part in the bowing ceremony. Aang tried to reason with her, though when she dissed the festival as being not important to the world, he let it go and used his own actions to impart a lesson under the 3 air acolytes. A true air nomad lets insults pass by them in order to maintain their inner peace. After the bowing ceremony, the group set out toward the meadow to enjoy their meal. Aang was appalled to learn, however, that a town with a large refinery had been built on the previously sacred grounds. Walking around through town, Aang spotted Yangchen's spirit once more and let it lead him to investigate together with Katara and the 3 air acolytes. He used his earthbending to help everyone over the refinery's fence, stating that they would not be trespassing as the fence was not supposed to be there. They discovered that the river running near the refinery was terribly polluted, causing Aang to conclude that the defiling of what was once sacred land was part of the reason why Yangchen had appeared to him. Before they could take any action, however, the refinery's guards appeared and tried to expel them from the factory's grounds. Aang used their appearance as another learning opportunity for the air acolytes by demonstrating how air nomads always try to avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. He used his airbending to let the guards knock each other out. Aang's actions had been witnessed by Satoru, the refinery's engineer and interim boss, while his uncle was away on business, who heartily greeted him. Aang wanted to talk to him about the ground the refinery was built upon, though after Toph and Sokka returned from their outing into town, the entire group was invited to attend the grand tour of the factory, during which Aang's attempts to strike up conversation turned out to be futile. During the tour, Aang spotted Yangchen's spirit once more and received a vision of a rampaging monster, leaving him wondering whether it was a vision of the past or future. His determined to talk to Satoru strengthened by the vision, Aang was finally able to tell Satoru that the refinery should have never been built on sacred grounds, and accused it of being the culprit of the river's pollution. When Satoru refuted the accusation and Toph backed him up, Aang took Toph aside for a moment. He was under the impression that the only reason she believed Satoru was because she had a crush on him. Their talk rapidly evolved into a heated argument, however, during which the ground suddenly began to shake, causing their friends to assume that they were the cause of it. When a second earthquake occurred, Satoru asked them all to leave, though Aang offered to help clean up the mess that the quake caused. Before they could heed the engineer's request, they heard a factory worker call out for help, as the quakes had left him trapped under a haywire machine. Aang and Toph instantly set out to free the man and managed to rescue him due to teamwork. Afterward, the two friends reconciled, coming to the conclusion that Aang was too focused on holding on to the past, while Toph tried too hard to run away from it. At that moment, Loban and his business partner Lao Beifong returned to the refinery, shocking Team Avatar. Aang was appalled to hear Lao dismiss Toph as being a confused young woman rather than his daughter. When Lao ordered the rough rhinos to escort Team Avatar off the refinery's premises, Aang took on a battle stance, declaring that he was not leaving until he had talked to someone about the refinery's location. As Toph created an earth slide, he used his airbending to blow the rough rhinos away from the factory's buildings and workers. Aang told the air acolytes to find cover while he locked into battle with Utor. Not recognizing him from their previous encounters with the rough rhinos, he made some small talk, getting to know the warrior before incapacitating him with his earthbending by using his hands with earth to his weapon. As Toph catapulted another member of the rough rhinos into the air, Aang gently helped him down, preventing any serious harm, though he sunk the man into the ground after he assaulted him with a knife. Aang tried to talk to Toph, urging her to fight less aggressively, though he was told to stop addressing her as if she was one of his air acolytes. After the fight, Aang was reminded by Xing Ying that they had traveled there to properly celebrate Yangchen's festival, prompting Aang to lead them all back to town, where he searched for the old tree he and Gyatso used to sit under to eat their meal. Upon finding it cut down, Aang relocated to a restaurant that had been built in the same place. He was able to convince the cabbage merchant who owned the restaurant to allow them to eat their own food there, under the condition that they ordered at least one dish. With everything set up, Aang joined hands with the air acolytes and started to recite the blessing that preceded the ceremonial meal. Before he finished, however, he unintentionally crossed over to the spirit world and was able to talk to Yangchen. She explained to him that when he cut off his connection with Roku, he had also cut off his connection to all avatars before him. However, the ceremonial meal acted as a temporary conduit that allowed him to connect with his past life. Aang apologized for what happened with Roku, but stated that he could not just cling to the past as Roku wanted. Yangchen reminded him that his past lives were supposed to guide him, not bind him to a decision. She began telling him about her conflict with the General Old Iron Spirit, though before she could finish and tell him all the details of the agreement she struck with the spirit, an earthquake in the physical world cut off Aang's connection with her. Roused from his meditative state, Aang and the acolytes hurried back to the refinery in order to help out. Upon witnessing all the wounded, he ordered the acolytes to take care of them while he was briefed by Sokka as to what had occurred. Upon learning that Katara and several others were trapped underground, he began to bend a tunnel, though he was urged to stop by Katara lest he cause the entire mine to cave in more, as the ground separating them was also riddled with iron ore that he was unable to bend. Having not seen Sokka or Toph's students approaching, Aang returned to the spot of the cave-in, calling for Katara to hear the sound of her voice. He also asked how well Toph was holding up, and was told that she was doing well given the circumstances. Upon the metalbender's arrival, he confirmed Hotun's question about them needing to bend the iron ore away, while Katara alerted him that Toph said the situation was like spider ants beneath him stomping feet, only flipped. Hearing the Dark One say the scenario set his soul ablaze with ebon anxiousness, the Avatar asked if that meant something to them. The other students told him it was an exercise where they were to stand in a sandpit while blindfolded and throw giant metal plates over their head. If they failed, they'd be stomped by the plates, causing Aang to opine that the academy sounded intense. He told the concerned Hotan that they could do it because their training prepared them for such an event. As the students proceeded, Hotan again grew worried that they could not do it because they were novices, but Aang pepped him up by saying the three were the best metal benders in the world outside of their Sifu, and thus the only ones who could complete this mission. He joined in for the last part of the task, keeping the dirt from collapsing back into the mine. With everyone out, the Airbender ran to Katara, kissing her and expressing his happiness to have her safe. The skies soon turned stormy, and Aang realized this was unnatural. He saw Yangchen but was again unable to hear her, causing him to realize he needed to finish the meal. When Jingbo showed him how the vase was broken, Aang pondered what he could do and remembered Yangchen's words that the avatars were linked like his meditation beads. The Airbender made his way to a quiet spot and took a rock, bending it into a new fire pendant for his beads. After attaching it, he meditated and found himself before Roku once again. He started to apologize to his past life, but was cut off with the offering of a hug. During the embrace, Aang was advised that he needed to find balance not just between spirit and human, but also past and present, something that could help him in his current situation. Aang made his way down his recent past lives and found Yangchen, asking for the terms of her agreement with General Old Iron. The old avatar explained that she built a statue of Lady Tianhai in return for him not taking up his armor, and that she decided to revert the meadow to its natural state as a sign that humans were still capable of preservation and protection. The Air Nomad festival was to celebrate this agreement. The young Airbender asked if the iron the metal benders found was Old Iron's armor, wondering if he could put it back and restore the town to its natural state to unbreak the promise. After being told only that his friends needed him, he returned to the real world. Flying on a tornado, Aang saw General Old Iron rising from the water and returned to the town. Upon return, Aang explained the situation at hand, which included the destruction of all the buildings, including the refinery. He told Katara to help evacuate everyone, but soon noticed the iron mask they had dug up was gone. Seeing Satoru come by on a forklift and explain that Loban and the rough rhinos were dragging it to the beach, he only said that they needed it back there. He waited in the town, watching the seas for General Old Iron. When Katara returned, he asked if the townspeople were out of the buildings and was given an affirmative response. He asked her if she could see the spirit and stated his hope about him turning back if the town returned to its normal state. Katara told him that he could not wait any longer and received a comforting kiss on the cheek, expressing his regret over having to destroy things. He asked if she would keep people away from the event, and after Katara's assurance, entered the Avatar state, creating an elemental sphere and rising into the air. Aang flew to the refinery and began his attack, but was blocked by Toph and her students. He came out of the state to ask them why they were doing this before attempting to explain the dilemma surrounding them. He realized he did not have the time to do so and needed to finish his mission, needing to show that the humans knew how to preserve and protect. With Toph refusing to stand down, Aang had no choice but to attack, firing air rings at the four. He knocked down the students, but Toph was able to block and counter with several rocks, dropping Aang to the ground in pain. He stopped one last attack before being faced with fragments of metal, although he dodged these. As he tried to talk, the students sighted General Old Iron and called Aang and Toph's attention to the spirit. The Avatar flew to Old Iron, trying to tell him about his role and that he knew all about the agreement between him and Yangchen, but the spirit did not listen and began to wage destruction. Aang responded by re-entering the Avatar state and his elemental sphere, gathering an equivalent body of earth while throwing punches at General Old Iron and blocking return blows. When Toph and her students peeled Old Iron's armor away, Aang exited the state again, wondering what the four were doing. He was told to give the spirit an Avatar state-induced blow to the chest, but Aang initially refused because it would be too much for him to take. However, when General Old Iron targeted the metalbenders, the Airbender returned to the Avatar state and fired the charged blow to defend Toph. Soon realizing General Old Iron had a large hole in his chest, Aang left the state once more. He tried to convince General Old Iron that as the Avatar he could maintain balance between humans and spirits, but Old Iron only told him it was merely a mantra to hide that the Avatar would always favor humans in any rift between them and the spirits. Aang wanted to prove that he could maintain balance, but Old Iron simply believed that humans wished only to dominate, telling him to look deep into his heart and see this as the truth, and thus balance was never possible. The Avatar sadly watched as the general paid him homage and disappeared into the sea. Standing on the beach, he was soon approached by Toph, who thanked him for saving her and her students. The two embraced as the sun reappeared in the skies. Aang soon noticed that Tianhai's statue had been destroyed, saddening him. Approached by Katara, he mused if General Old Iron was right about the spirits being only a relic of the past with no place in the present. Katara urged him to talk to his past lives. Though Aang was hesitant at first since they were his past, he relented and began meditation again. However, he soon noticed several cranefish lying around him. He believed this was because the statue had been destroyed. He realized, however, that they were not normal birds, but an apparition of Lady Tianhai who appeared from them. She told them her story about becoming mortal and after her death taking the form of the cranefish. Aang was not convinced regarding her opinion that humans were there to create, as they failed in preserving her town, though she was advised that they would always make a place for spirits while protecting what they grow. The Avatar was left wondering how she knew as she returned to her cranefish form and flew away. 3 months later, Aang was able to reform Yangchen's festival into the Spirits Friendship Festival, something that, while not entirely Air Nomad style, was the same tradition in a new form. Aang intended to accompany Sokka and Katara, who were eager to return to their home in the South Pole after spending much of their days in the war. Right before they began their journey, however, Aang received a message from Zuko, summoning him to the Fire Nation to investigate some spirit attacks. Aang agreed to undertake the mission alone, letting Sokka and Katara travel back home. Upon arrival at the capital, Aang was received with open arms. After the warm exchange of greetings, Mai immediately debriefed him on the Kumorikage, who had kidnapped her brother Tom Tom. Constable Sung added that dark spirit sightings were reported all over the capital city. When Ukano barged in on the meeting, claiming the spirit world was acting up because the human world was weak, Aang interjected that the imbalance between worlds had nothing to do with strength, but Ukano ignored him and petitioned Zuko to enforce a curfew and form a special task force unit to hunt down the dark spirits. Aang opposed the idea, noting that enforcing a curfew would only create fear among the populace and that normal bending was useless against spirits. Instead, he insisted that they should work together to find out exactly what happened to Tom Tom, to which Zuko agreed. Zuko brought Aang along with Mai and Kalo to the High Temple, where the Avatar was happily reunited with Xiu, who had long since been promoted to the rank of Great Sage. The group descended to the Dragonbone Catacombs, where they discovered murals depicting the history of the Fire Nation, though the murals preceding Sozin's reign were blocked off by a door bearing 4 dragon statues. Figuring that the statues worked the same as the ones in the temple on Crescent Island, Aang and Zuko attempted to firebend them. After 20 unsuccessful tries, Kalo decided to cut in, revealing that the locks to the dragons were actually in their noses, and unlocked the door using Mai's throwing knives. Passing by paintings of past Fire Lords, they came across a mural depicting the Kumorikage and learned about a warlord named Toz, who abducted all the children in a village that refused to pay tribute. Aang, mortified by this injustice, wondered where his past life was when this occurred. As Mai concluded her reading of how the Kumorikage abducted the children in Toz's camp for revenge, a wisp of smoke appeared from the mural, which Aang decided to follow. Unlocking another dragon statue, Aang and Kalo ventured down the passageway while Zuko and Mai remained behind. The duo reached a crypt where the smoke transformed into the image of a Kumorikage. The spirit explained that she and her sisters haunted the warlords of the Fire Islands until the first Fire Lord brought them to justice and unified the nation, at which point they departed the human world. When Aang asked why the Kumorikage had returned to haunt people, the spirit replied that her apprentice was the first time a Kumorikage had roamed the human world since their departure. During their way back to the capital, Aang and Kalo informed Zuko and Mai of their discovery, causing Mai to suspect that Tom Tom's kidnappers were imposters. Hearing chanting coming from the streets, the group investigated its source and learned that Ukano and Sung had formed a volunteer militia dubbed the Safe Nation Society, as a reaction to the Kumorikage abducting several more children. Aang voiced his disbelief as to how Ukano had managed to assemble a significant number of followers in one night. Zuko dissolved the situation by ordering Ukano to disband his militia or face arrest, and suspended Sung, an action that struck Aang as too severe. Dropping Mai and Kalo off at her Aunt Mura's flower shop, Aang and Zuko returned to the royal palace. His night's rest was cut short, however, when Aang was alerted to smoke coming out of Kiyi's room. Along with Zuko, Suki, and Tai Li, he discovered 3 masked intruders resembling the Kumorikage in the midst of abducting Kiyi. Aang attacked one with firebending before being kicked in the stomach, confirming that the kidnappers were indeed human. He then instructed Tai Li to try chi blocking them. The kidnappers' attempt to obscure their escape in a cloud of smoke was thwarted by Aang as he cleared it up with his airbending. Though they managed to corner one of the kidnappers, the individual refused to answer their questions and responded by shooting lightning at them instead. The kidnapper turned out to be Azula, but she did escape with the rest of the kidnappers. The next day, more kidnappings were reported. Mai revealed that Ukano was the leader of the new Ozai Society. Aang then noted Ukano's tendency about societies. This prompted Zuko to order a lockdown of the capital city and ordered his forces to look for Ukano and his allies and bring them in for questioning. Aang disagreed with the involvement of soldiers, and Zuko politely thanked him for his help so far, much to his confusion. Zuko said Aang's methods had not worked so far, so he'll have to try a different one. If Aang did not support his decision, he should leave. The Avatar argued that such drastic actions would only breed mistrust, and Mai countered that drastic situations call for drastic actions. Zuko had Suki and Tai Li escort Aang out, who voiced his displeasure with the situation, the two sympathizing with him. He believed there still were avenues to pursue, such as looking for clues of Kiyi's room, and wondered what Sokka would do. Suki said Sokka would investigate on his own and led Aang to Kiyi's room. Aang, Suki, and Tai Li were not able to find any clues in the room initially, but Tai Li eventually found a secret passage that Azula would use when they would play together as children. Aang arrived with the 2 girls, much to Zuko's surprise, telling him they found something that he had to see. Mai told him he needed to act before sundown or the citizens will rise again. Aang ignored Zuko's decision and took him along with an air scooter. When they arrived at the secret passage on the roof, Zuko asked Suki and Ty Lee to keep guard over the palace while he and Aang would go through the passage, hoping to find Kiyi and Tom Tom. That passage led to the Fire Nation royal family graveyard, where the Avatar noticed they were surrounded by fake Komurikage. A fight occurred while Azula was escaping, and Aang managed to defeat 2 of her subordinates. He managed to find 2 more, keeping Ukano and the kidnapped children hostage, and then began to fight the fake Komurikage, and they were ultimately taken down from behind by Mai and Kalo. The group eventually managed to rescue the children, reuniting Tom Tom with Mai and Kiyi with Zuko. After the problems in the Fire Nation were resolved, Aang headed back to Wolf Cove in the Southern Water Tribe. Upon arriving, he was quickly greeted by Katara, to whom he excitedly ran, hugging her and asking if he could kiss her, to which she told him no because her father was watching nearby. After greeting Hakoda, Aang questioned him as to why he and his officers were out by the gates. Hakoda reassured him it was nothing he could not handle, and encouraged Aang and Katara to go enjoy the festival. Katara questioned whether Hakoda had always been kind to Aang, and he assured her that he always had been. After catching up with Sokka and Toph for a little while, Aang noticed people gathering around, about to listen to someone give a speech. During the speech, Toph noticed something coming toward them underground and warned Team Avatar to be prepared. Suddenly, Gilak's drill burst up through the ground. A battle erupted when Gilak's troops went after Molina and Malik. Aang went off to stop Gilak's troops, and he succeeded and knocked over one of their tanks. After noticing that Katara had been chi-blocked, Aang quickly made sure she was okay, and the 2 ran off to go check on Hakoda. As soon as they got outside the city gates, they witnessed Gilak stabbing Hakoda. Enraged, Katara encased Gilak in a block of ice while Aang stopped his troops from getting away. He quickly ran back to Katara, watching her desperately heal her father's wound. Later, he waited outside Kanna's hut until Katara came out and told him that Hakoda was going to be okay. Sometime later, Aang went with Katara to Pakku's training school, where he was having difficulties getting Siku and Sura to practice waterbending. He and Katara demonstrated some of their waterbending, and the sisters finally admitted that they were waterbenders, but had been told by their mothers to never share that with anyone, in fear of the Fire Nation taking them away or killing them. Eventually, Siku and Sura ran off, refusing to waterbend. Aang was disappointed that their plan to get the girls to bend didn't work, to which Katara said that they were just not ready yet. After Hakoda walked in and noted how difficult it was to teach Sokka how to use a boomerang, Pakku embarrassed Aang by saying he too had difficulties getting the Avatar to pay attention during waterbending class. Aang and Katara left with Hakoda, where he thanked them for helping save the city, to which Aang responded it was an honor. Hakoda went on to explain his plans to collaborate with other nations to help with the reconstruction of the Southern Water Tribe. Katara expressed her concerns that the other nations might not have the tribe's best interest at heart. Aang agreed with her, noting that the Southern Water Tribe was hit the second hardest by the war, behind the Air Nomads. Hakoda then announced that he had sent word to the Fire Nation and the Earth Kingdom for a conference that evening. During the meeting, Hakoda explained his plans of wanting to establish embassies in the Fire Nation and the Earth Kingdom, inviting them to do the same. The meeting was soon interrupted when Gilak and his followers showed up. Aang quickly defended Earth King Kui from an attack. More of Gilak's troops showed up, and eventually he managed to knock Hakoda out and run out the door with him. Aang and Katara attempted to stop them, but were unsuccessful. Enraged, Aang quickly picked Katara up, using airbending to fly out the door with her. He dropped her down into the snow, where she used water bending to stop Gilak, who lost his grip on Hakoda. Aang caught the head chieftain, assuring Katara he was alright. Upon returning, Zuko informed the group that Kui had been captured, prompting Team Avatar to follow their footprints to a series of underground tunnels that went for miles. A letter then arrived from Gilak saying that he would return Kui in exchange for Hakoda. The plan Gilak proposed would be for the 2 groups to meet at the Bridge of No Return, where Thod would chi-block all the benders. Kui and Hakoda would each walk across. Zuko commented that no matter what they did, Gilak would just cut the bridge in order to get rid of both of them at once. Malina commented that the situation would be impossible to win, and Aang assured her that they would be able to come up with something, turning to Sokka for an idea. Later that night, the group arrived at the Bridge of No Return. Katara looked onto the bridge, and noticing her worried expression, Aang walked over to her and kissed her on the cheek, assuring her that Sokka's plan would work. A few minutes later, Aang spotted Gilak's group on the other side of the bridge. He winced as Thod chi-blocked him, and he fell to the ground. As Hakoda and Kui began walking across the bridge, Gilak was about to cut it before Molina and Toph's metal-bending students came out of hiding and stopped him. Aang and Katara then got up and froze Thod and his troops in blocks of ice, and Sokka revealed that they'd all been wearing chainmail armor to prevent themselves from actually being chi-blocked. Gilak then made his way to the bridge and burned it, causing the bridge to break in half. Aang, along with the rest of the group, looked on with horror as Zuko, Kui, Hakoda, Molina, and Gilak clung to the remainder of the bridge. Zuko managed to get himself and Kui to safety, while Aang went down with Katara to save the other 3, although he struggled to hold on to them all at the same time. Gilak then let go of Molina's hand, falling to his death in the ravine. Finding that the 2 of them were still too heavy for Aang, Molina told Hakoda that she loved him and let go of his hand. Katara quickly rushed in with waterbending to save Molina, and Aang was able to fly Hakoda back to safety. The next day, Aang, Siku, and Sura met up with Katara and Sokka at their mother's grave, where the 2 sisters finally demonstrated some of their waterbending to them. Later, Aang made steamed tofu as part of a celebration feast at Kanna's hut. Upon leaving the Southern Water Tribe, Aang planned to travel to Yu Dao with Katara, Sokka, and Toph. However, on the way there, Toph asked if they could make a stop at the Earth and Fire Industries. Upon arriving, Aang was was shocked to see just how much of the town had changed and how big it had grown. Katara asked him if he was okay, knowing that this land was important to Air Nomads, to which Aang told her he was unsure of how to feel. Aang happily greeted the bystanders around them, but was met with no reaction. Sokka suggested that he do the thing, and after a brief moment of confusion, Aang pulled out a few marbles from his shirt, using airbending to spin them around between his hand. However, the townspeople were unimpressed. Aang and the group were then approached by Lao, who informed the Avatar of the recent challenges that had come as a result of the town's ever-growing population, although he asked him to attend a business council meeting later that afternoon to discuss it, to which Aang agreed. When Sokka asked Aang what his opinion is on the Water Tribe helmet being sold in the nearby stand, Aang responded that it was the best helmet he had ever seen Sokka wear and that he should buy it. As the two kept talking, they were unaware of two Earthbender and Firebender groups that were getting into a heated discussion that soon turned into a full-on fight, which Aang attempted to break up. As he tried to talk things out between the two groups, Toph and Katara rushed over, the former earthbending a large hill underneath Aang, getting him out of the way. This proved to be useless, however, as a Firebender shot a blast at him, accusing him of being on the Dirt Eater's side. Toph told Aang that these people were only interested in fighting rather than talking, and began to fight them back. As one of the Earthbenders took some of the bricks from a building behind him, the building began to collapse. Toph tried to hold it up, asking Aang for help. Realizing there was not much he could do, Aang instead flew on his glider and grabbed Toph, getting her out of the way as the building completely collapsed. The two made their way back to Katara and Sokka. Aang ran to Katara asking if anyone was hurt, and she told him that everyone was out of the building. Feeling guilty for leaving her in the midst of a fight, Aang held her hands and apologized. He was soon approached by Lao, who said that Bender violence was the reason he wanted him to come to the council meeting, needing the Avatar's input and help. Aang agreed once more, but stated that he needed to help rebuild the people's homes first. He was met with hostility from one of the residents, who said that they did not want the help of the Benders. Aang tried to assure her he was not like the other Benders who destroyed the building, but they still refused, telling Aang to leave them alone. Lao assured Aang that agreeing to come to the meeting was helpful enough, and that he had a solution in mind already. Sokka told Aang that he wanted to tag along, interested in seeing how a business council meeting worked, and possibly suggesting a better name for the council. The two parted with Katara and Toph, hopping into a carriage pulled by ostrich horses to the meeting. When Aang commented on how much the city had grown in such a short time, Lao explained that so many people had been coming there to work, but were unable to find it due to the factories being unable to employ anyone else. Upon arriving at the meeting, Sokka noted that the room was divided up between benders on one side and non-benders on the other. Aang questioned why they'd be split up before Lao called the meeting to order. He went on to explain the rapidly growing bender violence and proposed to ban bending on public streets. Aang was shocked by this idea, which was met with anger from the benders on the council. As things settled down, Aang stated that he did not support a bending ban as it would be punishing innocent benders. He suggested that what they needed was an established police force to bring about true law and order. A councilwoman named Li Ling spoke up, agreeing with Aang, claiming to be willing to train a security team as police officers. The Avatar assured that a police force would be a logical way to keep the citizens of Cranefish Town safe, to which the rest of the council members agreed. After the meeting, Aang and Sokka were approached by Katara, who informed them that Lao had arranged for them to stay at a house in town. After Sokka runs off, Aang asked the waterbender to come for a ride on Appa with him. She agreed, and they flew over to the bay, where Aang spotted a small island on which they landed. Aang grew confused when Katara said that he had the Avatar look, questioning her, and she explained that it was his "I'm responsible for everything that happens in the world" look. Aang explained that Lady Tianhai had previously told him that she believed in humans and their ability to learn from their mistakes and create a future that protects and preserves while it grows. Katara asked if he felt as though he had let her down, to which he said it was more than that, and that the city reminded him of when he woke up from the iceberg and everything in the world had changed. Katara assured him that this situation was not the same as back then because the war was over and he had her, Sokka, and Toph to help him through it. He smiled warmly, telling her that he was glad that she was there with him. Aang and Katara held hands as they looked upon the city, while he held out hope that there was still time to help the city grow in a way that protects and preserves. The next morning, Aang dragged the rest of the group out to the beach as he wanted an entire day to help clean it up, even though they might not be able to get the entire thing done. As the group began to clean, Aang was approached by two Firebender boys, excited to see the Avatar. When they asked to see him airbend, Aang performed his famous marble trick again, happy to see that the boys were impressed. This left Aang glad that someone in town was still impressed by bending. Later that night, Aang and the group were awoken by a loud explosion coming from the factory. They ran outside and met with Satoru, who assured him that nobody was inside. Aang realized Toph was not with them, but she soon emerged from underneath a scrap piece of metal, and the two ran off to catch the people who had caused the explosion. Toph led him through the streets, and they were eventually ambushed by a firebender who had been running on the rooftops. Toph held him off and told Aang to go after the other guy that had escaped down a nearby alley. Aang pursued him on his glider, eventually cornering him at the edge of a cliff, but when the man threatened to fight him, Aang retaliated that since he was the Avatar, he'll probably win. As the man shot a fire blast at him, Aang encased him in earth, asking asking why he attacked the factory. Suddenly, the ground underneath the man broke off the cliff and he began to fall into the ocean. Aang jumped on his glider and managed to catch him before he hit the water, flying him to safety. Later that morning, Aang returned to his friends who were surveying the scene at Earth and Fire Industries. He explained to them that the firebender he had just rescued revealed that 2 teenage girls had hired him to blow up the factory, and that he was not given a reason as to why. Lao told the group that other factories had been attacked that night as well, and believed that the attacks were coordinated. Aang said that Team Avatar would investigate to see if there was a connection. Aang and the group spent the rest of the day talking to the owners of the factories that had been attacked. He told Sokka that he could not find a connection between the factories, but he pointed out that all the factory owners were non-benders, and the damage appeared to have been caused by benders. Aang came to the realization that benders were feeling threatened as the factories were filled with machines that had replaced their abilities. Aang told his friends that he wanted to ask the bender-owned businesses to help out the ones that had been sabotaged, starting with Li Ling. As they arrived at her house, Katara asked him if he was sure that Li Ling would listen to him, as non-bender-owned businesses were her competitors. Aang assured her that since Li Ling was the one who suggested establishing a police force in Cranefish Town, she would be willing to help. At her home, Li Ling asked Aang about how Cranefish Town's land used to be sacred to Air Nomads, and wondered if it was difficult for him to see how much the area had changed. Aang told her that it could be, and that while he understood the importance of progress, he wished that things had not progressed so quickly, and with more respect for the environment. Later, he added that he wanted to help solve the problem of the sabotaged factories and the tension between the benders and non-benders, hoping that prominent bender business owners would help support the non-benders as it may ease the tension between the two groups. As Li Ling responded that she would happily agree, her cat suddenly knocked over a Kyoshi statue, causing it to break. Aang mistakenly thought it was Momo who pushed the statue and offered to fix it if they had a drawing of the original design, but Li Ling assured him that her daughter, a very talented earthbender, would be able to do it. The team is then introduced to both the councilwoman's daughters, Ru and Yaling. Yaling used earthbending to fix the statue, and Aang complimented her impressive bending skills. As Aang and the group prepared to leave, Li Ling promised that she would send out supplies to help rebuild the damaged factories. Aang told her in return that he'd put in a good word for her business with Zuko. The Avatar expressed his happiness to his friends to have Li Ling's support. However, Toph broke the news to him, saying that Li Ling was involved in the sabotage, explaining that she recognized the footsteps of Ru and Yaling, which reminded Aang of the firebender's words about being hired by 2 teenage girls. The next afternoon, Aang was relaxing on the couch with Katara before Toph interrupted by kicking the door open, happily explaining that she got Yaling to give her details about the factory sabotage and that the benders were having a rally later that night. Aang was skeptical about her idea to go in, bash heads, and save the day, and agreed that Sokka's plan of sneaking into the meeting in disguise was better. That night, in their disguises, Aang, Katara, Sokka, and Suki followed behind Toph and Yaling to the rally. After Aang watched Sokka and Suki sweetly compliment each other in her disguise, he asked Katara if she thought she and him were like that, to which she laughed and responded that probably a little. Later, Aang and the group walked up to a guard standing in front of the door who asked them for a password, and Aang gave it to him, imbalance. After the guard let them in, they approached a large underground tunnel that Aang realized was part of the old mines that were supposed to have been filled in. As they walked further, they saw a large group of people standing in front of a large podium on which Li Ling and Ru were standing. Li Ling began speaking to the crowd, telling them about her plan to have benders rule governments and guide communities. She encouraged the crowd to come together, ignoring their differences in nationalities, and take back what is theirs. Katara was horrified by the plan, telling Aang that they needed to stop this, but he warned that they were outnumbered and should not try starting a fight. As Li Ling continued her anti-bender speech for a while longer, Aang grew upset and wanted to leave. However, Katara brought his attention to the stage where Toph was climbing up with Yaling. When Toph loudly proclaimed that Li Ling was crazy and under arrest, Aang smacked his forehead in dissent and a fight broke out. Team Avatar ran toward the stage and Li Ling provoked the crowd by pointing out that their avatar was on the side of non-benders. The crowd turned against him, yelling insults, but Aang directed his attention to Li Ling, warning her that he did not want to fight. She claimed that it was too late and suddenly Earth bent a large divide in the earth, knocking Aang and Katara to one side, Sokka and Suki to the other. In this confusion, she shot large sharp rocks toward Aang and Katara, which the Avatar quickly blocked. When Li Ling angrily bent up the earth under Team Avatar's feet, sending them all flying, Katara warned Aang that the woman and the rest of the benders were getting away. Aang told her to let them go as he realized that Li Ling was starting to make the cave collapse, and he shouted at Toph to hold the ceiling up. Suki managed to catch up to Li Ling and she blocked her, which resulted in her arrest. Later that night, Aang and the group reunited in the Earth and Fire refinery with Li Ling in a metal cage. He mentioned that they needed to figure out what to do with the prisoner, and he was subsequently shocked when Toph suggested that he take her bending away as he had done with Ozai. He remained silent initially, while Katara argued with Toph that taking away someone's bending was a huge decision that could not be made lightly. While Aang pondered his options until Toph asked his opinion, to which he responded that he still needed to think about it. He then approached Li Ling, explaining to her that there were many people in the Earth Kingdom that he cared about, both benders and non-benders, and asked her to tell him a way he could resolve everything peacefully. Li Ling mocked him, believing him to be special for how devoted to his airbender ideals he was. Aang assured her that since he was able to spare Ozai's life, he could find a way to resolve the problem in Cranefish Town peacefully as well. Liling became enraged, telling him that he should have killed Ozai and that a life without bending was not worth living. Aang warned her once more that he will not allow her to harm any more non-benders, but she questioned how far he was willing to go to protect them. The next day, Aang found Katara sitting on a bench alone, looking lost in thought. He became concerned and asked if she was okay. Katara responded that she was, but that she did not agree with Toph's suggestion. Aang suggested that Toph had a point and that Liling would not be able to lead a bender supremacist movement if she was not a bender, causing Katara to ask if he was really considering taking her bending away. As Aang replied that he was not sure about it, but it did seem like a non-violent way to stop her, Katara started to explain that waterbending was a part of her and her culture, and that losing her bending would be like losing a piece of her identity. She also asked if Liling really deserved to lose a piece of her identity, to which the Airbender did not respond. As the two sat together in silence, pondering the options, Satoru came running up to them, panicked as the business council building had been set on fire. Aang and Katara ran into action, using waterbending together to put out the fire. He was confused as to why benders would set the building on fire and just run off. Later that night, Aang, Katara, Toph, and Satoru returned to the factory, finding it to have been attacked to free Liling. That night, Aang was approached by Suki, who told him that she wanted to be prepared for Liling's next attacks by teaching the non-bender security guards how to chi block. Aang was skeptical at first, but Suki assured him that they'd be able to get the basics down. Later, Aang became frustrated, thinking that if he had listened to Toph and taken Liling's bending away, the conflict might be over by then, but Sokka reminded him that the bender supremacist movement was more than just Liling. He questioned if Aang was willing to take away all those people's bending as well, and Aang said that he, of course, would not. Aang went on by comparing the conflict between benders and non-benders and the pollution of the town, as both were started by machines, to the technology the Fire Nation employed to attack the world during the 100-Year War. Sokka pointed out that he should not blame the bender supremacy movement on machines and instead blame it on the benders who were causing problems, which Aang agreed with and then apologized. The next morning, after being informed of Liling's upcoming attack, Aang waited for them on top of a building. He met a group of benders that wanted to help their non-bender neighbors out after they lost their homes by bringing supplies. At that moment, Aang spotted Liling's group approaching, and Aang told the benders that if they really wanted to help, that they would stand and protect the non-benders. They sheepishly apologized and claimed that Aang was asking too much of them. Liling told Aang that he was still on the wrong side, and he retorted that she was the one on the wrong side for hurting innocent people. She then offered a solution, to leave the city with the non-benders and let only benders reside there. When Aang refused, Liling attacked him by bending a pillar of earth underneath his feet. Aang jumped out of the way, flying on his glider and leading the group through a complex maze trap. He landed on the roof of a building, watching as the group got lost in the maze, and the rest of Team Avatar began to fight them off. When the fight reached a climax, Ru turned on her mother, attempting to chi block her. As Liling became enraged and opened up a rift into the earth into which Ru fell, the Avatar quickly flew to the scene, airbending Liling away from Ru and helping the girl out of the rift. As Liling continued to attack, insisting that her message will eventually spread across the world, Aang entered the Avatar state, warning her that he could at least stop her and waterbent a case of ice. When he was about to take her bending away, Katara rushed to him, urging him to stop and make sure that he was doing this for the right reasons and not because he was angry at her or because it was an easy solution. Aang listened and exited the state, assuring Liling that he was going to keep fighting the poison she had spread throughout the city, comparing her to the pollution on the beach, and that he was not going to leave until it was cleaned up. Later that afternoon, Aang stood in front of the factory with Suki, Satoru, and Lao. The Airbender asked Suki to stay and bring the other Kyoshi warriors to continue training the non-bending police force, and suggested reaching out to bender communities in Cranefish Town to find members. Satoru then thanked Aang, who then wandered off into the factory. As Sokka approached him, Aang explained that the last time they were in the area, a spirit was threatening the lives of humans, and he had chosen to protect the humans, failing to bridge the divide. He shared that he was not sure how to fix the divide between benders and non-benders. 3 days later, Aang was walking through town with the rest of Team Avatar, and Katara asked him what had made him change his mind about taking Liling's bending away. Aang said that it was what she said about it being an easy solution, and that taking Liling's bending would have not fixed anything, as her bigotry was the root of the issue. Aang told his girlfriend that he wanted to stay in Cranefish Town for a while, believing that if it could overcome its issues, it could become something special. Katara agreed, saying that the city needed him, and Aang held her hand before telling her that the city needed both of them, and also a better name. After the 100-Year War and the tensions of the Harmony Restoration Movement conflict, Aang managed to maintain peace. Together with Fire Lord Zuko and the rest of their friends, he transformed all former Fire Nation colonies into the United Republic of Nations. Cranefish Town, renamed Republic City, became the new state's capital and home to people from all nations. Aang worked closely with Zuko to allow Republic City to grow into a prosperous and safe environment, and had to deal with a growing number of bending criminals from the city's early days. In his efforts to revive the Air Nomads culture, Aang scoured the ruins of the air temples for documents. He also attempted to maintain his people's cuisine, reconstructing old recipes based on his memories and badly damaged text he found in the temples. This task was made more difficult by the fact that several special vegetables and fruits grown by the Air Nomads had gone extinct. forcing him to use ingredients from the other nations. Later on, Aang spearheaded the restoration of the 4 ancient air temples and constructed a 5th one near the heart of Republic City, called Air Temple Island, where he housed a herd of surviving flying bison along with a new type of winged lemur, the ring-tailed winged lemur, both of which he found sometime after the war. During this period, Aang married Katara and they had 3 children: Bumi, a non-bender who gained the ability to airbend in 171 AG, Kaya, a waterbender, and Tenzin, an airbender. When Tenzin turned 5, Aang began to collect a series of stones and mementos from his life for his youngest son to read following his death. Despite the peace the world was experiencing, family problems plagued the Avatar. Due to Aang's second responsibility of preserving air nomad culture, he spent more time and traveled more extensively with Tenzin, his only airbending child, so as to instill him with air nomad traditions. This made the elder siblings feel somewhat distant from their father. Despite this, Kaya was still comfortable enough to reveal her sexual orientation to him. Being completely acceptable in air nomad culture, Aang was naturally supportive of her. Being often stressed and feeling weighted down by his many responsibilities, Aang occasionally ventured alone to a rather isolated island where he sought out the hermitage of an ancient air nun, Master Wangmo. There, he could relax a bit, as Wangmo's odd-looking statue made him remember to retain his playful and fun nature. In 128 AG, Republic City was suffering from a high rate of crime due to a notorious crime boss named Yangchen. The fact that he was a master bloodbender, yet managed to stay out of the law's reach for a long time, caused Aang to find it necessary to assist the chief of police, Toph Beifong at the time, in his arrest in order to bring him to justice. Aang, Toph, and her metal-bending officers apprehended the crime lord at Kwang's cuisine. The criminal did not resist, and despite Aang saying that they knew he was a bloodbender, Yangchen claimed that he could beat the charges again. After attending his arrest, Aang was present at Yangchen's trial and sat behind the defendant in the gallery, where Yangchen was convicted of his crimes. He was sentenced to life in prison, but before the sentence could be carried out, Yangchen used his powers to subdue everyone in the courtroom, leaving them unconscious. Aang was capable of holding out longest, but he even lost consciousness as well, after Yangchen used his skill to levitate the Avatar into the air and throw him against the stairs leading up to the court's platform. However, employing the Avatar state, Aang regained his senses, allowing him to pursue the criminal. He effectively halted Yangchen's getaway by severing his mount from the carriage he was perched upon with an air swipe. Hovering around on an enhanced air scooter, Aang was subdued a second time by Yangchen's bloodbending, who now fully intended to kill him. Entering the Avatar state, however, allowed Aang to break free of his grip, and he swiftly captured Yangchen in an earth shell before utilizing energy bending to permanently remove his bending. In the mid-130s AG, Tenzin was arrested after apprehending some vandals on the docks of Republic City. Aang came to the police headquarters and apologized to Toph, asking to take charge of Tenzin and the vandals. Tenzin apologized as they flew back on Appa, but Aang reassured him that he could never be a disappointment. Aang introduced Tenzin to conflict mediation in the style of the Air Nomads. Tenzin could say how he was wronged, and the criminals had a chance to apologize before the air was cleansed and the resolution could be carried out. He watched Tenzin and the vandals clean the gates and noted to Katara that it would not always be as easy as this, but Katara noted that Tenzin was still young and he should be given the easy problems for a while. The 100 years Aang had spent frozen in an iceberg while in the Avatar state drained much of his inherent life energy, and by his later years the strain of this began to weigh heavily upon his body. With his health failing and sensing the end was near, Aang tasked the Order of the White Lotus to search for and watch over the next Avatar. Eventually, at the relatively young biological age of 66, Aang died. He was reincarnated into a headstrong, hot-headed, and rebellious girl named Korra from the Southern Water Tribe. A massive statue of Avatar Aang was created on Aang Memorial Island, a small island located in Yue Bay. A teenage Aang is depicted wearing air nomad monk robes and holding a staff with the airbending symbol on top, overlooking the city he founded with the help of his friends. The statue was created and donated by the Fire Nation as a sign of peace and goodwill. As is tradition, a statue of Aang is also added to the inner sanctuary of the Southern Air Temple in order to keep the line of statues of past avatars up to date. His statue stood in the middle of the assemblage. At the age of 17, Korra moved from the safety of the Southern Water Tribe compound to the bustling streets of Republic City. However, every time she found herself in serious trouble and was on the brink of slipping into unconsciousness, she'd be plagued by visions of Aang's encounter with Yangchen. Through these visions, it appeared Aang was attempting to warn Korra of the imminent threat of Yangchen's son, Councilman Tarlok, posed, though it was later revealed that he was actually trying to warn her about Amon. It was not until Korra was at an extremely low point in life due to losing her bending that she inadvertently summoned Aang's spirit for the first time. During their talk, Aang explained that he was there because Korra had asked him to be, as she had finally connected with her spiritual self due to being open to the greatest change by hitting her lowest point. Aided by all the previous avatars who appeared behind him, Aang compassionately used energy bending to restore Korra's bending and passed on the knowledge of the art to her. After Korra lost her memory due to a spiritual infection, Aang appeared before her, taking over from Korra's own reflection and reminding his successor of her status as the Avatar before making room for Roku to appear. While Unalaq was attacking Rava, Korra envisioned Aang among the Avatar lineup she had seen prior to regaining her bending, and his connection was the first to be lost. When Tenzin was stuck in the fog of lost souls, stricken with doubt about his potential inability to pave the way for future airbenders and live up to his father's legacy, a vision of Aang appeared before him. Tenzin apologized to his father and said that he'd never be the man that he was. The image of Aang agreed with this, much to the younger airbender's shock, and continued by saying Tenzin should have never tried to mimic him in the first place, and that he was trying to hold on to a false perception of himself. Aang finished by saying that Tenzin was not him, and that he should not be him, but instead should be his own person. Aang's image transformed into an image of Tenzin, and his son finally stepped out of his father's shadow. Tenzin. Tenzin is the youngest child of Avatar Aang and Katara and the oldest living airbending master. He lives on Air Temple Island with the Air Acolytes, his wife Pema, and their 4 children, Jinora, Ikki, Milo, and Rohan. During the resurfacing of airbending across the Earth Kingdom after the harmonic convergence of 171 AG, Tenzin and his family temporarily relocated to the Northern Air Temple. A calm and serious man, he represented the Air Nation on the United Republic Council in Republic City prior to its dissolution, and was responsible for educating Avatar Korra in the art of airbending and spirituality. As the only airbender to be born in over 100 years, Tenzin was extensively taught the traditions and customs of the Air Nomads by his father, and eventually earned the traditional Air Nomad arrow tattoos, symbolizing his status as an airbending master. Tenzin inherited most of his father's mementos prior to Aang's death. As a child, he was often the victim of Bumi and Kaya's teasing, who liked to play rough games with him, though the siblings still maintained a healthy relationship. By the mid-130s AG, Tenzin had still not earned his arrows. One day, he noticed 2 young vandals defacing the airbending gates on Air Temple Island with graffiti and went after them on his glider, fighting them off at the docks of Republic City. He and the criminals were arrested by the Republic City police and brought to Toph's office. Tenzin explained why he had done what he did, but Toph told him that he should have reported the issue instead of dealing out vigilante justice. Aang arrived at Toph's office and offered to take charge of the vandals, as the crime was on Air Nation territory. On the way back, Tenzin apologized and said that he should not have used violence or used his bending to attack people who deserved it, believing that this was the reason why he had not earned his arrows yet. Aang told him he could never be a disappointment, and that while he did not want Tenzin to bear the responsibility of carrying the Air Nation, he trusted him with it. The 2 airbenders and the other kids then carried out conflict mediation in the style of the Air Nomads, with the offender and victim meeting one another before cleansing the air. Tenzin and the Vandals therefore worked towards a resolution by cleaning the gates together. In 158 AG, after Korra's identity as the new Avatar was revealed, Tenzin joined forces with Southern Chief Sokka, Fire Lord Zuko, and Korra's father, Tonrak, to prevent a kidnapping threat forged by Zahir, Gazan, Minghua, and Pali. They were able to defeat and apprehend the criminals and imprison them in 4 separate and specially designed prisons that would neutralize their combative abilities. Because of this threat, Tenzin and Tonrak decided to move Korra to the Southern Water Tribe compound where she would safely train. Tenzin had been friends with Lin Beifong since they were children, and at one point the 2 were a couple. However, their romantic relationship eventually deteriorated, partially because Tenzin wanted children while Lin did not. As their relationship was slowly falling apart, Pema approached the airbender and confessed her feelings, causing Tenzin to break up with Lin and start a new relationship with Pema instead. Tenzin and Pema eventually married, and by 170 AG their family consisted of 3 children, 2 daughters, Jinora and Ikki, and a son named Milo, with a 4th on the way. He succeeded an Air Acolyte in being the representative of the Air Nation on the United Republic Council. After Avatar Korra successfully completed her training in the other 3 elements, Tenzin started her airbending training after she had followed him to Republic City. When it came time for the first lesson, Tenzin theorized that Korra's struggles to learn airbending were because the art was opposite of her hot-headed nature, and he emphasized that she just needed to be patient. Both parties soon became frustrated, however, as they often clashed about the reason for Korra's inability to bend and about how the teenage girl should spend her free time. After Korra returned from an Equalist rally and stated how Amon had succeeded in taking away someone's bending ability, Tenzin stated that the revolution was more dangerous than ever. As a council member, Tenzin tried his best to avoid anti-non-bending measures, although he was unable to prevent Tarlok from forming his task force to attack Amon head-on. After Korra publicly challenged Amon to a duel, Tenzin tried to dissuade her, to no avail, and afterward offered her comfort when she cried in fear of Amon. After this encounter, Tenzin and the rest of the United Republic Council were threatened by Amon to shut down the pro-bending arena or face severe consequences. Despite Tenzin's disapproval, the rest of the council voted to keep the arena open, which proved to be catastrophic as Amon and his Equalists blew up part of the arena with their attack. With Lin and Korra's help, Tenzin discovered that Hiroshi Sato had ties to the Equalists, though the ensuing confrontation nearly led to their capture. When Korra was kidnapped, Tenzin set out to find her, together with Lin, Asami, Mako, and Bolin. After they discovered an Equalist hideout and rescued several captured Republic City police officers, Tenzin realized that Tarlok was the one who was holding Korra captive. They eventually found the Avatar as she was being carried through the city by Naga. Soon after, the city came under attack. Tenzin only narrowly managed to avoid being captured and was forced to flee the city with his family. However, they ended up being captured, and Amon was about to take their bending when Korra and Mako saved them, though it cost Korra her bending abilities. After Korra regained her bending and gave Lin her earthbending back by using energy bending, Tenzin, who had been in awe watching her, walked up to her and told her, "I am so proud of you, Avatar Korra." 6 months after the anti-bending revolution, Tenzin traveled with Korra and his family to the Southern Water Tribe for the Glacier Spirits Festival. When Korra learned that Tenzin was partially behind the decision for her to grow up in the secluded Southern Water Tribe compound, her relationship with him became strained. When the Airbending Master failed to subdue a dark spirit, Korra accepted Unalaq as her spiritual mentor in Tenzin's place. While Korra remained at the South Pole, Tenzin left for the Southern Air Temple with his family and siblings, where he visited the Hall of Avatar statues with his children. When Ikki ran away after a conflict with her siblings, Tenzin and his siblings set out to look for her, though it did not take long before they too ran into trouble with each other. Tenzin told his siblings to go back to the temple to see if Ikki had come back, while he would continue looking for her alone. When he eventually found her in a cave with 4 flying bison calves, they had a talk about family with each other, and concluded that while every family has its ups and downs, they would always be there for each other. The duo returned and reunited with their respective siblings. The rest of their stay at the Southern Air Temple was quite relaxing, with Tenzin teaching Milo how to train ring-tailed wing lemurs. While staying at the Eastern Air Temple, Tenzin reunited with Korra, who brought him up to speed on the Water Tribe Civil War and Unalaq's intentions to free Vaatu during harmonic convergence. Tenzin tried to help Korra to cross over into the spirit world, though he was unable to do so and reluctantly deferred the task to his eldest daughter, Jinora, while he and his siblings would guard their bodies. However, when only Korra returned from the spirit world, Tenzin grew alarmed for the well-being of his daughter. Horrified to learn that Jinora's soul was trapped in the spirit world by Unalaq, Tenzin and his allies set out toward the South Pole to enter the spirit world through the spirit portal there. While Jinora's physical body was left in Katara's care, Tenzin, Bumi, Kia, Korra, Mako, and Bolin made it to the spirit world, where Tenzin and his siblings split off from the teenagers in order to locate Jinora's spirit. After wandering through the spirit world for a while, they were found by Iroh, and Tenzin deduced from the Elder's cryptic warning that Jinora was being kept in the fog of lost souls. After losing track of Kaya and Bumi in the dangerous mental prison, Tenzin began to desperately cling to his views on who he was until he was met by a manifestation of Aang, who made him realize that he should not try to be anyone but himself. Understanding what Aang meant, Tenzin found clarity and was able to escape the fog with his daughter and siblings. After finding and healing Korra, Mako, and Bolin, Tenzin learned that Rava had been destroyed and Korra's connection to her past lives severed. The Airbending Master brought her to the Tree of Time, where he reminded her that it was not Rava that defined her but her own accomplishments. When Korra subsequently used energy bending to create an astral projection of herself and left to fight the Dark Avatar, Tenzin and the others defended her body against countless dark spirits until she returned. When the battle was over and the Avatar spirit restored, Tenzin noticed that Korra hesitated to close the portals and encouraged her to do what she felt was right, whereupon she decided against closing the portals. 2 weeks after harmonic convergence, Republic City was still overgrown with spirit vines from Vaatu's attack. When Korra futilely attempted to clear away with firebending, Tenzin remained optimistic that she would find a solution. When they returned to Air Temple Island, Bumi claimed that he could airbend, though Tenzin did not believe him. However, Bumi continued, insisting that it was true as they had dinner. Figuring that his bending would activate if his life was in danger, Bumi requested that Bolin earthbend boulders against him, which Tenzin forbade. However, Milo complied with his uncle's request and threw a plate at him, which Bumi miraculously stopped mid-air with airbending, much to everyone's astonishment. The next day, Korra postulated that entering the spirit world could have given Bumi the ability to airbend, where Tenzin contemplated on whether or not Korra's theory is valid. Tenzin's children merely suggested to their father that their uncle was possibly just a late bloomer. Later, the group was informed by Lin and Mako that another airbender was in the city, and on the run because of his new abilities. Tenzin later reflected with his children on the idea of them no longer being the only airbenders in the world. Tenzin later found Korra meditating in an attempt to reconnect with her past lives for a solution on how to remove the spirit vines, with no success. She began considering whether she had made a mistake in leaving the portals open, but Tenzin consoled her, telling her that fulfilling her duties as the Avatar would not please everybody. Bolin soon arrived and informed them that the new airbender had turned up on the city bridge. After Korra rescued the airbender, Tenzin offered to train him. The next day, Asami brought in an airship for Team Avatar to use in search for more airbenders. However, everywhere they went, none of the new airbenders seemed interested in leaving their previous lives and training at the Northern Air Temple. Bolin suggested that they put up a circus act at the next town, and the group succeeded in drawing out an orphaned airbender boy named Kai. Just as they accepted Kai into their group, the local sheriff and his deputies arrived and revealed that Kai was in fact a thief who had stolen his adoptive family's life savings. The sheriff intended to put Kai in prison. However, in exchange for returning the life savings to Kai's family, Korra convinced Tenzin to accept Kai as his ward, to turn over a new leaf with Team Avatar. As the group neared Ba Sing Se, Korra asked Tenzin about the Earth Queen, to which the Airbender replied that he had not met her but heard that she could be demanding. Upon arriving, the group was personally greeted by Grand Secretariat Gun, who led them to their guest house while giving a lengthy list of rules for interacting with the Queen. Shortly after they settled into the house, they realized that Kai was missing. As the others wondered if he was even worth searching for, Tenzin argued that despite the boy's shortcomings, he was still their first recruit and they could not lose him. 2 days later, Tenzin learned from Korra that the Queen, Hu Ting, had been conscripting the city's airbenders into her army. Like the rest of the group, Tenzin glared at Bumi after he suggested that the Queen had a right to do so. Mako suggested that the airbenders could have been held under Lake Lao Gai, and Jinora told her father and the group that she could still use her spiritual projection to get underneath the lake, much to Tenzin's shock. Team Avatar made their way to Lake Lao Gai, and before his daughter began her meditation, Tenzin advised her to return to her mortal body if anything were to go wrong. When she returned, she informed Tenzin and Korra that nothing was down there. The Airbending Master was left frustrated, realizing that the Dai Li could be holding the Airbenders anywhere in the city. When Korra suggested that Jinora and Kai had a connection, Tenzin wondered what it could mean as Jinora attempted to meditate and locate Kai once again. After Jinora discovered that the Airbenders were being held under the Earth Queen's temple, the team reconvened at their home, with Tenzin believing that they needed to free them that night. When they heard a knock at the door, Tenzin opened it and was shocked to see that it was Lin who had dropped by. The police chief informed them that Korra was in danger and needed to leave Ba Sing Se due to the escape of Zahir and his allies. When Korra asked who these people were, Tenzin answered by telling her of the criminal's kidnapping attempt, subsequent imprisonment, and why he and Tonrak placed her in the training compound. The Avatar refused to leave, however, instead desiring to continue with Tenzin's plan to free the Airbenders, which Lin agreed to join. That night, Team Avatar infiltrated the Earth Queen's temple, easily defeating 2 royal Earthbender guards. Once underground, the group split up, with Tenzin, Bumi, and Korra going to free the majority of the Airbenders after advising the other half to radio them if anything went wrong. When Tenzin and Korra entered the Airbenders' barracks, they wondered what they were doing there, with Tenzin trying to calm them down and informing them that they were being freed. They watched as the Benders left the barracks, Tenzin assuring one of them that Kai was also going to be released. Soon they all found their way above ground and began to make their escape. However, they soon found themselves surrounded by Dai Li agents and the Earth Queen, who ordered the agents to attack the group when Korra refused to turn the Airbenders over. Tenzin joined in the effort to hold off the agents as Lin's police airship made its way overhead and the Benders fled to it. Tenzin and Korra soon worked to blast Dai Li agents off the scaffolding of the temple as the airship made its way away from it with the Airbenders in tow. Upon seeing Oogie, the master airbender whistled for his companion, and he and Korra propelled themselves onto the bison's saddle. Shortly thereafter, the other members of the team, including Kai, launched to the flying bison with Bolin's airbending, enabling a full escape of the city. The morning after, Tenzin offered the airbenders either safe refuge or relocation to the Northern Air Temple to learn the ways of the Air Nomads. Much to his happiness, they all chose the latter. Before he left, Tenzin assured Korra that she was making friends and had done well before embracing her. He soon departed to the Air Temple aboard Asami's Future Industries airship. Settled in, Tenzin messaged Kaya at the Air Temple Island, informing her that he was with a group of airbenders at the Northern Air Temple and wished for his family and the Republic City airbenders to join him there. At the Northern Air Temple, Tenzin tried telling the new airbenders about the tale of monk Tang Xu's legendary fast, but to his dismay, only one airbender, Otaku, showed any interest in the lesson. He tried to ask the group which island the fasting took place on, but only Otaku knew the answer. As he tried to continue with the lesson, he found his teachings mocked by Bumi, inciting laughter among the class, and to the master's further frustration, Jinora. Tenzin was able to catch the group's attention by riding around on Oogie and performing tricks, though warned an excited Kai that they needed years of training, in addition to there not being enough bison for them. After they saw a herd of the animals, Tenzin further cautioned them that they were wild and would again require years of training to tame. Before he could continue his lesson, however, Iki, Milo, Pema, and Kaya arrived with the airbenders from Air Temple Island, and Tenzin dismissed his class in annoyance as he noticed that they were all distracted by their anxiousness to see them. Meeting up with his family, he asked his wife and sister how things were in the city and was informed by the former about Zahir's infiltration of Air Temple Island. He was assured that everyone was alright, although Zahir managed to escape and take the locket of Guru Laghima with him. After he helped Kaya with the correct pronunciation of the guru's name, she expressed her confusion regarding all gurus, and Tenzin grew annoyed when she inquired if he remembered the long and boring story of the guru who never ate, gruffly saying that he recalled it. Their conversation was cut short, however, when Tenzin was called away by an air acolyte who informed him that Korra was calling on the temple's radio. Tenzin asked Korra if everything was alright and where they were. He found that they were in Zaofu, and that Lin's half-sister Suyin had an airbending daughter, Opal, who would be headed this way, much to his pleasure. He was briefly left with an awkward feeling, however, when Bolin jumped on and fawned over Opal. Once Korra regained control, she asked him how the training was going. The Airbender expressed his disappointment over his student's lack of interest in the training. At her suggestion of letting Bumi help out because of his military command experience, he was baffled, noting that he believed him to be his worst student. She once explained about his enjoyment of organizing and how he could trick his brother into thinking it was all his idea. Tenzin agreed and called her wise. Tenzin approached Bumi for leadership advice. His brother advised him that he would need military discipline. He must break them down and build them back up, rule with an iron fist, and show them who the master was. Tenzin thanked him, and the next morning followed up on this advice. He woke the Airbenders at dawn with a large blast from a horn before leading them on an exhausting 10-mile hike, but he kept them pushing onward to meditation lessons, saying that the chilled group could warm themselves with their breathing. He promptly dismissed Bumi's concerns, going right into meditation. The Airbender followed up by leading them into a training area for a balancing exercise. He demonstrated the proper form by shooting up onto a small post on one leg, explaining that they would need to maintain their connection with heaven and earth while balancing like a feather in the air. He ordered them to stay up on the posts and concentrate. When Bumi fell, Tenzin got in his face and told him to get right up, asking him angrily if he could not handle it while calling him a soldier. He assured a concerned Jinora that they would be able to take it while advising Otaku, who was covered in lemurs, to keep concentrating. Later, he shaved Da's head while explaining that with one's head shaved, an Airbender could feel the wind around them. As the rest of the group showed some reluctance to shave their heads, Tenzin was quick to elaborate that they did not need to do it as it was a personal choice, much to Da's surprise, who had not been aware of the fact that he had the option to refuse. When no one else opted to have a haircut, Tenzin moved them right onto the obstacle course. He was warned by his daughter that he was pushing too hard, but again assured her all was under control before walking away. As the students attempted the course, he advised them that Airbenders needed to move like the wind. When they crossed a field of cacti, he stated that they would need to stay on their feet. Once everyone except Bumi had made it up, Tenzin warned his brother that failing to complete the course in 30 seconds would mean that everyone would have to run it again. After Bumi fell, Tenzin told him to get right back up on the wall, prompting the retired commander to quit out of anger. Tenzin dismissed him, saying they did not need his attitude. Upon several complaints from the other recruits, he snapped at them and told Jinora to take over, telling her that she was the master and to lead them through basic exercises. Jinora wondered when she would get her tattoos, the idea having been brought to her by Kai, but the master snapped again, believing Kai had no knowledge of when one got their tattoos. He told her that she was still a little girl and thus could not get them, but his daughter snapped back and walked away. Tenzin subsequently told Ikki and Milo to lead them through the Bagua circle. Tenzin retired to a small room for meditation, muttering in frustration about his daughter's and Bumi's actions while trying to focus. When Pema approached him, he lamented over his apparent failure while wondering why the new Airbenders could not understand his goals. His wife reminded him that they were not necessarily Air Nomads, while telling him about their first worrisome night as an Air Acolyte, though Tenzin said the hard beds she had to lie on were better for one's back. This only served to annoy her, and Tenzin promptly apologized. His wife continued, recalling her need to adjust and advising him to be patient as they dealt with the same. Tenzin came to a realization about his attitude, particularly towards Korra, before thanking his wife and kissing her on the cheek. Returning to where Bumi and the Airbenders were gathered, Tenzin apologized to his brother for losing his patience, but Bumi told him he was not talking to him and walked away. The master tried to tell him to get back there, but just sighed and wondered where Jinora was. He was told that she left with her boyfriend on her glider, whom he recognized as Kai. Searching for Jinora atop Ugi, Tenzin soon spotted a truck riding around the mountain. Upon hearing a cry for help from his daughter toward Kai, Tenzin took action, directing his bison toward the ground. He rammed the truck from the side with Ugi before rescuing Kai. After Kai began attacking the truck's driver, who was the head of a gang of bison rustlers, Tenzin stopped him, advising a student that an airbender did not attack a defenseless foe, though he complimented him on his technique. That evening, with the bison retrieved and the rustlers captured, Tenzin expressed his pride in Bumi. His connection with the spirits and natural leadership reminded him of their father. The master accepted his brother's apology for being a problem and assured him that he was a member of the Air Nation. Afterward, he approached Jinora and Kai, telling the two that the bison recognized them to be of their own kind because the animals were the original airbenders. He hugged Jinora, expressing their luck that no one was hurt. He also realized that he had been too hard on his daughter. While unable to believe that she could be old enough to earn her tattoos, he promised her that he would think about it. Upon watching as the baby bison began to fly, he stated that everyone was growing up. Sometime later, Tenzin was tending to a baby bison when Mila retrieved him as Korra was calling on the radio from Zaofu. He was warned that Zahir was on his way to the Northern Air Temple, but upon receiving the message, he noticed the Red Lotus had already arrived. When questioned by Milo about what was happening, he told his son just to stay close as they flew to the courtyard on their gliders. Tenzin found Bumi with a group of airbenders and told his brother to gather up the rest of the benders, get to the bison stables, and evacuate. As he, Pema, and their children tried to leave, they were confronted by Zahir and gathered, along with the rest of the airbenders in a courtyard. There, the master asked Zahir what they wanted from them, only to be told the Red Lotus wanted nothing, which prompted him to ask why they came at all. Upon the criminal telling him he wanted Korra, Tenzin realized he and the airbenders were being used as leverage. Declaring that he would not let his foe get to Korra, Tenzin attacked Zahir, Gazan, and Mingyur with a powerful gust of air, before telling Jinora to lead the airbenders airbenders out while asking Kaya and Bumi to help him hold the Red Lotus off. After nearly being impacted by a combustion beam from Pli, he warned everyone to stay out of her line of sight. Tenzin dueled with Zahir and went on the offensive, pursuing him up the courtyard walls and firing several blasts of air as he chased Zahir up the temple and toward the cliff. At a temple's ledge, he briefly knocked the criminal airbender down and dodged counterattacks. Soon after, Zahir lunged over him and attempted to attack him from behind, but Tenzin fought it off and continued to duel along a walkway. The master was able to knock down his foe again while turning on his back, but just as he was about to finish off Zahir, Pli shot a combustion beam at the cliff, sending Tenzin flying. He was, however, able to break his fall with airbending. As he recovered, he was hit with shots of water and earth from Minghua and Gazan, knocking him down. He tried to get back up and defend himself, but was overwhelmed by his foes and knocked down again. Rising a third time, he blasted Zahir and Gazan away with airbending and managed to defend against Minghua, but was blasted to a wall by Pli. Surrounded, badly injured, and barely able to rise, Tenzin nonetheless refused to yield, saying it was not over as long as he was still breathing. He tried another air blast at Zahir, but it was dodged. He was instead hit by Zahir in return. Soon, the master found himself relentlessly being attacked by Zahir, Gazan, and Minghua. Tenzin was taken to a small room at the temple and chained to the floor, where he was found by Mako, Bolin, and Asami, who had come to retrieve the airbenders under the terms of Korra and Zahir's deal. Upon Korra's surrender to the Red Lotus, Bolin and Asami worked to try and free him, only to soon realize the Red Lotus had double-crossed Team Avatar. While the brothers tried to hold Gazan and Minghua, Asami tried to continue and release him, asking him where the airbenders were, to which he replied he did not know as Zahir moved them out of the temple. Gazan began using his lava bending to destroy the temple as Tenzin was freed through Asami's hairpins. With the exit blocked off and lava quickly surrounding them, the airbending master informed the team that Oogie and the other bison had been scared away, but let them know of a secret passage out, telling Bolin to bend through a back wall. The group made their way up the stairs to a meditation room, with Mako and Asami supporting Tenzin while Bolin tried to block the lava flow. He pointed them to a door which led to a secret stairwell out of the temple, but on the way down, the hot liquid rapidly approached them. With them unable to outrun it, Bolin tried bending out rocks alongside the wall of the stairwell, but this only led them to the edge of the mountain with nowhere to go as the lava encroached. Bolin, however, was able to bend the lava back and cease its flow, with Tenzin remarking that it was incredible. Kai soon approached them on his baby bison, Lefty, much to the master's happiness. The group hopped aboard and flew away from the collapsing temple, Tenzin watching briefly in sadness as it fell apart. After meeting up with Lin, Suyin, Tonrak, and members of the Metal Clan, Tenzin was held up by Mako and Lin, asking if Zahir had escaped with Korra. He was then told that was the case and that Zahir had unlocked flight, much to his shock. He told them about Guru Laghima's rumored ability to fly, but never believed it to be true. Upon saying that they needed to find the airbenders, Kai told them that he knew where they were, prompting Tenzin to ask about their whereabouts and how he found them. The younger airbender told him that he'd seen them transported by Pli to a series of caves, where the captives were taken by Red Lotus guards. Unsure of how they could reach them, Tenzin soon spotted Oogie returning and patted his head, glad to see him again. He rode on his bison along with several others except for Kai to the caves in question. After reaching the caves, Tenzin was helped off Oogie by Tonrak and Bolin. He told them to find the airbenders and his family, to which Suyin assured that they would not leave without them. While he watched Korra and Zahir duel, his family approached him with Jinora, Iki, and Mila rushing to hug him, saying he was glad they were all right, while assuring Pema he would be fine. He watched as everyone else emerged before continuing to view the duel in the skies. When Bumi asked how Zahir could fly, Tenzin explained that the criminal had unlocked airbending powers that had not existed for thousands of years. He soon played spectator as Jinora rallied up the airbenders to create a tornado to save Korra from Zahir's grasp, and also as Suyin saved the Avatar by extracting a metallic poisonous substance from her body. 2 weeks later, and fully recovered, Tenzin returned to Air Temple Island with his family, joining them, the Beifeng sisters, Korra's family, Zuko, and Raiko as Asami wheeled the debilitated Avatar out to them. He told her she was looking stronger every day. He assured a concerned Raiko she would be fine, needing time to heal from the effects of the poison, though pondered who could protect the world as the Avatar healed. At Jinora's ceremony, Tenzin expressed his pride in her, praising her for never giving up hope and demonstrating leadership when the fate of the Air Nation and the Avatar hung in the balance. He stated the future was bright, and praised Korra as well for opening the portals and reviving the nation in addition to her willingness to lay down her life for them. He announced that while she recuperated, the Air Nation would return to its nomadic roots, but would serve people of all nations to help restore balance and peace. He vowed to Korra that they would follow in her footsteps and bring harmony to the new world, before revealing Jinora's master tattoos, declaring his daughter would lead them in their new path. As the ceremony reached its conclusion, Tenzin was embraced by Jinora. After the ceremony, Tenzin joined Jinora, Asami, Bolin, and Mako on the ferry dock to say goodbye to Korra, who was set to board a ship heading toward the Southern Water Tribe. He urged Korra not to worry about any anything other than her recovery, emphasizing that he, his daughter, and the Airbenders had everything under control. Months later, he journeyed to the Southern Water Tribe compound, where he was warmly welcomed by Korra, who excitedly dragged him toward the training grounds to show him how much she had improved. When her duel with 3 firebenders did not turn out well, Tenzin interfered, telling her opponents that the sparring match was over. Helping Korra to her feet, he tried to console her by saying that there was no shame in taking the time needed to recover and that her duties as the Avatar could wait. He acknowledged that Korra wanted to help, though emphasized that everything was under control. Before he could tell her that she merely needed to be patient, however, she cut him off and threatened to water smack him in the face if he dared finish that sentence, prompting him to say that she needed to stop worrying about the future and focus on the progress she had made. With the Earth Kingdom in need of a leader after Hu Teng's assassination, Tenzin traveled to Zaofu with President Raiko in order to convince Suyin to take control of the situation. He pointed out that she was the perfect person to take charge as the world leaders trusted her, and as a Beifong, she had credibility in the Earth Kingdom. Although they failed to rally Suyin, Tenzin and the other world leaders made Kuvira the provisional head of the Earth Kingdom after she proved herself by stabilizing Ba Sing Se. In the 3 years following the insurrection of the Red Lotus, Tenzin made good on his promise to Korra and sent members of the Air Nation around the Earth Kingdom to help out where needed. When he was contacted in 174 AG by the governor of Yi, he sent Kai and Opal out to deal with their situation. Meanwhile, Tenzin remained in Republic City and attended the opening of the renovated Central City Station with his family, holding Rohan on his shoulders. After the ribbon cutting, the Airbending Master informed Prince Wu, the future king of the Earth Kingdom, that the United Forces would escort him to Ba Sing Se after his coronation. When the prince outed his doubts about the safety of his return, Tenzin attempted to assure Wu by stating that roving bandits were mostly dispersed, though this failed to assure the prince. That evening, Tenzin enjoyed dinner back at the Air Temple Island together with his family, Asami, Mako, Lin, Wu, and the presidential couple, during which he was unimpressed by his eldest son's proclamation that he had turned into a man and would be unrecognizable to Korra due to that. When an air acolyte notified everyone that a Southern Water Tribe ship was pulling up at the dock, Tenzin smiled in anticipation of seeing Korra again. As he made his way out with everyone else, he shook Tonrak's hand, warmly welcoming him back to the city and stating how excited everyone was to see the Avatar again. When the Southern Chief confusedly asked if Korra was not already there, Tenzin stated that they were under the impression that she'd be back with him. Upon hearing that Korra had left the South 6 months prior and had written her father letters about being in the city, Tenzin assured Tonrak that they had not seen Korra, leaving everyone to wonder worriedly about the Avatar's whereabouts. The day before Wu's coronation as the 54th Earth Monarch, Tenzin arrived at City Hall, where he found Mako and Raiko eyeing a dancing Wu and dryly remarked that the prince was becoming accustomed to the burdens of leadership. Tenzin's attention was drawn away from the prince by Raiko asking him if he had any updates regarding Korra's whereabouts. Having to respond negatively, he assured the president that he had airbenders all over the world on the lookout, hoping they would track down the Avatar soon. Tenzin was also concerned about the reports he had heard about Kuvira's growing military and the fact that she was throwing some of her dissenters into prison camps. Although Raiko assured him that Kuvira was stepping down the following day and then they could correct any mistakes she might have made, Tenzin was not entirely convinced and stated he'd feel better if Korra were there. The next day, Tenzin sat on the podium with the rest of the world leaders from where he witnessed Wu's coronation at the 54th Earth Monarch. As Kuvira gave her speech after receiving the Kyoshi Medal of Freedom, he glanced at Raiko, who was sitting next to him, in concern when the metalbender announced that she had no intention to relinquish the power over the Earth Kingdom to the newly crowned king, denouncing his authority altogether and appointing herself as the leader of the new Earth Empire. Concerned about Kuvira's declarations, Tenzin and the world leaders convened after the coronation and agreed to send Suyin Beifong as their representative to speak with Kuvira and convince her to step down. When Tenzin returned to Air Temple Island, he gathered his 3 eldest children in the meditation pavilion and tasked them to bring Korra home, as the world would need its avatar with conflict coming to the Earth Kingdom. As his children prepared to leave on Pepper the next day, Tenzin said to his wife that he would not accompany them as Raiko had asked him to stay behind and help find a diplomatic solution for Kuvira's actions. As Jinora hugged him goodbye, Tenzin inquired if she'd been able to get a read on Korra's spiritual energy. Although the answer was negative, he was assured that she'd be back to track Korra within a few days. When the 3 children mounted the flying bison, Tenzin reminded Ikki and Mila that Jinora was in charge before watching them all take off, hugging Pema in comfort. Upon the return of his children a short week later, Tenzin warmly hugged Ikki and praised them on a job well done. When Milo asked if he was proud enough of them to bestow them with his mastery tattoos, Tenzin candidly answered negatively, before moving to greet Korra with a hug, welcoming her home. He immediately asked her about the events that occurred in Zaofu, a question for which he was chastised by his brother for ruining the happy reunion. When Korra revealed that she felt like a failure for not being able to stop Kuvira, Tenzin pointed out that no one expected her to face the army commander by herself, and that it was all of their responsibility to find a way to deal with Kuvira. He revealed that everyone was just glad to have her back. Later, Tenzin overheard Korra's conversation with Asami, in which she told the engineer that she had failed to change anything in the world, as it was more out of balance than ever. Much to the young woman's surprise, he agreed with her on the fact that there would be always new conflicts and enemies to face, though he pointed out that the importance of it all was to learn from past enemies and to better oneself over time, which was something she had done. He noted that Korra had matured from a hot-headed and slightly selfish person to a thoughtful young woman who placed the needs of others before her own, and had become an inspiration to the world. Weeks after Kuvira annexed Zaofu and effectively reunited the entire Earth Kingdom under the name of her Earth Empire, Tenzin attended a meeting between the world leaders, sans the Water Tribe's representatives, at City Hall to discuss their course of action to stop Kuvira. He raised a skeptical eyebrow at Wu's suggestion to capture Kuvira with the ruse of having won a tropical vacation, silently shooting down the idea. When Raiko suggested taking the fight to her, Tenzin opposed the idea, since the Metalbender had yet to undertake any aggressive actions against the United Republic. As Korra later interrupted their meeting and grew offended over the fact that Wu had been invited to take part in the discussion whereas she was left out, he tried to calm her down by pointing out that she should not take it too personally, and explained that they merely believed that they had called her back into action a little too soon. After Varric and Bolin interrupted the meeting as well and revealed that Kuvira was working on a Spirit Vine charged super weapon, a revelation that prompted Raiko to conclude that they needed to launch a preemptive strike on the Master Metalbender, Tenzin sternly told the president that his airbenders would not take part in such an unprovoked attack, a stance in which he was supported by Fire Lord Izumi. After it became apparent that Jinora had been taken captive by hostile spirit vines, Tenzin traveled toward Republic City's Spirit Wilds, where Korra told him she wanted to face Zahir. Tenzin opposed the request, however, deeming it too dangerous. He reasoned that Zahir could not be trusted, even if he was locked up. He refuted Korra's statement that it was the only way for her to save Jinora, Ryu, and the other tourists, since he was planning on calling Tonrak and asking him to lead an expedition into the spirit world from the southern portal. When Korra believed his refusal to stem from a loss of faith in her, Tenzin clarified that he was worried about Jinora and could not bear the thought of something happening to Korra as well. Upon her urging that she'd be alright, he reluctantly revealed the location of Zahir's prison and stated that he would call Raiko to get her the necessary clearance, for which she hugged him. Tenzin remained at the entrance of the Spirit Wilds, where he warmly embraced Jinora when she made her way out of the vegetation with the rest of the tourist group. Learning that it had been Korra who saved them, he smiled fondly at the thought. When Asami and Varric had come up with a new weapon to defend the United Republic, Tenzin met up with them, Korra, Mako, and Wu at President Raiko's office. Days later, he attended a new meeting with that group, sans the inventors, to discuss the city's evacuation process, though it was interrupted by Lin, Suyin, Julie, and Bolin. When the latter informed them that Kuvira's spirit energy cannon was ready, and Julie added that Kuvira planned to attack the city 2 weeks later, Tenzin grew alarmed. With the evacuation now made mandatory, he returned to his family at the Air Temple Island and asked them why they had yet to pack their luggage. When Pema informed him that she and his 3 eldest children wanted to stay and help out, Tenzin embraced them all and thanked them for their support. He suggested that Pema could help out Prince Wu with the evacuation, while Jinora, Ikki, and Milo could help the other airbenders keep track of the progress of Kuvira's army from above. Tenzin prepared the attic of the tower on the island to serve as President Raiko's base of operations. When Team Avatar approached him, Lin and Raiko, and announced that they intended to try and take out the spirit energy cannon before it reached the city, Tenzin shot down the idea, reasoning that it was an unnecessary risk considering the evacuation of the citizens was on schedule and General Iroh was deploying his troops. Despite his reluctance, he let them take a flying bison and leave on their mission. He grew worried, however, when the team already returned the following day and was told that Kuvira's army would arrive in a matter of hours, a week ahead of schedule. Concerned about all the people still in the city, he ordered his wife to immediately find Wu and increase their efforts to evacuate the remaining citizens. Together with the other airbenders, Tenzin awaited the arrival of Kuvira's army from the top of a roof that gave them a vantage point over the battlefield. Although he had been warned about Kuvira's spirit weapon being attached to an enormous mecha suit known as the Colossus, he was still unnerved to see the actual machine. Witnessing the cannon destroying the United Forces fleet in a matter of seconds, Tenzin and the airbenders retreated to the Future Industries factory, where Varric and Julie were monitoring the manufacturing of the Hummingbird mecha suits. When Korra later joined them, alerting them that Raiko had surrendered the city and his army, he agreed with her that kidnapping Baatar Jr. and forcing him to reveal the weakness of the Colossus and the cannon was their best option. He was chosen by her to be a part of the stealth airbender team, tasked with carrying out that mission. While Jinora and Kai stood guard atop the airship transporting Baatar Jr., he, Bumi, and Korra infiltrated the vessel. They swiftly overpowered the non-bender, and after binding and gagging him, Tenzin and Bumi soared off with their wingsuits, carrying the bag with Baatar Jr. between them. Back at the Future Industries factory, he stood by as Korra eventually managed to force Baatar Jr. to contact Kuvira and call off her conquest, though Tenzin had to run for his life moments later when Kuvira traced the radio signal back to the location and blew it up with her energy cannon. Tenzin managed to survive the explosion and emerged from the rubble with everyone else when Bolin lifted a large piece of concrete. He quickly assessed Kuvira's progress from atop a rooftop and alerted everyone she was heading their way with a battalion of mecha suits. While Asami and Varric attempted to adapt the prototypes of the Hummingbird mecha suits in Asami's office to get them airborne, he and the other benders faced Kuvira and her army in an attempt to stop them or at the very least slow them down. On Milo's urging, Tenzin and the other airbenders equipped themselves with balloons filled with paint. Upon reaching the Colossus, they dropped the balloons on the suit's windows, momentarily obscuring its vision. Tenzin signaled Lin, Wei, and Wing on the ground to try metal bending the joints of the suit, though they soon discovered the joints were made of platinum and thus were impervious to bending. After Wei and Wing tied the machine's legs together with metal cables and Bolin gave the signal, Tenzin and the other airbenders blasted the suit with air currents in an attempt to knock it off balance. The suit managed to stabilize itself, however, forcing him and the others to flee when Kuvira fired her cannon at them. Sitting dazed on the ground, Jinora checked up on him to see if he was alright before they all retreated to Asami's office, where a new plan was formed. The benders would relentlessly attack the Colossus to distract Kuvira and enable the two Hummingbird mecha suits to land on the enormous machine and cut a hole in it without being crushed. As such, when Kuvira aimed her cannon at Korra, Tenzin, his airbending children, Bumi, Kai, Da, and another female airbender worked together to form a tornado in their wake and swoop down on the weaponized arm of the suit, knocking it off balance and distorting its aim. While he soared away, however, he noticed that Jinora came within range of the cannon herself. At the last second, he swooped down on her, pushing her out of the beam's trajectory. Though the proximity of the blast knocked them both unconscious and they plummeted down. Before they could fall on the ground, Jinora was saved by Ikki and Milo grabbed a hold of Tenzin and positioned himself underneath his father. By airbending at the ground from his feet, Milo managed to break both of their falls and they landed safely, where Tenzin regained consciousness. Ultimately, their diversion worked, and while Korra, Mako, Bolin, Lin, and Suyin managed to infiltrate the enormous suit, Tenzin was supported by Jinora, while he and his children made their way through the streets of the city. Before they could reach a safe place, however, a wave of energy caused by the firing of the Spirit Energy Cannon inside Republic City's Spirit Wilds bore down upon them, and they were forced to flee inside the hall of a nearby building, where they all huddled down, and Tenzin protected his children against the upcoming smoke. As it cleared out, Tenzin was supported by Jinora once again, and they made their way to the heart of the Spirit Wilds, where he was surprised to find a new spirit portal. Realizing Korra and Kuvira were nowhere to be found, Tenzin, Team Avatar, and their allies set out to search the area for the Avatar. When Mako reported that there was no sign of her, he quickly ordered them to keep looking before calling for Korra himself. He was surprised to see all the spirits returned a moment later, and when Korra supported Kuvira while emerging from the spirit portal, he was glad to see her again. After Kuvira was handcuffed and escorted away, Tenzin joined his friends and family in a group hug they bestowed on Korra. Tenzin later allowed Varric and Zhu Li to host their wedding on Air Temple Island and attended the ceremony, where he sat between his wife and Lin. During the dinner party, he was seated at the same table as Tonrak and Senna and the presidential couple. When Korra had distanced herself from the party, gazing out to the night skyline of Republic City, he approached her, stating that he had spoken to President Raiko, who planned to announce the following day that they would expand the city rather than rebuild downtown. He complimented her on having transformed the world more in the few years she had been an active avatar than most of her predecessors did in their lifetimes. Tenzin was pleased to hear Korra say that she felt like she had only just begun her journey, and that there was more that she desired to learn and do, taking it as a sign of hope. He lovingly placed a hand on her shoulder after she reflected on the purpose of the suffering she had gone through. Their moment was interrupted by Asami, however, who stated that Varric was looking for them. Learning that the eccentric businessman desired to borrow a wingsuit and jump off the tower, Tenzin immediately ran to find him and prevent that from happening. In the aftermath of Kuvira's defeat, Tenzin and the rest of the Air Nation helped out at the evacuee camp that formed on the outskirts of Republic City, where a multitude of evacuees had found a new temporary home. Inside one of the tents, he listened attentively to Zhu Li, who had assumed leadership of the camp. But before he could commence his tasks for the day, he discovered Korra and Asami walking in. He warmly welcomed them back, enveloping Korra in a warm hug, and expressed his hope that both women felt refreshed from their well-deserved vacation to the spirit world. When Korra asked in return how things were in the city, Tenzin commended Zhu Li's efforts to regulate the relief efforts for the evacuees, as President Raiko was being completely preoccupied with his presidential re-election campaign at the expense of them. When Kaya interrupted, suggesting that Korra talk to the evacuees to boost their morale, Tenzin was immediately sold on the idea and led Korra outside. He reconsidered, however, when throngs of evacuees trooped around the Avatar, barraging her with pleas for help. He tried to guide her out of the masses, but Korra gave a rousing and inspiring speech to the crowd instead, making Tenzin proud. When they returned to the tent and Korra instantly went to Asami's side, Tenzin remarked that the two women made a good team. Tenzin, Korra, and the Airbenders flew through the spirit portal on Ugi, entering the spirit world. The party was surprised to find the spirit world gray and withering. Tenzin took the opportunity to comfort Korra, knowing how special this part of the world was to her, and congratulated her on her new relationship with Asami. As spirit vines rose from the ground and began attacking, Tenzin and Ryu held them off with airbending before managing to fly out of the spirit world. Once they reached the other side, they found the united forces stationed at the portal. Although General Iroh told Tenzin and Korra that he was there on President's orders, and that he wanted to keep the peace, Tenzin asked him to retreat and let the Air Nation keep watch over the portal, though his request was denied. The group returned to the evacuee camp, where Tenzin unsuccessfully petitioned Raiko to withdraw from the portal. Disappointed with Raiko's leadership, Asami asked Tenzin to consider running for president in the upcoming election. He declined re-entering United Republic politics, but suggested that Zhu Li would make a capable president before turning his attention back to the needs of the hungry evacuees. At Air Temple Island, Tenzin discussed the situation with his family, agreeing with his daughters that Raiko's actions were unjust and announcing that Zhu Li had decided to run for president. When Milo suggested the Airbenders should march on the portal, Tenzin was inspired to lead a peace protest to pressure Raiko to withdraw the troops. Returning to the portal with the Airbenders, Tenzin informed Iroh that they were staging a non-violent protest, and that the Air Nation would not leave until the United Forces did. Milo soon grew bored, but Tenzin urged him and the other protesters to stand together united until the president retreated. At that moment, Raiko appeared on site, ordering the Airbenders to clear off Wanyang-kyum's property. When Tenzin refused to return to Air Temple Island, Raiko sent in waterbender troops to hose the Airbenders. Tenzin urged them to stand their ground without retaliation. While Iroh ordered the troops to cease attacking the non-violent Airbenders, Tenzin was approached by Zhu Li and told that she and the other civilians had come to support the protest. When Tokuga later began to attack the portal, threatening to kill everyone present with poison gas, Tenzin ordered the Airbenders to stand ready to bend away the toxic cloud if necessary, while he and Zhu Li helped to evacuate the area. After allowing Korra to borrow Ugi to reach the ship, Tenzin and the Airbenders bent away Tokuga's gas after he released it. Tenzin later visited the Republic City 4 Elements with his family on election night, where he listened to Zhu Li's acceptance speech after she was elected as the United Republic's second president. Some months later, he witnessed a fight between Jinora and Ikki, and told them the story of his arrest as a teenager to explain conflict mediation in the style of the Air Nomads, although the children still continued to argue after they learned the story from him. And that, my friends, is the life of every single Airbender. Now, there were a few other entries we could have added, like Tenzin's kids and the post-harmonic convergence Airbenders, but due to the fact that all their lives are pretty much covered in Tenzin's life and are all very similar to each other, we decided that this video is already overly long and we're gonna end it right here. Did you enjoy our video? Be sure to check out these other great videos from the Amagi, and make sure to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos. Thanks for watching. Peace.